Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli.
Gratis ongkir, beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti kuas, pasti beli.
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子、こう一点よ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan Grab Car pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli.
Gratis ongkir, beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti kuas, pasti beli. おっす決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子5一点よ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti kuas, pasti beli.
おっす決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子5一点よ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Bas TV. Beli.
Os! 決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli beli, beli beli, beli beli beli. Gratis ongkir, beli beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli beli.
Download sekarang. Bas Kuas, Bas TV, beli.
おっす決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Pak, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan Grab Car pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli beli, beli beli, beli beli beli. Gratis ongkir, beli beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli beli.
Download sekarang. Bas Kuas, Bas TV, beli.
おっす決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Pak, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this.
The last day of week 1 is upon us, and to kickstart today is the brewing rivalry that continues to go between EVOS Legends and, of course, Alter Ego. But today, to accompany you on the English desk, it is still me, Eterna, Gani, as well as Mirko. How are we feeling about day 3?
I'm feeling good. Day 1 and day 2 had been a blast, and day 3 is gonna be more interesting.
All right, and on that note, MPL Indonesia Season 11 is powered by Moonton. Presented to you by the official tournament phone, the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Our official gold partner by UBS Gold. Our partner in esports, Grab, Secret Lab, Blibli, and our partner, Indomart and Point Coffee. And of course, we are supported by PBSI, Mirko.
Wow, man. Again, we've seen some crazy games, matches being played out, and we have seen the level of competition from every single team rising. Even EVOS Legends, the team that we saw back in Season 10, they didn't even make it to the playoffs, but this time around, we can see with their new rookie players, with their success at ISF as well, Taz and Udil. Let's take a look at their history. 3 seasons of mutual takedowns. Who will take revenge first? EVOS Legends obviously knocking Alter Ego out of the playoffs for both Season 8 and 9, but back in Season 10 again, we're seeing that Alter Ego have regained that form to take EVOS Legends down, taking revenge in the regular season. Unfortunately, Alter Ego did not have the chance to meet EVOS Legends in the playoffs because, again, we mentioned it, EVOS Legends did not make it to the playoffs, but one of the many reasons they didn't make it to the playoffs was the fact that Alter Ego smashed them in the regular season twice.
And I wonder why, right? Because there were so many changes in their rosters that perhaps maybe eventually led to that outcome. But today, they are coming in with brand new rosters, brand new players that may have not met before, right?
They are rookies, right? They have met before at ISF when they were able to actually get a world title once again for Indonesia. So when we're talking about synergy, chemistry, they've got all that. What's lacking in this composition, the only doubt that a lot of fans, especially the EVOS fans, have is the departure of Coach Bjorn or Coach Zace. How's that going to be impacting the role or how the team plays in general, right? Because Coach Zace had such a big say when it comes to the draft and how they take the game, especially when we're talking about this rookie XP laner from the MDL that was promoted to the MPL. Psychots, number 2 XP laner with the highest average assists. He has come such a long way since we last saw him. And on the other side, we have a rookie that's very new to the scene, very fresh with Rizal. If we take a look at the team head-to-head here, it does show you the Season 10 statistics, which just shows that Alter Ego was much more of a scary force compared to the EVOS Legends of Season 10. But another reminder, this isn't Season 10 anymore. EVOS Legends' new roster, Alter Ego, looking shaky now.
I mean, based on yesterday's performance, EVOS Legends, they look strong, Mirko.
Very.
With Taz in the helms, in the jungler, and of course, Brands, the king of marksmen. He seems to deliver yesterday, so I want to see him more. I want to see him in action. Convince me that he is really now the king of marksmen.
I'm wondering what roster they're going to bring up today, right? Is Fursa going to be finally seen in the roster, or is it still going to be Taz?
That's a very good question, right? I mean, we saw Fairsick literally rise from out of nowhere back in Season 7. He was able to bring the struggling EVOS Legends lineup all the way to capture their title, an MPL title, a new one. As a rookie player, that's something that's magical. I think only Albert has ever done that with Zin and RRQ. But here, Fairsick has dipped in his performance. Ever since Season 7, we saw him in 8 and 9. In 10, we saw him again, but then he was demoted to the MDL very quickly after his first 2 performances in the season. Taz, on the other side, has had a very slow rise to the top, but with that climb, it just shows that he's able to constantly improve just a little bit by a little bit every single time, but it's constant improvement, and look where he's at now. I think you can compare this man to someone like an Albert, even a Kyrie, as how he's able to utilize not just the assassin junglers, but also the utility junglers in a pretty good way.
We're talking about Taz, right? I see 2 points here. One is drive, and the other one is discipline. When we're talking about drive, I feel like you're right. Constantly, he has that drive, ambition to become the best jungler in the world, perhaps. But of course, to add to that, he has that discipline that I feel like Fairsick isn't able to display every time.
Well, we're going to take a look again at Psychots though, right? We're talking about Taz and Fairsick, how that lineup is going to play, but I think either way, whether it's Fairsick or Taz, if you have a team player such as Psychots here who really doesn't care much about his lane, he is literally the team fight man. Psychots, he takes the laning phase in a way where it's just a suggestion. You want to fight? Nah, I'm just going to clear the waves and I'm going to be rotating across the map to help my team either for neutral objective takes or just all-around team fight skirmishes across the maps, even invading the enemy jungle, helping his own. And here, this is the prime example of what Psychots can do in that XP lane. He's always the enabler for the team. We saw yesterday how he was able to utilize the Grok in the first game. How? As an initiator. Remember, again, the laning phase is important for Psychots because it gets into level 4. Other than that, not much difference. Even here in game number 2, we saw on the Lapu, a hero that maybe is a little bit more lane dominant. He still utilizes that level 4 to wait in the bush, clear the waves up, maybe cut and pressure the enemy jungler, getting the position for Taz to come through and get an easy sweep over to the turtle. His remarkable hero is still that Paquito, with him picking it up 8 times in MDL ID Season 6 and still sitting at 100% win rate. When he was promoted to the MPL, no one let this man have his Paquito. And so far, I don't think we've seen it.
No, we haven't. And on the flip side here, we have Ryzel. So a little bit of a distinguish in terms of that role, but this is also a highlighted player, but from the side of Alter Ego.
Now, Ryzel, it's a bit of an unfortunate turn, right? Because in his debut, he wasn't really able to get a lot of success with Alter Ego, but it still shows that he is such a good gold laner. I think the word that we have to say when we're talking about Ryzel is efficient, because that's just him. Even though he lost 2 of the first games, he is still by far one of the best farmers in the league. He is 3rd in average GPM, and he is 2nd in most or gold per game. And with his level of farming, even though he sometimes falls in lane, he is able to catch up to the enemy gold laner. In this case, he was up against one of the best gold laners in MPL, Skylar. Being able to withstand that pressure as a rookie was absolutely amazing. And the way he plays is somewhat Benny Cutie-ish, right? He waits till everything has been popped in before he actually eventually joins a team fight and he wipes the entire team. I think this was a very good decision by Ryzel, and we'll continue to see this man grow as he did back in MDL ID Season 6 when he picked up the Beatrix 12 times and won on it 83%. That's a very good win rate on a Beatrix, especially in MDL where assassins, really are super popular, aggressive.
Again, a very interesting stat here, but one question. This begs the question, is Ryzel better than Nino? Because personally, I feel like Nino has that killer instinct. With Ryzel,
it's safer.
It's more safe, more positioning. Sure, it's precise, but it's just more entertaining to watch Nino.
That's true. Remember his flicker in with the Beatrix plays. He does go for those aggressive plays, but maybe they need someone like Rizal in that gold lane because of how aggressive Alter Ego likes to play. But on your screen, you can take a look at the keys to victory here by the Samsung Galaxy S23 series.
It's just one, right? Optimize Psychots' playmaking potential, because I cannot stress this enough. It's Psychots who facilitates the play. Sure, we have brands, we have dreams, we have just this entire roster of pure talent, but Psychots is what really starts it all. The initiation, as you can see, wasn't placed onto the hands of Dreams. He was on a Franco, so it was all reliant on Psychots making the play possible for the entire EVOS Legends roster to really come through and collapse. And even in situations where he doesn't get a pure initiation and they already have something like a Diggy in their team, Psychots will still be there to just do what an XP laner does. Fundamentals, go back to the gold lane, always targeting the right targets, and even if he doesn't get highs there, it's still so worth it. But on the other side, as we take a look at the keys to victory for Alter Ego, presented to you by Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G, is make sure Rizal gets the farm easily. So there are two strong sides for both EVOS and Alter Ego. EVOS plays towards XP, Alter Ego, they're playing towards that gold lane, where Rizal, sure, he's safe, but precision beats power and timing beats speed. That's how their motto is here in Season 11. With Rizal having a stellar performance in his debut up against RRQ, you can expect this man to stay safe again, maybe even play the weak side of the map, but scale up to a monster on his crazy picks like the Moskov, like even the carry that we saw earlier. I think for me personally, I would definitely love to see Rizal on more of an aggressive hero. Give him the Brody, because we've seen that as well from the MDL. He's not just that safe laner. He's safe when he needs to be safe, when he gets heroes where you have to play in the weak side of the map.
That's something to take note of. And once again, we would like to say, right, from history, these two teams have an ongoing rivalry, because the last season, it was EVOS Legends that was knocked out by Alter Ego during that playoff stage. And I'm wondering, with this new lineup, with the new roster that EVOS has actually brought to the table, do they actually have what it takes to go against Alter Ego this time around?
It's going to be very interesting, of course. But before we dive deeper into the matches, Atern, I think I want to say I need a phone.
You need a phone?
I need a phone right here, right now.
You can take mine.
Which one?
This one.
This one?
Yep.
That's very sharp, very clean.
It is. It's the Samsung S23 Series 5G, and you gotta listen to the specs, right? It has the fastest processor technology, 4nm Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 4 Galaxy with RAM from up to 12 gigabytes, a memory up to 1 terabyte, and the screen is dynamic AMOLED 2X with a 120 Hz refresh rate that makes gaming just so much smoother. And of course, the battery is 5000 mAh. And you know what that means, right?
I do.
You don't need to charge ever.
No need. And with the fast charging too, you can charge in 30 minutes, get it all the way up, and you guys can pre-order up from now until the 23rd of February 2023. Get installments starting at IDR 500,000 per month, benefits up to IDR 7.5 million, free 2 times double memory, and trade-in cashbacks up to IDR 1 million. What are you waiting for? Level up your epic game with Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now at samsung.com/ID.
Level up your transport as well, right? Level up your transport, level up the way that you guys can get snacks in your belly with Grab.
So I got a phone, I got an app now, right?
I got here with Grab.
You got here with
You're
Grab?
telling me there's a promo code?
Mirko,
Tell
come
us.
on.
What's the promo code?
The promo code, you can just go scan the QR code, because if you want to order food, you can get a 58% discount. And if you want to go for the promo code and you're too lazy to scan it, it's MPL ID X Grab. And, you know, when you came here, you could have gotten a 90% discount as well.
90% discount.
Yeah, not 19.
Not 19. 90.
90.
Wow.
So we just have to pay 10% of the cost.
Yep. And on top of that, you guys can also get free MLBB hero skins that starts on March 18. So you guys can go ahead and check grb.to/MPL to check it out.
I didn't know this, man. I really didn't, right? But okay, sure, I get here. I'm a caster. What if the others get here? They want to watch, they gotta get tickets.
You can't.
Oh.
if you don't have the Blibli app on your phone, or even check out their website, right? Because you can watch MPL ID Season 11 live in the flesh. So go ahead and check out those tickets only at blibli.com. You guys can also scan the QR code right below Mirko.
All right.
It's always below me, man.
It's always below you for now, for today.
For today.
Yesterday, it was below me
Below
all the
Rashi.
time.
What?
For day 2, it was below me all the time.
Oh, wow. Donnie likes it with the QR codes.
He does.
Above QR codes, that's my way.
But back to this match,
Sure.
Alter Ego and EVOS Legends. Honestly, with the way things have gone so far, with the fact that Alter Ego lost 2-0 against RRQ, and the way that EVOS's run so far has been just amazingly positive, it's giving me the impression that maybe this might be a matchup that's difficult for Alter Ego.
Looking at them now, I gotta say yes,
Yeah.
EVOS Legends, right? Yesterday's performance, clean, sharp, very, the plan is just executed perfectly from Brands, from Dreams, and I expect them to do it again. So Alter Ego, can they withstand that quality of gameplay of Mobile Legends?
It's a good question. It's a really good question, right? I think Alter Ego have had a very shaky start to the season. I think their individual performances haven't been top-notch or haven't been to the level that they usually display. So that's something that we will have to see. I personally also will give the advantage over to EVOS Legends with their crazy performance up against Rebellion yesterday.
Oh, but looking at the official lineup for EVOS Legends, it's still Taz in that jungle position, so no Fursic today. Still the same lineup that we saw yesterday, and I'd say a really strong and winning lineup, right? This is a lineup that won them ISF last time around, but on the flip side, again, no Selly Boy, Goni.
No Selly Boy, they still believe in kids. And even in Season 10, we saw glimpses that this kid can shine in MPL. And of course, still Rizel over Nino. So I feel like Alter Ego, this might be their main 5.
Once again, we're looking at this lineup, Rizel. So back again to their win conditions, right? If they really want to make Rizel work, they need to put their resources where their win conditions lie. Because yesterday, why they looked super shaky is the way that they played, honestly, and the way that they drafted. If you don't have enough mid control, there is no way you can rotate over to help your gold laner get ahead. And here as well, for EVOS Legends, you're seeing win condition XP. You saw Dlar earlier, but the main focus here is Psychots, because that's the guy who's going to be playing today. If you want him to be your playmaker, do not let Pi take control over the lane, because we know that if you let Pi 1v1, that is a tough lane for any XP laner up against him. Yesterday, RRQ up against Alter Ego, that's what they did. They shut Pi down from the get-go, and it just became such a smooth road, sailing freely.
Now let's see the uncrowned kings in Alter Ego as they are now walking into the stage.
Alter Ego Esports, season after season, they have proven that they have each other's backs. But the question is, other than each other's backs, will they finally get their hands on the trophy as well?
That's a tough question again, right? Udil has been the poster boy of Alter Ego for such a long time, seeing him get so close to so many trophies, but falling short in a lot of these grand final performances. It is incredibly sad to see, but EVOS, they take their chances.
With their championship lineup, it is going to be the White Tigers and EVOS Legends as they are now walking onto the stage.
I've just been super impressed with what they've been able to achieve so far. Seeing EVOS Legends, I understand an entirely different lineup from last season. The way that they struggled in Leg 2 especially, their performance dipped, and so many people lost hope in EVOS Legends. But now, it's a new EVOS, it's a revamped EVOS, and it's a scary EVOS. And of course, it is going to be props to both of the team's coaches, the way that they have been able to draft and support the team from the beginning. From Coach EVOS Legends, it's Taxstump as well as Coach Age, Alter Ego, Cassius, Nafari, and Ars.
Yep. What you're seeing, or who you're seeing up on stage, is going to be Nafari and Ars. Cassius is going to be sitting it back this time around. So you're going to expect both of these coaches to have an equal say when it comes to the draft, Nafari and Ars. Ars, obviously, the coach for the MDL team, Alter Ego X, for some time. But on the other side, EVOS Legends here with Taxtime and Alter Ego. If it's fair, 50-50 for Alter Ego's coaching when it comes to the draft, here it's mostly just Age when it comes to in-game stuff. Out-game, Taxtime, the reason he's the head coach is because he can really be the main motivator. He gives the team morale. And here, someone else has actually joined us in the MPL arena,
Ahmed,
giving Alter Ego some more morale. Maungzi himself, the dragon, back in Season 6.
Indeed, yeah, I guess
the Black Dragon.
The Black Dragon, he is now supporting Alter Ego here. Let's see, will that support give some impact to his team? Alter Ego, talking about drafts, right? I feel like they are low-key drafting comfortably. So, can EVOS Legends put them outside of their comfort zone?
I think it really depends on the play style that they want to go for, right? I mean, we've been so accustomed to how Alter Ego plays. They're very aggressive, even from that early game. But now, the same can be said about EVOS Legends. We saw how much pressure that they were able to do on those lanes, especially in the mid lane. Once they got the pressure in that mid lane, we saw EVOS Legends triumph on those rotations as well as the neutral objectives. So when we're talking about aggression versus aggression, what's gonna happen here?
What is gonna happen here, Miracle? I mean, we saw Nino here, and yeah, nostalgic feeling. I really want to see Nino back in the gold lane, but you can see it's not gonna be.
Yeah, I miss Nino, honestly.
I miss Nino.
If you miss Nino, say it to his face right now.
I miss Nino!
No, just to his face. The man you see on screen, Ars,
I thought to yours.
and Nafari.
Oh.
Because they're the ones who make the decision in the end.
I'm sorry I screamed in your face, Nico.
It's fine, you know, sometimes that just happens. It happens sometimes. It happens to the best of us. But, you know, I think with Ars stepping in as one of the main analysts here, even walking up on stage, there's a reason they brought Rizal down from the gold lane in the MDL. Alter Ego, sure, they made it to the playoffs, unlike EVOS last season, but they got knocked out on the first day. There were a lot of expectations set for this lineup. Everyone expected them to get far. Even KB went his way to predict them to win Season 10, right?
Wow.
So his predictions just got scratched right off the board in the first match where Alter Ego got knocked out by your team, Eterna, Aura, right? Here as well, before becoming coaches, Cassius and Ars previously played for Alter Ego in Season 3 and 4. Then, for Ars, he was dropped down to the MDL where he actually still was playing in the MDL for quite some time. I think Season 3 and 4 of the MDL roster, Alter Ego X. Ars was still the XP laner. Then he decided, hey, you know what? I think I'm going to take my talent out, you know, in a different role. I'm going to go coach the team, man.
The journey from Ars, very, very wholesome, I can say.
Wholesome.
So let's see.
That's the way to say it.
But on the other side here, EVOS Legends, Coach Age, right? Stemmed from Bigetron. Came into EVOS Legends right now. We called him the mad genius at his time. But so far, I haven't really seen that draft, that crazy draft that he used to put onto Bigetron in EVOS Legends. Are they still hiding cards, perhaps? Are they still waiting for that right moment? Seeing as even with very conventional heroes, they're already very dominant in the game.
Sure, that can be the case, but maybe Age has evolved, Eterna. Age has evolved to a more disciplined, to a more calculative person, so he was not the mad scientist as we all know, perhaps.
Yeah, I actually got to talk to him at ISF in Bali, right? About how his journey, you know, the Bali dude, yeah, as we enter the drafts, but how his journey has been through the season, how they were actually, how he was able, I'm sorry, I got lost in my thoughts because I saw a Tamas pick and a Minotaur ban. I didn't know what was happening. I guess we're gonna have to wait a bit for the drafts, but back to the story, right? Age, the way he was able to develop, once he left Bigetron Alpha, he was actually invited. He thought it was over. He thought his career was over in esports. Then Zace invited him over to EVOS Legends to actually tell him to join, and he wants, or Zace wants Age to be his successor, right? The guy who takes over in the long haul. And that's what we're seeing already from Age. He's learned so much. He sat as just an assistant coach for some time in Season 10 just to learn how Zace does things around EVOS Legends. And I think with the experiences he had from Season 10 all the way to ISF, now is his time to really take control of this team and the drafts.
And that's what we're going to see, right? Entering the drafts here of game number 1 and match number 1 between EVOS Legends as well as Alter Ego. And you can see the bans already coming through. Fanny, Kaja, Claude from Alter Ego Esports, and on side of EVOS Legends, the Wanwan, the Joy, as well as the Yves.
Okay, let's see here. Alter Ego, looking at the options here. Alter Ego can pick up the Fredrin. It's the very popular here, Fredrin. What do you think, Mirko?
I think the Glue is going to be the choice here, right? I mean, there's still a lot of really good heroes up for grabs. We're seeing the Glue. Something like a carry can still be prioritized here if you're EVOS Legends, knowing you have such a very, talented individual in your gold lane, in Brands. But with the Glue pick, EVOS Legends decide to actually take up the Lolita, which is an interesting first pick, something that we haven't really seen a whole lot from the Indonesian teams here in Season 11. There's a fun fact about Tazzer, the list of achievements.
Yeah, apparently first place of MPL ID Season 5. He was able to get the first place last time around at ISF, being world champions and MVP of the regular season of the same MDL season. He has a lot of accolades at this point, right? And he's so flexible that he can switch into different lanes as well, which makes him a gold player for EVOS Legends.
Yeah, I think very, very reliable as well. He was mid, but talking about the drafts here, Moskov and Lolita. So EVOS, different game plan from yesterday where they drafted early game centric. Now it seems like they want to take their time.
They do, and like we mentioned, Alter Ego, they go for the Fredrin that you mentioned earlier, Gani, and now they also lock in the Valentina. A bit more creativity in the lineup for Alter Ego, but again, they still do not have an answer to this Moskov for now. Meanwhile, EVOS Legends, I think at this point, picking up an XP laner is going to be pretty solid, considering that Alter Ego might just target ban the XP, or they could just go for a solid mid laner here, something like a Lilia, to add more mid control to the field, with the Lolita constantly going to be roaming across the map. But I completely forgot, you're right, the Faramis wasn't banned at all. You pick up a Glue, you do not ban a Faramis. It may be a mistake for Alter Ego here, because EVOS Legends have secured a very good answer to that Glue.
Now, that's the issue, right? But right now, EVOS Legends, they're getting limited on that EXP lane option. We only have the Lapu Lapu with the Benedetta, possibly a Paquito, depending on what EVOS Legends has in mind. But looking at this now, what do you think EVOS are going to ban from Alter Ego?
EVOS, perhaps they are going to limit the gold lane here, as, of course, Alter Ego has yet to pick up a hero for Rizal, so perhaps we might see a carry ban. But no, they are trying to limit Rasi here. Now, I think that's a smart choice, considering Rasi's hero pool isn't that deep.
Yeah, we saw him get completely exploited by RRQ, right? In the bans as well. We saw the Atlas bans. We even saw a Lolita ban. Just all the target bans from the side of RRQ towards Rasi and Alter Ego in the second phase were mostly towards the roamer position. EVOS Legends can show some respect to Rizal by banning something like a Brody, a hero that does pretty well against the Moskov. Or they could just completely ignore it, right? Because even though the Brody is good against the Moskov, it's not completely unplayable. We know that Brands has his way around his laning when it comes to these mechanical heroes. So Alter Ego, they're deciding to go for the XP lane bans as well, taking these playmakers out of the fray, like we mentioned before in the keys to victory.
Which was interesting because last time when we saw EVOS Legends play, the Lapu Lapu was so strong, but they never banned it out. They never respect banned Psychots, and I think Psychots was one of the main factors and one of the main initiators and the winning conditions towards that. But EVOS Legends here, they are going to start respecting Rizal here. The Brody ban does come through, like you mentioned, Mirko. And Alter Ego now, what are they going to do here?
Yeah, they might go for the XP lane ban, or if they want to really go crazy, they might ban the Akai. We saw Akai picked up multiple times, but yeah, I think they're just gonna focus on Psychots here, saying Psychots, what are you gonna use?
This is the famous ISF Yuzong. This is Psychots' Yuzong that's going to be banned out. And EVOS Legends, they can still play something like a Grok in the XP lane, or maybe even a Benedetta, or something cool, but it's... If they do go for this, it's a signature pick, it's the Paquito, but you're kind of countering yourself by picking it up against the glue, but we'll see
What
here.
about Esmeralda?
Esme can be an option, honestly, up against Alter Ego here, but no, they don't go for any of our recommendations. They go for a Terizla, making its debut in Season 11. A hero that's very immobile. You're great in lane. You can actually win lane against the glue, but when it comes to that mobility, that's where it really drops. Alter Ego picking up one of my favorite heroes, Melissa. If it's not the Brody, the Melissa does well against the Moskov up in the lane, and Alter Ego will secure the Natalia as well. Another signature pick for Rossi. So they're playing a whole lot with comfort here in their second match. Meanwhile, EVOS Legends, a little bit of experimentation going on for their team as they're going to lock in their final pick, which should be their jungler. And up against Melissa and Natalia, at first, I was thinking maybe Assassin here. Now, not anymore. Martis becomes such a solid option. It's not banned out. You're up against so much CC in the Fredrin, the Fear, and even the Glue. Go for it.
You're right. But remember, you mentioned the fact that they didn't have an option or a solution towards the Moskov in the back line. Picking up something like the Natalia will give them a bit of an edge as well in the early game to try and punish as well as bully him before he gets too powerful in the mid towards that late game, especially when he gets his integral items. But now, EVOS Legends, are they going to be picking up an Assassin like you mentioned? But they don't. They go for the Martis. It's safer, it's anti-CC, and it does and will be able to clear like the Fredrin can if he is going to be positioned in that jungle.
Spot on prediction again, Mirko here. So it's quite clear, but I'm not convinced with that Natalia pick.
Whoa! There's a Legends creator on your screen.
Oh my god, it's Delar! It's Delarski in the room, but yeah, I mean, I'm not convinced with that Natalia pick. Going up against a Moskov, can get stunned,
yeah,
and it's gonna be very tough for Rossi to create impact, but then again, prove me wrong.
We'll see, both of the compositions from Alter Ego as well as EVOS Legends have been set in stone. Is the Natalia pick gonna work for Alter Ego, or will it actually prevent them from going into the late game where this Martis, the Feramis, the Moskov gonna have a bigger impact in the game?
Let's see here. As for game number one, it's going to be EVOS Legends and Alter Ego. Who will take it as we enter the Land of Dawn?
Whoa, I'm seeing a very unique pick from Rizal here. He's actually opted to go for Electro Flash instead of Weakness Finder. I personally go for Weakness Finder myself on the Melissa, but with the Electro Flash, I guess what he's trying to do is, you know, maneuver a bit better in these team fights as a very immobile hero. I understand, but again, we're going to have to see how this works out because Brands has actually gone for the same, and Rizal, oh, beautiful skin, man.
Beautiful skin, yeah. Well, speaking of, you can get that skin. It is available now. MLBB X Jujutsu Kaisen.
Oh,
what a skin.
I heard Mirko already got a skin.
Bro.
I haven't.
I've been playing Melissa like non-stop. I think 12 games in a row. Skin. Just because of the skin.
I heard she's your waifu, Mirko.
Yeah, you can kind of say that.
Wanwan's your waifu.
Well, sometimes things change, right? It's fine, it's, you know, but here, the reason I'm playing her a lot is because there's a lot of Moskovs in ranked, and this hero is super good against the Moskov. Why? Because, look, okay, Brands just canceled it there. That's a very good play by Brands, but when you get your second ability, you can actually win in all ins up against the Moskov super easily. When Moskov inspires, you just do the same, and there's not much the Moskov can really do unless he can, he can basically knock you back, but you can dash back anyways. It just comes down to the execution in the lane, but Melissa has a pretty solid advantage.
All right, and in the mid lane, EVOS Legends going to be able to clear a lot faster than Alter Ego here, so that does give them an advantage. So even though it seems like, whoa, wait a minute.
Whoa. God's here, forcing Pi to use that flicker just in time before that turtle spawns. So perhaps that might be an advantage for EVOS, let's see.
Back to statistics, right? Psychos on this Terizla, you're very immobile, but when it comes to trades, you will definitely win, and there's another fight here in the turtle.
Penalty zone popped, call Alter as well here as the turtle will fall to the hands of Taz. And take a look at the stun on towards one man, and that is Odil, as two members from Alter Ego Esports will fall. EVOS Legends winning that exchange.
Yeah, even though Alter Ego Esports had that early game comp with Rossi on the Natalia to look for these pickoffs, when it went to a 5v5, because Hijome was already level 4 as well, and even level 5, EVOS Legends were able to get the better dub in that trade.
It comes down to just the XP lane prio. This has been happening, I think, to Alter Ego constantly. Again, Psychots is constantly going to be winning this trade, and even here, Pi decides to all in against Psychots. Gani.
Split. Pass has been moved here, but of course, they're EXP laners here in Miracle. They're gonna survive very, very well. But oh my God, in the mid side here, both teams seems to trade, but nothing much just yet.
And okay, back again to my point. XP, right? With the XP lane presence, Alter Ego are still forcing these fights. Rizal pops the go away.
Nothing too much as Odell jumps in, and EVOS with the execute comes through as well. Taz looking for the decimation onto its kids here. EVOS Legends will not force anything as the top side will collapse.
Unfortunate. They had to lose another member in that particular fight, and EVOS Legends, again, with the space that they have, they are going to be able to get another turret in the top side. EVOS Legends now just snowballing from that early game, which is exactly what Alter Ego Esports doesn't want to do.
Okay, in the mid side here, Taz will take a lot of damage, but will survive that one here. For now, it's just both teams here trying to trade, trying to poke as much as possible. 3 Turtle 2.
I think, again, it just comes down to the fundamentals, right? Especially for EVOS Legends, how they're playing is pretty formulaic. They get pressure in their own lane via trades or via wave clear, depending on the strengths of their heroes, and they are able to constantly be able to set up these neutral objective takes much better, and here it is again.
Udil pulled back. Now Pi trying to strike with the flicker as well. Taz popping up that pole altar, but the turtle will fall to the hands of Pi. Now Warren Shoes, Rossi gets taken down. Psychots now will be the #1 casualty here as well. Pi looking for more. Hijime, can he be taken down? Oh, Brands is there in the backup finding a kill, and EVOS Legends with the response.
Oh, it was kind of unfortunate that Brands was a little late, right? Because before that team fight even happened, Brands was still clearing that top side, trying to build a slow push. But as you can see here, Talent's prediction, unanimous for EVOS Legends, except for Pop Pulung going for Alter Ego. And he always does this. He doesn't want to be, I don't even know what he wants at this point.
He's the odd one out, right? As long as he's always the minority when it comes to talent predictions here. And he loves being in that position because he likes to prove people wrong. And currently, Alter Ego, right before the talent prediction actually popped up, they were able to get a fight. Now, EVOS Legends, sure, they have the better setup, but they need to be very careful of Alter Ego's team fighting. Because despite having better setup, Alter Ego can still prove to be a big menace, especially when it comes to Pi on the glue.
Is this the right target though? 3-on-1 now with the split. Pi catches Dreams, called Alter Pops, but no clear backup from Alter Ego. Oh, off camera! Udo gets taken down, and Pi will fall as well. But also Taz is the only casualty from the side of EVOS Legends.
Yeah, throwing punches even behind the camera face, right? Alter Ego Esports. We saw that Rossi did not end up rotating towards the bottom side, but rather looking for the pickoff onto a member from Alter Ego and from EVOS Legends. And that was better, I think, if in comparison, if Rossi went in for the backup onto Pi.
That could have worked. Maybe could have worked better, right? But what I want to point out myself here, especially when it comes down to this game, is the gold lane presence. Brands has constantly been rotating across the map with the win already and the turret taken. Meanwhile, we can already see a good reaction from Rizal, also just rotating even in his own jungle, trying to just clear camps as much as possible to get to the level that Brands is at, and even the gold. Now, finally, Alter Ego decide to let go of the turtles, knowing that they don't have enough setup, with Rossi on the Natalia not really having as much presence as Dreams.
But I guess they have compensation here, Miracle. Alter Ego Esports trading that turtle for that turret bot side, so I guess it's still okay. Well, it's even, I guess. It's an even trade.
It's pretty even, right? But it comes down to the XP when it's the trade of the turtle to the objective on the bottom side, the turret. I'm taking a look at the items here, and still, for the Melissa, no defensive items despite him losing the lane. You can already see Brands picking up the steel leg plates pretty early, and even the Faramis here. Hijume deciding to go steel leg plates. A lot of steel leg plates on the board, knowing that there's a lot of physical damage threat from the Natalia, even just the Melissa and the Fredrin. So honestly, very good itemization. Steel leg plates is basically a whole item because of how much physical defense it gives you, and it gives you the, creativity or the room to go for more magical defense and complete other items like the Radiant Armor instead of going for a full physical defense item.
Oh, kids jumping in. Dreams will get the taunt here. He is quite low. But take a look at the call alter by both teams. Sidegods jumps in with the penalty zone. Catches two. Rizal falls, and Udil is going to be next in the chopping block. 3 bodies from the side of Alter Egos Esports. They're in the land of Dawn.
Psychots just being a huge menace here, and it's insane. Even on Terizla, 214 stat, the impact doesn't even reflect onto the KDA. And right now, we're also taking a look at the gold differences.
This is where we see the win conditions really, smash against each other, clash, because EVOS Legends, we're going back to it. Psychots is a playmaker, but he can always be a weak side playmaker. That's what makes EVOS Legends so good with this lineup. They can play strong side for Brands or strong side for Psychots. Either way, and this game, they chose to play for Brands because they know that Alter Ego are putting a lot of their resources on Rizal. If that gold lane fails, the whole composition fails.
5 flickering away, quite low. Called Alter from the side of Alter Ego popped. Responded back from the side of EVOS. Now Psychots, the backside dueling with Pi. Pi might be the first one to die. Oh, penalty zone! Psychots stop this guy as he catches 3. And now kids get taken down, and the Lord will be taken from the side of EVOS Legends as they look for the early end.
Rossi has to be careful here, Gani. He's still going to be able to get away, I think, but that's unfortunate. The way that they drafted the Natalia, you were worried about it, you were concerned about it, and so far we haven't seen the impact. Sure, 210 was able to get a pick off on the board, but as we're entering that mid stage, as we're entering the way that EVOS Legends are rotating around the map as 5, it's not going to be as easy to get the pickoffs as we're going to take a look at the instant replay.
I think this is where it shows that Rizal is severely underfarmed. We saw the goal differences, and we're seeing Rizal have a solid performance when it comes down to positioning, but he's just so far behind that he has nothing to say when it comes down to these crazy engages. Brands, even with no mana, was able to deal out much more damage than Rizal, who's again way too far behind. Look at EVOS Legends, they have the Guardian's Bulwark as well to deny that. In Dreams.
Oh, Dreams will catch kids here, but no clear damage just yet. Oh, take a look at that. Brands will almost take Udil and kids down, but now the Lord is going to be managed by Alter Ego. 1-2 base turret will fall for Alter Ego. EVOS Legends looking for the disciplined play.
I mean, in theory, the way that EVOS Legends are clumping up, the AoE damage from Rizal should work. But like you mentioned, because he is so far behind, it doesn't seem to have an impact at all. And to top that off, Brands has just secured that lifesteal item, the Haas Claws. So he is going quite greedy, but he will and should be able to sustain since there is no quote-unquote burst damage coming in from Alter Ego Esports just yet.
Not enough, literally not enough. That's what they wanted to, get in the early stages of the game, because they noticed that they severely lack that burst damage. That's why they picked up the Natalia, but it just hasn't found its mark here. Again, with losing lanes across the board, there's not really much that Natalia can do, and with the mid lane control in the hands of EVOS Legends for the most part because of just the drafts and how they were able to utilize it, it's just EVOS Legends who have to say in every single team fight. Rossi, even here, up against Brands, he's way too behind to try to 1v1 him. And this is what makes Moskov so good in this current patch. Not only is he a threat in the laning phase, but it's when he is out of the laning phase where he's so scary. An assassin can't even 1v1 this guy. This hero was built to outplay, and we're seeing it here from Brands.
What can they do here? I was thinking, right? I mean, the only way that perhaps Alter Ego Esports can work around this is the fact that Natalia can still roam around the map and try and push those waves. But if Rassi mispositions even the slightest way, EVOS Legends, they're going to have a man advantage and they are going to be able to punish him for it. And he naturally doesn't want to go down before a huge neutral objective spawns, which is the Lord.
I mean, now Rassi here is already setting up here, trying to find the effective position, but seeing and realizing how Alter Ego Esports is just way and far behind, will not find or achieve anything here. It's going to be another defense for Alter Ego.
That's the only thing Alter Ego can do, honestly, is just wait in their base, try their best to look for farm that's shoved back into him, because they can't really open up the map with Rassi on an assassin, not an initiator, not a full-blown tank. They don't even have a conceal, I believe, in this point, right? And EVOS Legends are constantly freezing the waves up until that Lord spawns, where they're able to crash 3 waves at once and just create so much pressure for the Lord. It's the forced error that EVOS Legends have been able to create so many times, but it comes back to just fundamentals. EVOS Legends, they understand that, and they do not force any further commitment when it's unnecessary.
8,000 gold lead. EVOS Legends already marching with the Lord in this mid side. Rassi may be looking for a flank, but we'll see how that pans out.
We might see the end here as Taz now looks for an opening, as well as Dreams. He has, oh my god, in the backside, Rassi was caught. He almost gets Jujime down, but now it's gonna be Kids and Dreams. Dreams soaking the damage.
God.
Take a look at the damage from Brands. Base turret number 3, the last and final for Alter Ego will fall. EVOS, take a look at Psychos looking for the flank, but now the new Million Blast was huge. The combo wombo was in, and Alter Ego Esports will fall in game 1.
Alter Ego Esports leading the series with a dominant and very neat, clean-cut performance. That was so clinical. It's even hard to begin to say and to think what Alter Ego can do in that game, because that was just beautiful. Even though EVOS Legends, I don't even know what to say.
They just lost one fight. That fight was them miscalculating, right? In the I think second turtle. Second turtle was the only time it looked bad for EVOS Legends, but even then it was off a mistake of their side. It wasn't Alter Ego making any proactive movements that forced these errors to happen. It was EVOS Legends simply making a misstep and paying for it. But after that, it's a wake-up call again from them playing so disciplinedly in the first 3 minutes. They got that one wake-up call, and then they started to steamroll in the game, snowballing all the way and not giving Alter Ego any more chances, not making any more mistakes. Literally, that was a clean game.
Yeah, that was clean and sharp, but let's take a step back here. Let's talk about the drafts, because I personally feel you touched on how the Alter Ego Esports composition were lacking in burst. We're also lacking in CC. Meanwhile, if we're talking about the composition of EVOS Legends, their crowd control was a lot and massive. A lot of crowd control connects, and that is just the perfect element that they needed to open fights, to control team fights. And we saw multiple times in that game where EVOS Legends, it was them opening, it was them re-engaging, and not much Alter Ego Esports can do with that Natalia on roam.
And technically, they did have CC, right, from the Valentina. The Valentina could have used the Numnam Blast from the Lolita because they sacrificed that CC that Rassi was supposed to fill by choosing Natalia, who aimed for that pickoff. But either way, it didn't work out. I wasn't really sure what the role of Valentina was in that game, why she didn't seem to have much of an impact. Was it because the Lolita was barely on the map, tried to prevent that CC from being taken by her with the IMU, or the Valentina was too far behind? Not really sure. I really need to rewatch that game to see exactly what happened.
I think Udil just got outlaned, right? It's as simple as that, and it comes from the draft. Faramis in this matchup with the Lolita constantly being in the gold lane as well. It was Faramis alone, but Udil wasn't really able to make a dent in that mid lane in the matchup against Hijume, and I think Hijume just showed incredible class in taking Udil down, making him a non-factor for the entire game, and that's what we saw. Udil wasn't even able to steal the called Alter because Hijume was so well hidden and so far away almost every single team fight, and Udil, he's a sitting duck. What other ultimates is he going to steal aside from the called Alter? Nothing.
Talking about the cold Alter, I think it made a huge impact as well in the game, right? Because the way that Alter Ego drafted, they were relying so much on the AoE damage from the Melissa, but because she was far behind, because the items weren't really there, she wasn't able to deal as much damage. And when she started to do that, the Cult Altar comes in and just nullifies the damage. And that's when the team fight started to get a little bit too messy for Alter Ego Esports.
It was very apparent, it was very clear that the Melissa was way too behind. And you're right, that Cult Altar is just a problem, right? Creating miscalculations, and all in all, it's a Cult Altar trade, but EVOS Legends were just way too ahead.
Way too ahead. I agree. It comes down to, again, what we said earlier. The win conditions clashing, but EVOS Legends having more flexibility. Sure, Psychos is the playmaker. He still is. Whether he's the strong side or the weak side, EVOS can choose to play to the XP or even to the jungle. They can play anywhere they want, and Psychos will still be that playmaker because all they need to do is pick a good hero for Psychos to perform in lane. And that's what we saw here. Picking that Terizla up against the glue when the Yuzong and Lapu was banned was just brilliant by Coach Age. It was a good move because Psychos got so ahead. Look at his items. He doesn't even have a whole lot. Not even two completed full offensive items. Only just the Bloodlust Axe. That's a sustainable item. Yet he dealt so much damage because he was so far ahead. Now, when we're talking about how far ahead EVOS is, we gotta give it to Brands. Full items in 14 minutes, the way he was farming and the way he utilized just a small lead in the lane against Ryzel to rotate across the map, get more sieges across the map, get more picks with the Moskov with super crazy outplay potential. It just made the Rossi a non-factor too. EVOS Legends, their entire draft and the way they executed their game plan here was anti-Alter Ego, basically. Their plan wasn't to win. Their plan was to make Alter Ego's day a horrible one.
It was. It truly was. They were so far behind. If you could pinpoint a moment where perhaps Alter Ego had a chance, or one of the main reasons why they lost, what would it be? Were they overcommitting? Were they overcommitting in those team fights when they knew they were supposed to lose?
That, yes. I believe they are overcommitting, especially during the first few minutes, right? We saw Psychots get the glue super low in the XP lane, getting more prio and automatically having more presence around the turtle. In that position, when glue has to recall and come back, you're already at a man disadvantage, and Alter Ego still chose to force that. So there is a level of overcommitment, but it starts back from the lane. I think that's the main mistake, because they needed to contest the turtle early on with this early game composition around their bot side. Glue and Pi not understanding the matchup well, I believe, is what really caused EVOS Legends to steamroll out of control. Man, Pi was going for all-ins up against the Terizla, and you can see the impact almost instantaneously. And speaking of impact, Brands, best marksman in MPL Indonesia, I think it's not a debate.
Yeah.
I think this is the highest GPM this season, 922. I think rarely we see...
barely even touches the 900 mark.
900 mark, right?
It's insane. Highest, last time we saw this kind of thing was back in the hyper carry meta when the jungler gets everything. After the change in the jungle, we have seen 800, even 900. But in Season 11, this is the first time ever that we're seeing 922 GPM. And obviously it's from Brands, who's the record holder right now, still #1 in average GPM. #1.
Exactly. I mean, this is why he is the king of Martins. But I do want to touch on this, right? When we're talking about the problem, I think I might have a solution for Alter Ego.
Oh, okay.
So which Psycho with
and
Rossi?
Nino and Psycho in, Ryzel and Rossi out. I think for me that's the way to go too, because their main win condition is play to the gold lane. That's been the highlight of the entire debate, the head-to-head. But here, again, it starts from that spike. You'll see that little spike right before 0-0 and 0-2-21. That's the first turtle. With that first turtle, it was all EVOS needed to take back control of the game, or take control of the game early on. We saw that EVOS made a misstep, right? Again, we're going to get into the replay, and we will see that misstep happen when they tried to fight after using so many of their resources to contest for the turtle already. They lost the turtle. They should have said, hey, we used all of our resources up. We need to back off, but they decided to fight anyways, and that's why the gold just became a little bit more even. But then, what happened? Minute 4 to minute 7, that little line where I think it's around the 5th minute is where EVOS Legends took the inner turrets out of play. Then Alter Ego were still deciding to contest for these neutral objectives, and it just doesn't work out that way. When you have a Terizla that can engage on you, when you have a Cult Alter, and when you have no engage yourself, how are you supposed to open up the map in a way where you can contest the neutral objectives? That question just will always be up in the air because it's never answered, not even by Alter Ego here.
Can I say something
Sure.
real
What?
quick? Is this the first time you sat in this chair?
Yeah.
He's doing really good.
Thank you. I've been learning from the best in the world, Ulf.
Because I finally looked at it, I finally understood. But what I don't understand is how Brands is always able to get that MVP consecutively, right? And this is your MVP by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. And the GPM is just insane, 922. And I do agree with you, Gani. I think that is the highest we've seen this season.
I think from last season as well. I think
maybe
hitting the 900 mark is just very, very hard. And I mean, Brands did it.
It's crazy. I mean, at this point, your MVP by Samsung S23 Series 5G. Eterna, you asked me how he's able to do this. This is the only thing I can't actually answer it, right? It's Brands. I've known him for so long. Back even when he was in Bigetron in the jungle, he was a marksman player. This man was playing the marksman in the jungle, and when the meta shifted to assassins, he struggled a lot. A lot of hate sent to him, but he stuck with his identity. He did not force a move into the assassin route, the utility jungle route. He went to the gold lane, and I think it works really well for him. We're gonna get into the highlights very soon, and here, I do want to highlight just the respect that he is giving. Even though he was ahead, he still went for steel leg plates. Melissa didn't even go for steel leg plates. And Melissa has a built-in kit with the go away where it multiplies all physical and magical defense by 5, yet he still did not go for the steel leg plates.
No respect, Gani.
Yeah.
No respect, and I
No
guess
respect.
that is
no respect.
One of the factors of the downfall of Alter Ego in that game. I guess they were behind. No respect.
Nino in?
Nino, Psycho in, question mark. Is that the straightforward solution, though?
I think if they want to take their time and develop these two players, it still can happen. But at this point, you need to understand the morale of the team. Pai, Udil, and Kids, how are they feeling, right? After this performance as well. Meanwhile, we're going to take a look at this guy right here. What a monster. He's a gold laner, but he doesn't even stay in the gold lane after the laning phase. Like I said, how he plays the marksman is still very hyper carry-ish. It's so weird to see because right after the laning phase ends, he's all across the map. Remember, the gold minion, the gold buff minion, only spawns up until the 5th minute. So other than that, once you're done with your lane, there's no real reason to stick in the gold lane. Brands takes that and he utilizes that across the field. Now, this was the moment where they made a misplay. The turtle, they kind of, bamboozled it a bit and it went over to Alter Ego. So they still decided to fight. That's the reason Alter Ego came back here. They even were able to force a few more plays, but Brands, being the active gold laner he wasn't sitting idly by when the turtle was being taken. He was actually taking the turret down. Now, with that turret taken down, he just puts his focus down below, where he's able to maneuver around. Now, these plays are just mechanically beautiful by Brands. There's not much to really dissect. It's just his individual plays, stepping out of the traps placed by Ryzel. And in this team fight, it comes down to, again, that setup and those inner turrets being taken down in the bottom side and up top. With Rasi on an assassin and not an initiator, there's no source of vision when it comes down to these fights, and that's why EVOS Legends were able to find the better trades, the better setup every single time. And I want to highlight this final moment because how they decided to push in the base was they let the enhanced minion or the enhanced lord push in the mid lane first. They completely ignored the other two sides because it's always going to be slow pushing with the enhanced minions coming in. So they used the first minion to kind of bait Rasi out. Rasi gets baited out, and with the lord taken down, it's fine. We still have 2 more minion waves coming in with the mid lane. Okay, so this is how it works. Mid lane walks faster than the other two side lanes. So with slow pushing and the mid lane gets cleared out first, the next wave will be joining the 2 side pushes already. So they have 3 waves instantaneously as well. It's crazy. It's just
crazy.
really good wave manipulation. We didn't get to see it in the highlights. We saw the culmination of it because, my God, there were a lot of minions.
Well, that was game number 1 between Alter Ego and EVOS Legends. And there were so many times where we saw Brands just be the golden boy of EVOS. And I can't really say that because a lot of them really stepped up. But when we're talking about gold, UBS Gold, they are coming with a limited edition merchandise collection with MPL Season 11.
Oh my God.
And we still don't know what it is yet. But you guys can get yours at ubslifestyle.com, UBS Lifestyle e-commerce, and of course, UBS Blibli, UBS Lifestyle.
That's amazing. I cannot wait for it to come out officially.
Is it out yet?
I want to
Still
see.
coming
I just
soon.
want to see. Yeah. You know what? Take my money right now.
Take my money.
I'll do it.
Take our money.
I'll hold them for you.
Oh.
Wow.
Are you UBS?
No.
Then it's a robbery. Just like what Gold Lane Brands did. The
Dude,
golden
I was
boy.
so surprised
He
with that
robbed
heat ban.
Rizal. Yeah. Because it's smart. It's really smart,
and
right?
it makes sense. That's why his GPM is so high. 922 with the way that he was rotating. Makes sense.
It does. It really does. The rotation and the way he's able to put more pressure on the map with a winning lane by himself. Again, this is what makes this EVOS roster so hard. Even Blacklist wasn't able to dissect them back in ISF, right? They are so flexible. They can play through every single lane, and even if both lanes fall, they still have that jungle. They still have Ijume, who's constantly playing the mid lane weak side.
And on that note, do you guys have coffee under your tables?
Let me check, right?
Is it there?
Oh my goodness gracious.
You're
When did
right.
this in the mart? How did
It's
they do
magic.
it?
It's magic.
It's magic.
It's magic and it's quality coffee with 100% Indonesian
Oh my gosh,
coffee
my
beans
favorite.
and brewed directly with an
Why
international
not?
standard coffee machine through Point Coffee X MPL Season 11. Goni cannot stop
Cannot
making
wait.
noises as
Goni
he is
can't
going
wait,
to drink
bang,
it.
bang.
And you guys can also get a 40% discount coupon for Indomar Poinku app for Palm Sugar Latte, Cookies and Cream, and Pandan Coffee with the promo code Point Coffee MPL. And if you guys want more information on that, go ahead and visit at Point Coffee ID. I wonder what I got. Did I get the same one as you guys?
You know what?
I wanna
I'm
check.
ready to
I'm gonna go
cast.
check.
Because of this, I'm ready to cast 11 matches today.
Make it 25.
Oh, 40.
All right. I think you might have, you got me there, man. I don't think I'm ready to cast 40. But I think we are ready to cast the next game, right? That's what's going to happen here. Still, no roster changes, which I like. Remember, when we're talking about roster changes and not finding success and instantly trying to change something, that was EVOS back in Season 10. Right? Alter Ego not following that formula now, still given the chance over to Rizal. Maybe they will change their lineup for the next match, but
Maybe.
now they're sticking with it. They want to give Rasi and Rizal proper time to develop, right? Because if at least it goes down to another 2-0, it's still some experience that they will take away. And remember, we like to say L's aren't for losses.
No, I want Nino back.
Okay.
Okay.
I want Nino.
You want Nino?
Come back,
You can
Nino!
say it right here
Nino
to the
Main!
CEO.
the CEO, Coach
I will.
Delwyn was
I'll talk to
over
him
there.
after this. I'll talk to him after this.
Yeah.
No
Or
Or
problem.
maybe you want to say something to Coach Nafari.
Coach Nino.
Coach Nino. Maybe Nino becomes the coach next season.
Maybe,
see.
but we are
Let's
going
see.
straight into the drafting phase here for game number 2. Will it be EVOS Legends going for a clean sweep 2-0, or will Alter Ego have something to say about that? It does seem like EVOS Legends and Alter Ego have swapped positions where now EVOS Legends have the first pick. Yves, Fanny already banned out by EVOS, whereas Joy and Wan banned out by Alter Ego.
A lot of pryos banned out still, so EVOS Legends now, because they are the first pick, what do you think is gonna be their priority here, Turtle?
For EVOS,
Yeah.
I think their priority still is very flexible. In the way they have a lot of win conditions, they also have a lot to draft with, right? I think for Alter Ego, it's still very template, where they try their best to secure the best hero possible for Pi early on. That's why we saw the glue. But it just did not work because they did not respect the presence of the Moskov Lolita. They didn't go for something like a Brody early on. They instead went for the Melissa, which, okay, is a good pick, but I just feel like it isn't a comfort pick for Rizal. He even went for Electro Flash, which I mentioned very early on. I feel like the Weakness Finder is still the better option for the Melissa, personally. Here, it's another Kaja ban though. Alter Ego still sticking with the Fanny Kaja. Not Claude this time, it's 1-1.
All right, first pick now for EVOS Legends. The Fredrin, there's Faramis, there's Carry as well. It really depends. Last time around, EVOS Legends didn't even bother with the carry. They picked up the Lolita and the Moskov straight up. Are they going for the same route this time? But
Wow.
it turns out they are not. Valentina going to be the priority. They're going to try and play around the IMU.
So I guess, yeah, EVOS Legends here, what they're saying is, yeah, Udil, you picked up Valentina for the first game. Let me pick it up for you. Are you going to pick up the Faramis? Because Udil's Faramis is not really popular.
I think Yves is a solid option that has been left open. EVOS banned it in the... Oh, they banned it already as well here. It was first. I saw it third in the first match or first game here. So you're right. Faramis, not really an Udil pick. I think an Udil pick would be Farsa or just the hero that also got a new skin, the JJK
Julian.
skin. It's literally in his name, Udil Julian Murphy. Well, they go for it. They go for the Farsa. Okay.
Virgin Farsa here for Alter Ego. So looking at their composition, it's just still very, it's too early to tell. But of course, very prio. Why Farsa? Fast rotation, fast clear. So Udil, and of course, in Farsa, hopefully in this game can have more impact than he did in game 1.
There's a lot of flex as well here, right? I mean, the Fredwin can be in several different lanes now.
Brands,
interestingly enough.
Pick up the Claude, Brands.
Do you think he will? Well, he has something else to say about this. Winning at ISF became additional motivation for them in MPL ID Season 11. And so far, we're seeing the effects of the motivation, right? The Yuzong pickup for Psychots! And the Kadita to top it all off. Full dive comp so far for EVOS Legends.
Perfect timing on that
dynamic. And it's so scary, right?
It is.
Against Alter Ego, they have a really strong high ground, really good artillery. But the problem is, the Farsa is so vulnerable to the dives.
A bit too vulnerable. This is the, if all the Psychots haters out there back at ISF says he can only play Yuzong, so he's showing it here again that, okay, you know what, let me play Yuzong. I'm gonna show you how good I am really on this hero. And the Kadita, so right now it's the ISF lineup. It's the Kadita and the Yuzong, aside from the Valentina. But Alter Ego, now with the response, honestly, picking up a gold laner would be just a solid choice, and that's exactly what they go. They go for the Harith, which is an interesting move, but I like it. Why? Because if you go for a standard marksman, you are another hero just to get munched on by that dragon. If you're the Harith, you bring the Purify, you're very mobile in these team fights, and you can actually maneuver across away from these two Petrifies coming your way.
We're talking about Harith. It's a hero that this hero wants to be engaged on, right? And we're talking about EVOS Legends. I feel like almost all 3 heroes are dive type comp, hard engage composition, hard engage hero. So a perfect response from Alter Ego. The question is, will Ryzel execute it properly?
What about a gold lane Phoveus? Would that work against the Harith?
Gold lane, if they really want to counter the Harith, the best hero isn't the Phoveus, it's the Esmeralda actually. Yeah, Esmeralda or just pure crowd control like the suppression. Franco can be a choice here, but I think they already filled their roamer position, so I don't think the Franco is going to be respected at all. EVOS are starting to, again, nail down on Rassi's hero. Alter Ego are making another mistake, I believe, in not picking Rassi's hero in the first phase, like the Atlas here. Sure, he has a lot of achievements to his name. 2nd place MDL Season 5, 5th to 6th place MDL Season 6, and best roamer for MDL ID Season 6. But still, it doesn't, cover the fact that his hero pool in MPL so far has been very much exploited by the other teams.
Very, very interesting stat indeed here from side of Rassi. But there you go, Alter Ego will close out the bans targeting the jungler options here. No Martis, no Akai. Let's see EVOS, a little respect for Rassi. They're banning out the Natalia. Will they commit to another Natalia ban? Or I guess they can ban the XP, right? Like securing Psychots' lane can be the way to go.
What do you expect a Lapu Lapu ban maybe?
Lapu
Lapu, Charizla?
Bene can also come through here.
Don't think Pi plays a lot of Bene, unfortunately. I think if they really want, Charizla ban can be the option, but they go for the Ling. If they really want to go for XP ban, probably Charizla, because we have seen Pi play that, and it is a good hero up against the Yuzong. But any other hero, Lapu, I don't think any of those heroes really give Yuzong a hard time in lane. He is one of the best laners in Mobile Legends in the XP lane, so it's just the Ling ban, just respect towards kids who still, because the Fredrin is still flexible, right? That's why we're seeing it here. it's interesting because I thought they would actually be the ones going for something like a Ling pick here.
True. Realizing far Harith, Farsa, but I guess EVOS Legends also signaling a, Hayabusa can be picked up here for Taz, so perhaps that might be the way to go. But Alter Ego will secure Grok.
Good pick.
It's a very good pick. It's a good, it's a good peel. It's a good cover for their composition.
It could also counter their engage, right? All EVOS Legends, they want to go in far. But with the Grok in the composition, it can also counter engage on EVOS Legends. We do have some stats here on Hijime, the achievements that he's actually been able to achieve so far. Second place, MDL Season 6, first place, the winning lineup for ISF 2022, and he was also the rising star of MDL Season 6. Right now, EVOS Legends, they're going to secure in the next 2 picks. It's going to be Cho as well as Carry. So
Cho Jungle.
Cho Jungle, yeah.
Cho Jungle.
I had a feeling earlier because against the Harith, against the Cho, we talked about how do you deal with Harith, crowd control, and I guess with that, with Yuzong, with also Cho, it's just add more precision for EVOS Legends.
This is very interesting. Alter Ego now, it comes down to, is the Fredrin jungling? Is the Grok roaming? Because if those two
or is the Grok
possibilities
jungling?
are true, exactly, then they can go for XP.
There you go, right?
It's Grok XP.
Grok XP, Ruby roam, Fredrin jungle.
Wow, okay.
There you go. The compositions of both EVOS as well as Alter Ego have been set in stone. EVOS Legends still sticking with their hard dive with the Valentina, Yuzong, Kadita, Alter Ego with the Harith pickup. Honestly, looking and comparing both of these, Gani, let's start with you. Which composition do you like better?
Looking at the composition, it's tough, but I gotta lean in favor. I gotta lean towards a EVOS.
What about you?
I'm leaning towards Alter Ego, man. I feel like the Harith is a good lane against the carry, so it's a counter pick, but Brands can make it happen. Draft, Alter Ego, execution, anyone.
Anyone. It's anyone's game right now, but honestly, I really like the composition for EVOS Legends. I think they do have a really good chance. If Alter Ego, they're going to depend on Harith as well as Farsa. EVOS Legends have the answer in their composition, and with that in mind, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 2 of match number 1 between EVOS as well as Alter Ego. Will Alter Ego go down 2-0 against EVOS, or will they make difference here in this particular game?
I thought you were going to go to do the thing.
What
Welcome
thing?
to Mobile Legends, the lion, when you enter Mobile Legends.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Pretty accurate, 99.
Smash them.
Yeah, there you go. Gotta add in the smash them here, but early on, Dreams opting to actually help Psychots cut the wave, which is great because it gives him level 2 very early on. More XP to play with means that Taz will have much more room to play in the jungle department on the Cho that's a bit weaker in clear-wise, and that's the curveball as well. You don't expect Dreams to have the Breath of the Ocean that early on.
Alright, let's see here. I guess Rizal and Udo really respects the crowd control potential coming from EVOS Legends. 2 purifies. Alter Ego now top side. Dreams and Bronze trying to poke Rizal, but it seems like now not much action just yet.
Still stickering, still confident. Meanwhile, in the mid side here, so much emphasis, right, on mid lane control, but Rossi is actually the one to get taken quite low here, but the Talent's prediction. Oh, you joined the dark side.
Okay.
You joined the Papulong side.
Yeah,
He's
alright.
the dark side, it's not Alter Ego.
Yeah, but you know, okay, sure. I actually like the draft still. EVOS Legends, they're really proving me wrong here with their crazy execution. But Alter Ego,
Psychots level 3,
way.
not level 4 just yet here.
Wow.
Oh, he survives, but no, Kids takes the first blood. Taz a little bit late to the party, but Alter Ego responding back in game 2.
I like how you countered your own statement.
Yeah,
You're
I
like,
did.
with this prediction, Evil's proved me wrong, and then Alter Ego comes back into the game
Yeah,
with
they're
a
like,
pickup.
don't worry, Miracle, we got you.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Okay, let's see. Turtle fight. Guess now Taz visible. Oh, flicker while charge connecting on towards one. Psychots will connect on towards Udo, but the turtle will fall to the hands of Alter Ego. Psychots stunned. Good disengage. Spheres dive as a defense by will try to provide feel, but Hijumi is securing the kill. Another one goes down, and it's going to be a trade, a pie for Taz.
And meanwhile, Carrie's just farming up a storm there in the enemy jungle, Mirko.
Oh, wow. Again, Brands, an annoying gold laner to face off against, right? If you're Alter Ego, you're Ryzel, you're thinking, hey, I picked the Herod to 1v1 you. 1v1 me, scrub, but Brands is in the enemy jungle farming. He's a jungler at this point, taking a gold buff too. And it's great because he times it so well where he doesn't miss the cannon minion, the actual gold minion here. He misses a few of the caster minions, but it's all good. It's all fine and dandy, and because of that, EVOS Legends, despite being a kill down, are actually just very little behind of Alter Ego.
I'm wondering whether or not Alter Ego Esports will be picking up on his rotations, because if they do stand a chance. But wait a minute.
4v1. Taz immediately taken down with the combination from Alter Ego Esports. Very good proactiveness from their side.
Yeah, one of the reasons I went for Alter Ego was obviously the gold lane I mentioned, but secondly, it was just the jungle matchup and the mid lane prio that Alter Ego will mostly have because of the Pharsa having a bit more mobility compared to the Valentina. Valentina, you know, makes up for that with her creativity, with the ultimate, but that's about it. Alter Ego have a lot more to say in the map early on. So what they need to do is capitalize on the fact that they have this early lead and they have these early heroes to work with. Because if EVOS Legends weather the storm, Brands is going to be really scary late game.
I mean, with that in mind, Alter Ego Esports, they're not that far ahead of EVOS Legends. So even if you're saying that Udil has like that slight edge with the mobility, and they need to capitalize over, EVOS Legends are doing a really good time of even preventing that from happening. They don't have that much more map control, as you can see here, the setup for the turtle.
4 members already in that vicinity, and EVOS responds with a 5-man setup. Let's see here, Pi joining a little bit too late. Feather airstrike, wall charge flicker connects, turtle will fall in the hands of Taz. Rossi now taking a lot of damage, will go down. Dreams in the backside, Purify pops from Udil, but Cyclops is in that area. Ryzel finds kids. Cyclops securing the kill. 2-member down. Another favorable trade for the White Tigers.
Pi did his best, right? He saw that wild charge, try and alleviate the pressure that EVOS Legends were giving onto them. He tried. Unfortunately, okay. Eventually, the follow-up wasn't there just yet. But EVOS Legends, even then, still able to capitalize over that team fight.
Seems like the turret will collapse top side. So Alter Ego Esports, even though they lost that trade, they got some slight compensation. Mirko, though, I got a question. Pi building Sea Halberd, is that wise?
It's somewhat wise, right? It's kind of wise. You want to go damage with the high and dry emblem you already went for. That's a lot of early aggression already. So you want to try to build on that with the Sea Halberd up against Cyclops, who's able to sustain a lot of your burst damage. So I understand why he went for that pretty early on. I want to talk a little bit about how that team fight went on, though, because Hijome, in the last 2 skirmishes, have always prioritized the wild charge. I think that's been amazing. He doesn't go for the feather airstrike. He doesn't go for these damaging abilities. He instead just goes for CC, which sets up the team so well and creates so much space, because like you saw earlier, it just forced a response from Pi, going for the wild charge, not to Brands, but instead to help the other members of the team who got knocked up, therefore giving Brands so much more room to play with.
Did you see Brands' item? He already has the golden staff.
Yeah,
He's a fast man.
Oh, that's so quick.
He's an annoying fast man.
He really is. And right now, it doesn't seem like Alter Ego Esports have a particular answer to it. You can see even Brands rotating to the bottom side now that he was able to kind of win it in the top side. But both teams, they're going to start rotating once again on that turtle.
Let's see here. Taz already poking Pi here. Soaking a lot of damage. Forced to use the flicker. Alter Ego, take a look at Cyclops. The dragon is coming. Feather airstrike on towards Bronze. Not much connection, but take a look at the backside. Cyclops wreaking havoc on towards Udil. Will fall though. And now Alter Ego looking for the re-engage slowly but surely as EVOS Legends finally lost a trade.
Dreams used her entire combo wombo on Pi. Was that a mistake, or was that, you know, there's an answer behind that?
I think that was great because Pi is the only real answer to the wild charge that Hijume has, but they overcommitted.
Okay, Taz now jumping in, a mistake, but Kids will take the turtle. Taz will follow the process, as well as Brands, and now Dreams is gonna be next in the chopping block. Not much, not anything that he can do. I might be wrong though. No Petrify. No. 3 members is on this guy, and Dreams will just buy enough time for perhaps a clear in the top side.
Wow, again, I do want to talk about this, right? It was EVOS Legends overcommitting and then doubling down on the fact that they already lost Psychots. Okay, back again, let's rewind to when the Grok was forced to flicker out. That was already such a good play, but they're already looking for another up top here. Okay, they decide to disengage. They decide to let me talk here. So, okay. Hijume was able to steal the wild charge. The only reason that EVOS Legends need to dump on Pi and to need to force that flicker out is because that's the only response to his own wild charge. Now, after that engage, Pi flickered out. He was super low. He had to recall, and Alter Ego already conceded the turtle. But EVOS, instead of going for the turtle, they went for a fight. Psychots dives into tier 2, gets punished, and then Alter Ego has the man advantage. EVOS still overcommits for some reason, and that's the reason Alter Ego now have come back fully. You can see in the gold lead department as well, Brands was super ahead of the pack, but because of that fight earlier, Harith is able to come back pretty fast. He's only 100 gold behind, and if you're a Harith, you're gonna love this, right? The Holy Crystal built up, and this is your power spike. This is where Alter Ego can start to take the shots.
Here, I mean, item-wise, it's still standard. Nothing much apart from that Sea Halberd item. First item for Pi. Now, with this lead, Alter Ego Esports, all Dreams. Perfect Purify from Udil, but now he might be punished. 3 members is on him, and Dreams with a wrong target there. Now, Alter Ego lost a turret. This might be a re-engage from Alter Ego. EVOS are running for the heals as they are waiting for Cyclops. Misses that. I'm offended, and now the Lord is up, so both teams need to be careful. Oh, a re-engage now. Rossi will take a lot of damage, but EVOS Legends now needs to be careful because Shaman Force is there. Alter Ego, both teams here just trading punches.
Yeah, 1-for-1 trade there. It was actually Pi for Dreams, and interestingly enough, they still wanted to engage once again, realizing that Ryzel already hit that power spike, and you can already feel the damage coming through, the burst DPS from his abilities. But looking at the goal differences, like you mentioned, Mirko, it's catching up.
Psychots, he went in for that fight, overcommitted, and you can see just the gold now. Let's see, Gotti.
Kits will have that Lord comfortably. EVOS Legends will have no compensation whatsoever. Alter Ego Esports building a healthy lead.
2,000 gold lead now. Instantly traded back for them. Alter Ego, they played it really well. I mean, did you really think that that previous team fight was an overcommitment by Psychots? Isn't that his main role? Isn't that his main goal as a Yuzong to try and prevent Udil from popping up the Feather Airstrike? I thought the reason of that was maybe the setup of the team fight wasn't that perfect, the way that they weren't able to follow up on his initiation. I'm not really sure. What do you think here?
His initial initiation was good. That's what I think, right?
Yeah.
When Pi was already low, you want to try to put more pressure on the rest of the team. But again, the turtle was conceded. They should have just went for the turtle. They kept on going, and sure, he was able to cancel the Feather Airstrike, but he was so far isolated away from the team without a Petrify. And Udil was able to maneuver under the tier 2, yet he still overcommitted inside the tier 2. Taz, again, also, speaking of overcommitment, what is this?
Until play occurred earlier, Mataz will try to escape. Will try to juke.
Feet.
The Feather Airstrike, he can juke, but not the Shaman Force, as Taz will take that Way of Dragon. Of course, Harith will secure the kill, buying time for his team to take down the Lord top side.
Again, it's super interesting, right? I say overcommitment, someone on the map always decides to follow through with what I say. And yeah, that's Taz down. Luckily for him, there's no neutral objective to actually take for Alter Ego, but they will certainly be able to take something back. That's the capitalization of this composition that's built really well to actually siege down turrets and boom.
Oh, Pi flicker wall charge. Take a look at the wombo combo. 5 ultimates, almost 5 ultimates pop there for just 1 member now. They're looking to siege in the base turret as Taz will be the next one to fall. Bronze to outside, and take a look at the double. Psychots here with the Dragon Forward will find Rysel with the help of James, but Psychots will fall here as Alter Ego. What?
Psychots?
No, he hasn't fallen.
Wait, what?
The Oracle, stop this guy as Alter Ego finally take this guy down.
Anti-mage vibes, a miracle. We haven't seen it in a long time. But Psychots, even though he got taken out at the end, he bought so much time for his team to stay in the game. If he couldn't make that play, that would have been GG for EVOS Legends.
No, it would have been completely over. You're right. My goodness gracious, that was brilliant. I thought it was just a desperate Hail Mary play here, but Psychots, at this point, you really gotta appreciate the mechanical display this man had, just sidestepping almost everything, getting sustained back up, jumping back in, again dying in the end, but baiting so much of the resources and buying so much time for the team that it ends up saving the team instead of being a bad thing with him dying. And now they're actually gonna be able to contest for the next Enhanced Lord. Alter Ego still have the advantage, but look at how Brands is positioned here.
See, Taz already opening up vision, providing visible members. Concealed play though. Is this the right target? Psychots immediately popping.
Oh, Brands is
in the backside here, looking for the back
whoa.
There's no way,
Ordeal
right?
Wings by Wings. Take a look at this, as now Brands will not be able to find the base, but Taz will fall in the process. Rossi now gets stunned. He gets taken down in the hands of Brands. Oh, Brands is free. They stop this guy. Kids will be the next one to fall. Luckily, there is an immortal as Alter Ego and EVOS Legends will recollect here in minute number 14.
This game got way more exciting from game number 1. What is going on? Alter Ego Esports and EVOS Legends, they are throwing punches. Unfortunately, the way that EVOS Legends cleared it, they were visible on the map, and Alter Ego Esports were able to pick it up. But on top of that, EVOS, they have a Lord marching down that mid side.
Look at the build here, right? Okay, so initially, that was just a crazy macro move that EVOS Legends made. I love the way they actually tackled that fight. They know that they are at a disadvantage. If they go for a 5v5, it's too much of a gamble. Because if, let's say, Alter Ego still end up getting the Lord, it's just EVOS Legends conceding and not getting anything back. So they decide to trade. Other members, all the other 4 members went in to try to distract. Meanwhile, Brands, it was a split push threat, but mainly it was a trade. That was the main reason as to why Brands was going in the mid lane, because at least, even if we concede the Lord, we get the mid lane turret, base turret, mind you, that is going to be giving so much more pressure back to EVOS Legends. Now, all they need to do is clear out the Lord, and they're going to be all good. They have more pressure to play with anyways. And I want to point out the fact that Brands built the Endless Battle. So there's going to be more true damage even to play around with here, which is interesting because we don't usually see this. We see maybe more Wind of Natures. There's no defensive items. He did not go for a single defensive item, which is, again, super duper interesting. He just went for some magic defense boots, and in the end, he went for Windtalker Endless Battle. This is a very risky move from Brands, but I think it might end up paying off.
Hopefully, right? That's like best case scenario because we saw how much damage that Feather Airstrike landed onto Brands. He was able to get out of that in perfect time before that second hit, that second meteor hit. But if he didn't, if he was struggling with something else and he got caught in that Feather Airstrike, GG for EVOS Legends.
Yeah.
We'll see exactly how his item build actually pays off for EVOS Legends, or whether or not it will actually be the reason why they lose this game. But right now, Alter Ego Esports, they're already looking for a setup onto EVOS Legends, but Rossi, he misses. Well, I guess he's checking the bush, right?
Yeah, he's testing, perhaps, hopefully, well...
Trying to catch that Talia.
Perhaps, oh.
That was the previous game, and on their own team.
Yeah, okay, a lot of defensive item here, and the defensive items here built. Dominance and as well as Athena. So now, I guess EVOS Legends are going to play responsibly as the Lord will spawn in the next 8 seconds.
Oh. 6 seconds.
Brands is an assassin.
He is.
That's what he is doing right now. He is hunting Pi down. He is hunting a tree down. He does not like nature. But it's fine because right now, look at the other side of the map. They're playing the cross map super well, and this is, again, due to the flexibility of EVOS Legends' draft. Alter Ego, they have a solid draft. I picked them because they have a solid team fight draft, early game draft, but when it comes down to the late game, why EVOS Legends have an advantage isn't because of the hero power, just the hero power. It's mostly because it's so flexible and they have so many independent lanes that can play, and look at the split push threat again.
Now take a look at Cyclops flanking. Purified Pops and Pi. It's going to be first one to fall as Cyclops now taking 3 members. Ta securing the Lord as Brands is just re-hitting it from the backside. And take a look at the pressure and damage. Udil popping something here in the backside. Gets his son on towards Dreams though. 4 men is still alive here from the side of Alter Ego. They will look for the defense.
What? Wait. EVOS Legends. Okay, they're waiting for the Lord, right? Because this is their perfect chance. They played that so well. What they were missing in that previous attempt, they were able to fix in this attempt. And this is looking like a disaster for Alter Ego.
Again, why EVOS Legends have the better late game comp and why we're always saying that here in this game is because of the independent laners constantly pushing the waves, and they're doing exactly what they did in game number 1, pushing the mid lane first, trying to bait out some abilities, and that's exactly what they do. Alter Ego have used a whole lot of resources. Let's see if EVOS Legends can capitalize, because I don't think in this case they can. I think what we need to be talking about is Alter Ego, they have a better late game comp when it comes to team fighting. Just team fighting playing out. In the terms of wave manipulation, Yuzong is way more better in a solo lane later stage up against the Grok, who is made to just team fight and wow.
Brands
there,
and take a look at Taz being the first one to fall. Udil in the backside though, caught by Dreams.
Oh, no,
take a look at Brands. He's almost gets away with that, but take a look at the defense from Alter Ego. 4 men, and they managed to win their defense.
Oh, overcommitment by Brands there. It was perfect position for that Flicker wild charge, and he was the one to get hit. Fortunately enough, EVOS Legends did come and try to defend him, even though he did get taken down. But if that wasn't the case, man, Alter Ego Esports, they opened that up really well.
What a play by Pi. Just when I was saying his name too, again, he's a very good team fight threat. Yeah, he's a very good team fight threat. Okay, I mean, it was a good thing. I said he's a team fight threat. He's not really a lane threat in the later stage of the game, and that's exactly what he utilizes, flickering forward and not hesitating. And I think that's what the main problem has been for Alter Ego in their first 3 games, in their first 2 matches, right? They have been hesitating a whole lot when they go and try to execute these plays. The Alter Ego I know from season 8 to 10 is the Alter Ego that just goes in. They go in. They don't care. It all comes down to their instincts.
We'll see.
Oh, kids here, face checking on towards Dreams. Oh, the damage from Brands. Oh, the wall charge misses though. Dreams will be the target, and he gets taken down. Take a look. Oh, never mind. He is not down. Cyclops to the backside gets the Winter Strengthen for Udil, but take a look at the taunt. Cyclops Furious Dive gets taken down. Rizel now might be next. Let's take a look at the Shaman Force. Oh my goodness. Hijume in the backside will not fall just yet, as Hijume is actually going to be the one taking the kill. Dreams will fall in the process, and now it's going to be 3-4-4 for the members from both teams.
Oh, that wasn't a good game for EVOS Legends. That wasn't a good team fight. I think they were kind of split. They were still trying to do the same thing that they did with Brands, trying to push in that mid lane. But Alter Ego Esports, they were so good in the team fight. They were actually able to zone Brands away and even prevent him from getting a kill, as Brands was late into the team fight. Do you think he should have just committed to that mid lane?
I don't think so, because Udo already recalled, and that's the reason he had to, you know, stop his push. But again, we're so used to seeing the backdoor plays happen successfully that we're not used to seeing this when it actually fails and it becomes a wrong call, because EVOS Legends could have easily won that team fight if Brands was there to follow it up. It was a wrong call, simply put, by EVOS Legends to send Brands into the mid lane. But now you can already see Brands having to respect Alter Ego for their team fighting damage, mainly their magic damage. Selling his boots, by the way. He didn't sell one of the offensive items, he sold his boots to get the Athena shield. So he is going to have less mobility, but it all comes down to how the rest of EVOS Legends actually play around him, and Brands is still able to escape from the I'm offended.
Oh, Dreams of Maxify connects on towards Rizel. That's a huge petrify. Brands picking up a kill. And now EVOS Legends will find the Lord, possibly the last Lord push that they needed to secure the series.
How did he see that? How did he dodge away from that I'm offended? I mean, like, you don't hear it anymore, right, from the bush? But he was he had like the sense that he needed to jump out in that split second, and that was the most important call of today, I would say, preventing him from getting picked off, even getting the Lord as well as getting a kill from Alter Ego Esports. Brands is just beautiful in this game.
He is very beautiful in this game here. And with the Immortality bot, I think he sold the Athena shield for this one. It's a good buy. Mid lane evolved Lord Gunny.
Oh, Wave Dragon. Oh, one charge on towards 3. And that's the perfect setup for EVOS Legends to secure the series. 2-0 as Alter Ego Esports will suffer their second loss in the season.
Third time 2-0 for EVOS Legends. They are going on a rampage this season. Very similar to last season. We saw a similar thing from them in leg 1. Let's see if EVOS Legends can stay consistent this time.
It's another 2-0 loss for Alter Ego, another 2-0 victory for EVOS Legends. Literally two teams on two different sides. EVOS finding so much success with this roster despite having a weaker team fighting composition, a weaker early game composition. They were able to weather the storm out to when their composition really works the later stage. And even then, in team fights, they know they will have a certain level of disadvantages when it comes down to facing on the Herith and the Pharsa head on. So they are always utilizing the waves to create forced errors and to spread Alter Ego out to make them focus on not just the team fight, but even their base, right? And that's, in the end, what happened in this game. EVOS were able to out-macro Alter Ego.
Yeah, I'm just still so speechless with how EVOS Legends has been performing. 2-0 again. It was so clean. And if we want to say that Brands was carrying the team, we can't say that either, right?
No.
Psychots made a huge impact as well. Taz did his job really well. Dreams also was really great at initiating and even preventing the setup from Alter Ego from happening. This lineup is just so impressive. And if I were the other teams, right, I'd be shaking now.
But listen, right?
I'm listening.
Last season, EVOS Legends, they won
You're
the first
right.
half champions. Is this going to be a repeat of last season, or will they learn from season 10?
I mean, to be fair, last season's roster was full of rookies, right? This roster, they've been together, MDL, and then they made it to IESF, won against Blacklist. I think they're a more mature team than the EVOS we saw last season.
Failures ultimately are a big lesson, right?
Yeah.
And for EVOS Legends, I think especially for this organization, they have taken that season and they have learned from it. They haven't forgotten about it. They
hard way.
have constantly been reminded about it.
Anyone
No
has
one.
forgotten.
No one. I mean, even if they forget about it, they can just look at the comment section once and see a lot of sevens. But again, it's a reminder to them as to how bad they failed and how much they can learn from that failure, right? You're seeing an amazing performance from this EVOS Legends lineup due to those crazy, the crazy progression the organization has showed throughout just season 10 to now season 11. And host, take it away.
Begitu bersemangat tentunya karena melihat bagaimana permainan dari EVOS Legends di game yang kedua berhasil melakukan comeback. Early game yang cukup berat tentunya untuk kalian, tapi kalian berhasil untuk membalikan keadaan dan bahkan 2-0 lagi buat EVOS. What happened, Brans?
Ya early pressure kita udah maksudnya fokus aja ke gamenya. Terus kita kemarin ISF juga gamenya comeback, jadi udah biasa lah.
Sudah biasa. Menangnya pakai kelas gitu ya. Tapi Brans, kita ngelihat kalau tadi di game tadi, sebenarnya gimana sih keadaan kalau dari tim kalian sendiri? Gimana caranya untuk bisa stick sampai akhir dan bisa ngedapetin kemenangan? Apakah ada shot call yang ngebangun satu sama lain?
Ya pasti ada, tetap fokus ke gamenya. Terus juga planning kita berlima nggak ada yang split lah, jadi semua satu suara.
Nggak panik tuh berarti tadi?
Ya nggak.
Nggak ada panik sama sekali?
Nggak ada.
Oh, tapi kalau dari game tadi kita ngeliat Alter Ego. Siapa sih yang menurut kalian yang bikin game kedua itu kesulitan kalian?
Mungkin Rizal kali ya pakai Haritnya, rada bikin kita ribet.
Razel bakal menjadi mungkin salah satu hambatan pula, tapi melihat Alter Ego hari ini, Alter Ego dan juga EVOS Legends, mereka sama-sama punya line up yang banyak, player yang banyak di MPL Season 11. Apakah ini player yang kalian expect untuk berhadapan dengan EVOS Legends hari ini?
Sebenarnya kita nggak terlalu pusingin lawan siapa mau main siapa aja sih, kayak kita ya udah ready dari diri kita sendiri aja. Atau kan kemarin AE baru main 1 match, jadinya ya kita kayak predik aja dari coach dan analis kita siapa yang bakal main.
Oh, sama seperti kalian ya. Tapi ada nggak sih mungkin player yang pengen kalian hadapi dari tim Alter Ego mungkin buat leg yang kedua?
Shelly Boy.
Shelly Boy, mana Shelly Boy? Ada salam-salam gak nih buat Shelly Boy dan juga tim Alter Ego?
Ya ditunggu di leg kedua.
Ditunggu apa nih?
Leg kedua.
Ditunggu leg kedua, gak ada apa-apa lagi?
Gak ada apa-apa lagi.
Gak ada apa-apa lagi. Tentu saja karena ini adalah best of 3 series, kita sudah melihat 2-0. Dan Tas, ada gak sih mungkin yang kamu lihat di season 11 ini 2 match kalian 2-0 semua. Ada tantangan yang pengen kamu tunggu nggak dari tim mana mungkin?
Gak ada sih sebenarnya. Kan dari interview kemarin udah dibilang juga. Kalau ada Brands kalem aja.
Oh, yang penting Brands aja ya. Yang penting Brands, dipijetin aja ya. Tadi habis kelar dipijetin loh. Kalian punya ritual tersendiri nggak sih? Mungkin Tas kasih tahu kita gitu kalau EVOS Legends sebelum main itu ada ngapain sih kalau yang sekarang ini berlima?
Jadi kita sebelum tanding biasanya pijitin Brands dulu giliran.
Pijit Brands, coba dong contohin pijitnya gimana? Pijitin dulu dong. Siapa yang biasa pijitin? Oh ini Hijume yang biasa pijit. Nih, begini pijitnya. Tapi Brands, kamu dipijit-pijit kayak ini nambah damage?
Nambah semangat.
Nambah semangat. Dari berlima ini yang satu lagi urusan toilet ya. Jadi mohon maklum ini berempat aja. Ada yang mau kamu sampaikan gak sih Dreams mungkin untuk... Enggak, dia langsung enggak. Untuk EVOS fans nih berharap Dreams sama Hijume yang suruh ngomong. Hijume ngomong, disuruh ngomong sama EVOS fans. Ayo ngomong sesuatu dong buat EVOS fans. Minggu pertama udah selesai nih untuk EVOS Legends.
Ya untuk EVOS Fam, terima kasih lah udah dukung kita di leg pertama ini ya. Ya doain aja semoga kita konsisten sampai juara nanti.
Hijume, EVOS dong. Coba yuk.
One team, one voice, one family, EVOS.
Oke, itulah dia EVOS Legends. Mari kita akan langsung ke breakdown game ini dan match ini kepada Om Wawa. Silahkan.
That is the sound that EVOS Legends are not making
anymore.
As they are growling here in the season. They are hungrier than ever to claim what is theirs and looking to write off the history that they accidentally did last season. But wow, back on the caster desk, it's still me, Eterna, Goni, as well as Mirko. And up until this point, I'm shook with that performance. Bronze, he was missing for quite a while and suddenly he's making these kind of plays, this kind of performance. #1 gold lane in Indo.
That's why it was such a shocker not to see Brands get promoted to the MPL last season. That's why everybody was making the memes of Clover having, stocks, major shares of the company. That's why he's not dropping down, and that's why Brands, with his performance, he was performing this way too in the MDL. Can you imagine this performance in the MDL? Oh, poor MDL players having to face off Brands. Poor MDL gold laners, man. Because that was exactly the story last season. Brands just tore up a new lane for himself. The gold lane was made with Brands getting mad one day.
I feel like with the performance from Brands last season, it helped him mature in a sense as well. So let's dissect here. Item builds here, 22 minutes of game time.
Yeah, okay, so he actually sold the Endless Battle to go for the immortality, understanding that he needs a bit more survivability. He tried to gamble that at first, but I think when it came to that final push, he did not want to risk it. I want to actually highlight Psychots because he actually went for the Blood Wings and then the Oracle. So there's actually so much emphasis on just magic defense here as opposed to just physical defense, which is very good considering just the 2 damage dealers from Alter Ego is magical damage, right? It's Udil and Ryzel, both of them having the Divine Glaive, but it's only the Divine Glaive. There's no more Genius Wands here. Even Ryzel had to go for the Oracle, which is an interesting choice. I think it's because of Dreams, who can jump in onto him, and also Valentina here with Hijume. But the concentrated energy here gives him so much more sustain. I think the Oracle is a bit of a waste. He already has the... I don't know, honestly, he already has a few sustainable items. I feel like the Oracle should be changed. I think he should have just kept the Holy Crystal in the end there. He wasn't doing enough damage in the end, and that's why. So I was scratching my head a bit. I was feeling like, why is the Harith not dealing enough damage in these team fights? No Holy Crystal. He sold it for a defensive item, but in this case, I think he's already sustainable enough. He has the Purify too to get out of the Petrify, so he won't really be... Well, obviously, he'll still take some damage, but aside from Dreams, there's no other source of magical defense that can really get to him every single time. Valentina comes, but only if Pi dies.
Amazing. Yeah, I do
Analysis.
agree. I think, amazing performance as well from EVOS Legends to try to deny, but take a look at the post-game here. The carry, Sandbag, and Forgotten One will fall to the side of the losing team.
Bro, finally, Brands doesn't take just all the categories. Finally, the carry is Ryzel. So even despite your saying that he didn't have enough damage, he still dealt the most damage, even above Brands.
Because he had the Holy Crystal for a lot of the time in the game. That's why you saw Alter Ego were able to really just steamroll in these team fights. But I really want to know the timing as to when he sold the Holy Crystal and got the defensive item, the Oracle. Because I think that's when the damage started to fall off. Again, he was doing so much damage, 106,000 in total. Imagine if he had that Holy Crystal in that final fight. I actually believe that with the penetration that he already has as well, the Divine Glaive, that even Psychot would have still melted to the damage of both of these magic dealers doing the same thing together, which is damaging.
Gani.
Bursting.
Do you agree with this?
Let's talk about the MVP. Who do you think will get
Brands.
the MVP later?
Later.
Not now.
Sorry.
Now.
Just pretend you didn't hear what I said.
Shift, gold shift.
This game, much better from Alter Ego, right? On the flip side, they're actually able to consistently be on top in the first 8 to 9 minutes of gameplay. Why? Because of their draft. Again, with more mid-control, they should have more of a say as to how the tempo gets played in the first few minutes of the game, securing more neutral objectives. But unfortunately for them, with that early lead already, they weren't able to capitalize. See that little mini speck there in the 0-0 department almost in the first minute? They weren't able to capitalize fully on that. And the thing is, EVOS Legends, when you give them an inch, they take a mile. They will come back and they will literally just beat you down in those lanes. How? By better setup. Even though Alter Ego had the better composition to play with early game, their setup was still lacking. They did not really care about the minion waves. Udil, we mentioned, has better mid-control. He also has better mobility, but he's constantly just using the wings by wings to try to rotate across the map before clearing the waves. So it just gave over Hijume so much more pressure in terms of gold. He gets way more income. Even though Udil finds an assist up top, there's still more gold and XP that you will find in that lane, just clearing it out, then rotating and getting an assist. And that's why EVOS were able to weather the storm so well. Another point as to why they were able to do that is your MVP, presented to you by Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Dreams constantly being a monster, I would say, in the game. Even early on, this decision to rotate to the XP lane to help Psychots clear the first wave was such a good idea, because they know how much of a force Alter Ego has in their composition in the early game. They needed some sort of advantage, and they found it with XP.
That's the point. That's the problem, right? You think one person is carrying, and like you mentioned, everyone else was really just doing their job, and you can see Dreams really deserved it. One of his power heroes as well, Kadita, I think last season he was the first person to use the Kadita that was not Godiva.
Yes, you're right.
And that was surprising, right? We didn't know that other teams had adapted this kind of potential, and even this season, not a lot of people have found success on this hero.
No.
But Dream still managed to do it and still was able to get the MVP.
Even Godiva, remember, even Godiva lost on the Kadita, his signature pick, but here is the heat map from this first minute of the game, or the 0:00:05 all the way to the 5th minute of the game, where you see early on Eterna that he rotates down below, cuts the wave with Psychot, and then rotates over. But mainly he is playing in the gold lane across the neutral objective as well. You can see there's a few dots, but what's interesting is he actually kind of ignores a whole lot of the neutral objectives when it's in the XP lane, so the first few turtles. But here again, this is the replay of the fight. EVOS Legends with sublime positioning were able to outplay, and this is the moment where Alter Ego could have ended. But Psychot with a slick dodge here and there to the left and not attacking. Look, he doesn't attack, he doesn't care. Then he jumps back right when he baits out the ability. Sure, he dies in the end, but he baits enough of the resources and it buys enough time for his team to come back. And again, it's the macro game that makes EVOS Legends so good in this game, right? The performance that they have here, it's mostly due to their macro play. They're constantly in different lanes. Finally, Alter Ego were able to actually nullify that by getting brands. But even then, EVOS have a way of disengaging super well into the fight. This was the wrong call that EVOS Legends actually made, which was very, very interesting here. Just take a look at this right here, right? Brands was actually all the way here, still pushing the mid lane when his team was fighting. And this was obviously just not the right play to go for, because honestly, if they had continued this team fight with Brands, or had started the team fight with Brands, it would have been all over and EVOS Legends would have won faster. Here's the mic.
Nice! Reset lagi. Rumput dari atas, Met. Di sini nih. Gua ada ulti. Boleh. Ulti. Gue jepit, gue selesai. Ayo, inspire. Nice! Ratain. Gue recall defend bawah, Gue liat lu, Bran. Melisa ya, awas ya. Gue flicker. Aman, Bran. Gue bagus tower. End sama gua. Nice! Berapa lagi gol? Wave aja. Wave. Nice! Akan bener. Nice shot. Kasih tahu. Politik. Nggak bisa. Mati. Kasih gol, kasih bisa, Mit.
Diton gua.
Dimerti gua. Nice banget, udah keren banget lu. Apa, Kot?
Pasangan, men. Hari.
Gua kasih dulu. Mati. Barsat atas. Lihat gua. Rubin flicker. Nice. Kalem lagi kita dapat masuknya.
Lihat parcel.
Harita pukul gua.
Mati. Sama gua.
Mati. Nice.
Cocok, bro. Nice, bro.
Jeez.
Those were the sounds of white tigers roaring in their jungle. And they are so passionate in that game.
They were passionate yesterday and they are passionate now. 2-0, 2 matches, EVOS Legends again. Very convincing start.
Very convincing. It's an amazing start for them.
0,
right?
yeah.
But hopefully other teams that go the other opposite end, and when I mean by that, it's 0-2. Twice in a row. Excuse me?
Alter Ego
no, that's
and
not
Bigetron
true.
Alpha.
That's not true. Aura lost 2-1, not 2-0.
Right,
not
against
like
Rebellion
Bigetron
Zion.
twice in a row.
So it's okay, sometimes you gotta take these losses to learn. Remember, the champions are made of mentality, sheer will. And sometimes the teams in the bottom can climb back all the way to the top. Last season, EVOS Legends were all the way at the top. They ended up in the bottom.
Yeah, you're right.
So, changes can happen.
Anything can happen. Teams can evolve. And hopefully that is what we're going to see.
Hopefully that's what Aura is going to...
He's the only one happy right now.
Aura's gonna to the top. I mean...
You're the only one happy here on the desk, Gani.
I've been happy for 5 seasons,
That's what I was about to say. Can we just ignore him? He's been fine for how many seasons already, okay?
There will come a time, Gani. There will come a time.
But even in the interview, right, when Bude asked Sans, what do you think about the season? I can't wait for the playoffs. His mindset is already in the playoffs.
Dude.
It's not the regular season.
Sometimes you're up sometimes you're down.
Son said that.
And sometimes we need to go back into game number 1 and 2
God.
of what was the keys to success for EVOS Legends. Do you guys want to guess before we finally see it?
You want to guess the standings?
No, the keys to success
Okay.
for EVOS winning
EVOS
that.
Legends.
Brands.
Please.
Just brands.
No, just brands.
No.
Just-
Cyclots as well. Cyclots.
Cyclots. Cyclots.
And you know, I think the addition of Taz in the jungler
Yeah, I told you.
position
Yeah, very
has
effective.
been really good.
Very reliable.
Good utility, good assassin.
Exactly,
Right?
because you would get like, so this is Taz on a normal day, right?
Okay.
And then it goes up like that,
Uh-huh.
then it's like that. But first 6 highest, oh, they can't see him anymore. But first 6 high is higher than Taz, but his lower is lower.
I understand.
I'll
Yeah, he's
explain
not
it
consistent.
later.
He's not consistent.
I'll
There you go.
explain it later,
Right?
but the keys to success.
It's Cyclots.
The keys to success, it's Cyclots. Yes, Gani. Oh, the way you spell, or I don't know how you pronounce it, Cyclots. There's not an L in his name because he just got a dub. But map advantage opens opportunity for flanking in team fights. Once again, this is what EVOS Legends are made of. That map advantage through minion waves, clearing the fundamentals is so good. And shutting down Ryzel's impact with zoning and pulling in and pulling out, right? Knowing when to pull in and to pull out. I think that's his specialty, especially on the Yuzong, Gani.
He's the captain. He's the captain. What? He's the captain.
What is wrong with Gani
He's the
today?
captain for a reason. I want to say captain and El Capitan.
El Capitano.
And there you go. Sidecons leading the team to a 2-0 win again.
Okay, but that's enough for that game match because we have the next match.
Eterna is at lost of words because of Gani's Capitan and his Cyclots. Once again, no L's in Cyclots' name because he has a massive W. But Eterna, I think we are going to be heading to a break.
Yes, we are. So with that in mind, ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned. It's still me, Eterna, Gani, as well as Mirko, and we'll see you after the break.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab baik ada jaminan anti ngaret.
beli. Gratis ongkir, beli.
Gratis ongkir, beli. Download sekarang. Bas Kuas, Bas TV, beli.
おっす、決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子、こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
beli. Gratis ongkir, beli.
Gratis ongkir, beli. Download sekarang. Bas Kuas, Bas TV, beli.
おっす、決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子、こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab baik ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Os, 決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子。こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab baik ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti kuas, pasti beli.
おっす、決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子、こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti kuas, pasti beli.
おっす、決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子、こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Os, 決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子。こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
おっす決まってこうぜ
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ
邪魔だ虎杖裕二です好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンスよろしくお願いします
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan Grab Car pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
おっす決まってこうぜ
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ
邪魔だ虎杖裕二です好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンスよろしくお願いします
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti kuas, pasti beli.
Os! 決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子。こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
おっす決まってこうぜ
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンスよろしくお願いします。
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
おっす決まってこうぜ
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ虎杖裕二です好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンスよろしくお願いします。
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Os! 決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子。こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
おっす決まってこうぜ
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
おっす決まってこうぜ
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan Grab Car pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Os, 決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子。こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan Grab Car pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu.
dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this.
Two red teams, both in the red zone. Go head to head. Aura Fire against Bigetron Alpha here in the last match of week number 1. Today on the cast desk, it's still me, Eterna, Goni, as well as Mirkotron
Alpha.
And it seems like me and Mirko will be clawing each other's eyes out by the end of today's match. But before that, we want to thank our wonderful sponsors for making this event happen. MPL Indonesia Season 11 is powered by Moonton, presented to you by the official tournament phone, the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Our official gold partner by UBS Gold, our partner in esports, Grab, Secret Lab, Blibli, and of course our partners Indomart as well as Point Coffee. And of course we are also supported by PBSE. Thank you so much to everyone who has supported MPL up until this moment, because today we are going to close week number 1.
Amazing first match, right? 2-0 as well from EVOS. Now, will the trend continue between these two teams? I'm just going to be the moderator here because, again, it's going to be Eterna taking on a Bigetron in the desk side.
Whoa, whoa. Whoa, I didn't know it was going to get physical, man. But 1-0 has to go, right? That's the name of the game right now, because either way, even if a team goes 2-0, there's going to be 1-0 that actually... If it goes 2-0, technically 1-0 doesn't need to go.
Mind blown, right?
Let's say Bigetron 2 zeros or a fire, so there's still 2 zeros, or even maybe 3 zeros now. So it's not a 1.
It.
Only Mirko gets it.
You can explain it to me after.
And Arashi maybe.
Maybe after this,
maybe,
right?
Maybe.
But you know what? Let's talk a little bit about some history, because this history will definitely help cheer you up, Eterna. Bigetron Alpha has been eliminated by Aura for 2 consecutive seasons in the playoffs. Day 1 of the playoffs in MPL ID Season 9, Bigetron Alpha were sent home on the first day, 3-2. Then in the lower bracket semifinals of MPL Indonesia Season 10 for that glorious 3rd place spot, Aura Fire 3-0'd Bigetron Alpha, gave them an egg after sending them home too. That has to feel good because it's protein.
It is.
Is it though?
Protein. An egg. Not literally an egg. That's a figurative egg, which is not good for you, right?
The thing is, Mirko, so far, history has been able to repeat itself. Even since yesterday, right?
Aura?
Whoever goes
Losing
against
to
whoever, it always just goes by history. So if history repeats itself, Goni...
I hear a lot of copium, Goni.
It's gonna be... Well, yeah, let's see here as we are going to look at the best coaches, but opposite in performance here, Mirko.
Okay, this is just an unfortunate stat, but it's a pretty interesting one, right? The 2 best coaches, the 2 coaches awarded the best coach title. In Season 9, it was Palevi from Aura Fire with a stellar performance in the regular season. And in Season 10, we have Coach Aldo, obviously when he was back at Onyx Esports. Now, what is the method used by the coaches here that will grant them their first victory? That's the real question, because yeah, the best coaches so far have had their teams have had the worst performances, right? I think so far, if you take a look at just the games here, Bigetron Alpha have had, a little bit of a worst performance because of a 2-0 loss for both RRQ and Onyx Esports. Meanwhile, for Aura Fire, they did take it all the way to game number 3 up against Rebellion Zion.
But to be fair, the problem is the fact that Aldo swapped teams, right?
Yeah.
He transferred into a completely different team, and that's understandable. I keep mentioning this. The fact that you get a new team means that the strategies you've had maybe from your previous team cannot be applied in your new team, as we are going to take a look at the team head-to-head here between Bigetron as well as Aura.
Overall, across the board, you can kind of see that in terms of the game win rate, obviously, this is the Season 11 stats, by the way, if you guys still don't know. Aura Fire, yes, they were able to get 1 game victory up against Rebellion Zion, so they're definitely up on that. But Bigetron Alpha, even though they lost all of their games, they got swept in both of their matches, the way they played the game showed so much potential, and the Aldo effect has definitely been visible on this side. They were able to win in the early stage of the game against RRQ with Hanabi, and against Onyx Esports, the defending champions, they were almost able to end, but they always fell short when it mattered. Now that's the main point here for Bigetron Alpha. Meanwhile, for Aura Fire, personally for me, I just feel like they've been really messy from the drafts all the way to how they play and execute the draft. It's been very questionable. But I think the main source of the mistakes happening from Aura has to be the draft, right? Coach Halevi isn't drafting alone. He's also supported by CL, the coach for Aurafire back in Season 7, when unfortunately Aurafire were not able to get a single match victory. Here though, we're going to take a look at a certain player from Bigetron Alpha, King Max. He was called Lord Max back in the day because of his horrible performance. That's just not sugar-coated, right? He had a horrible performance, but he has stepped up so much in Season 10. It paid off in the later stages of the regular season, and here he is able to actually step out of his comfort zone in Season 11. This has to be the Aldo effect as well, always requesting his players to learn different heroes, and he was able to bring out the Grok in the jungle, something we saw from Carl Teasy back in M4. Now, with this Grok, usually if he goes for some crazy pick, Max never performs, but he has learned this hero. He was able to initiate a lot of good fights, even securing a lot of neutral objectives for his team, which is literally what the Grok is meant to do. Max has always been the jungler that you can rely on. Even when your team is down, Max somehow finds a way to crawl back in with his efficient farming and his good positioning in the team fight. Season 10 was his best season, and here you can see it too, even outplaying the side of Vin really well. So far, still 0% win rate, but obviously that can change with this match.
True. Max has really stepped up. I remember a few seasons ago we were talking about his Retribution game, and I think I was a little sarcastic about him back in the day.
Almost everyone.
And I regret it now, seeing his performance. He's got to be one of our most consistent junglers right now, top with his Retribution game as well. And you're right, the fact that he's able to shy out of that shell, come out of his comfort zone, and evolve into King Max is what makes him a worthy player on Bigetron Alpha.
Completely agree. He has improved in that retreat department. But remember, this season, he has some competition with Jaskar. So let's just wait and see, as we are going to take a look at the high stats.
He has competition in his own org, Jaskar, but he has also competition right next to him. If he's stepping out of his comfort zone, speaking of stepping out of the comfort zone, this guy's been doing it since Season 8. He's been playing the utility jungler since before it was cool, right? He was also considered to be Lord High back in Season 7. 0 wins. Everybody thought he was the worst jungler to ever step foot in the MPL, but ever since, no, he didn't change his name. He's still Lord High, but now he's called Lord for a positive impact that he's able to bring to Aurafire. Season 8 to 9, these unique picks have just been crazy and has developed Aurafire's identity even more. But here, he's also stepping out of his comfort zone. We usually see him on the utility tank junglers. Now, he's stepping out, playing these mages like the Lunox in the jungle, and this ultimately helped Aurafire to get the dub against Rebellion Zion. The only win that Aurafire have in terms of game, still sitting at a 100% win rate, and could be Aurafire's future. And especially for Lord High, this can be a signature pick in the following games.
I'm not sure. He was granted the best, what is it, first team jungler in Season 9. Season 9.
Well deserved, by the way.
But after that, it doesn't seem like he's been able to compete with everything that's been going on. And I'm talking about the other junglers' developments. I'm also talking about the meta changes, and I'm also talking about the patch differences. And I gotta say, High seems to be the weakest jungle we see in MPL ID.
That's the thing. That's what I'm most disappointed about Aurafire. Off-season, they did nothing.
Well, maybe they didn't do anything in terms of the rosters, but they've definitely learned a few things. So has Bigetron Alpha, and here are the keys to victory presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Play with discipline and don't overcommit. I cannot stress this enough. Yesterday in the games, I think in almost all their games, they've always have the lead. That's the Aldo effect that we're talking about. How to stay consistent even though you're behind, always having that gold lead, but not enough patience from this lineup. This very new rookie-filled lineup is very aggressive and sometimes a bit too aggressive when it comes down to the later stage of the game. They had a 7,000 gold lead. They were able to just end the game if only they were patient enough. This was the worst case of this happening. Key trying to go for CW, knowing he is well out of place, and his team pays for it in such a bad way. The 3,000 gold lead, even 4K gold lead that they started with in this team fight was just wiped away, with Onyx Esports getting 3 members down down, and even the Lord to follow it through. Bigetron Alpha needs to learn this quick and fast, because if they don't, up against Aura Fire, a team who can really punish you in these skirmishes, here are the keys to victory for Aura Fire, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Contest Amon from Max. Now, Max, his signature pick, one of his signature picks, was the Amon. I think we can all safely say that Hai is the better Amon back in Season 10. His Amon was probably the best Amon in Season 10. Max wasn't far behind though, so this contest is going to be very important. Even yesterday against Onyx Esports in game number 1, we saw how lethal Max was on the Amon. Bigetron Alpha, early game all the way to mid game, they looked spectacular, almost unbeatable. The only reason Onyx Esports were able to come back was because of a mistake set up by Bigetron Alpha in that later push, in the base. And Onyx Esports, again, if they get that lead, they will be able to take back the game. Now, Aura Fire, look at Amon, look at Hai. When he gets it, it's almost the same, if not even more impact than Max, with his very aggressive, skirmish-heavy, pick-heavy, everything fight-heavy composition and playstyle.
There's only one thing I gotta say to Bigetron, and this is the only one thing that I need them to change on.
Okay.
Well, not change, but develop. It's just experience.
I agree.
It's just airtime. Because their decision-making, the maturity that they have when they make those decisions, it comes with airtime. It comes with experience. And Onyx was able to win that game against Bigetron because of experience.
They handled it with composure as well. They just know, you're right, experience under the pressure. It seems like they are able to just know the winning conditions, know when to just be patient, wait for that small window to just go all in, and there you go. Bigetron, this is a team that is still evolving, I feel like, hopefully. So against Aura, hopefully, if they are that good, maybe this is the start of something new.
I also know something that's evolved so much as well.
Tell me.
Or maybe
Tell
even
us.
stopped evolving, because we have the best specs on this.
Oh my God.
It's
For
the
sure.
Samsung phone, guys. Don't forget the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G, and Mirko, please walk me through the specs, bro.
It's equipped with the fastest processor out there, technology with 4nm Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 for Galaxy, with RAM up to 12 gigabytes, just like your PC back at home, memory up to 1 terabyte. The screen is dynamic AMOLED 2X with a 120Hz refresh rate, makes gaming all day get smoother and smoother. And with all these specs, you may say, Mirko, rest in peace battery. Nope, 5000 mAh says never mind. You can play all day, push rank all you like, and with the fast charging, that's 30 minutes and full battery. Pre-order now up until the 23rd of February 2023, and go and visit the website samsung.com/ID.
And while you're visiting websites, don't forget to visit this app as well, Grab, with a discount for up to 50% on the Grab food to power you up when you're watching us, or even maybe when you're pushing ranks.
Wow.
But if you're bored of that, you can always go and check out the venue, where you can get a 90% discount with the Grab bike as well as the Grab car. So what are you waiting for? Check it out, because you can also have a chance to win some MLBB hero skins by winning the challenge on March 18. If you want more details, go ahead and rewind and scan the QR code below Mirko, as well as check out grb.to/MPL. And of course, you can also ask me, if you get to the venue, how do you buy the tickets, Goni?
Well, you have to check out Blee. Check out Blee. Watch MPL ID season live right here. Witness it live and get your ticket where at bleeblee.com, of course. Scan the QR code again below Mirko, because Mirko likes it on top. But again, that is just the app to go.
All right. Now,
you like to be number one, right?
Obviously, I
On
like
top.
to be on top, but Bigetron right
Best
now
talent.
are pretty bottom.
Exactly, so you don't like that.
Bigetron are in the bottom.
Oh, alright too.
Yeah, but I think Bigetron are further down the bottom. Maybe Alter Ego are, closer to Bigetron than Aura Fire, but you're seeing Aura Fire fans. You've been listening to Aura Fire fans yelling, chanting, even before teams walk up. You can see just the energy here. And on the other side, we also have Bigetron fans with the drums.
Yeah, basically both of these teams are fighting to crawl their way out of the red zone.
Red zone.
Obviously, the red zone is not much of a problem right now because we are still week 1. And it's still way early in the season. And of course, there's a lot of things that these teams need to think about, which is adjustments on the patch, which lineup they want to go for. And when we're talking about that, we are going to see the official team lineup here. First for Bigetron.
Wow. Oh, wow.
Gamora.
What?
Bernokir is back as well.
Just Gar?
Exactly. We touched on Just Gar being the replacement, and it's going to be Just Gar and Bigetron, so the MDL
And
duo.
Gamora.
And Gamora.
So an entirely new lineup
Wow.
here for a Bigetron Alpha, whereas from the side of Aura Fire, it's still the main 5. Now, this is interesting. One, it gives Bigetron Alpha a layer of surprise, I would say. It's a double-edged sword, right? It gives them a layer of surprise, that's the advantage, but a disadvantage is they going against a team that has solidified that chemistry like Aura Fire. Do they have what it takes here in this upcoming match?
It's definitely a risky move to utilize a new roster, not the roster that you used twice up against RQ and Onyx here. So we'll see how they do. This is obviously the Bigetron beta lineup that won MPL ID season number 6. This was the lineup that neutralized Brands. I don't know how you're able to do that considering his performance here in the MPL, but this lineup were able to achieve that. Now, let's see. How are they going to be performing on the MPL stage? Now, that's the big question, Reno. But if we all know Alderino, or Aldo, as I like to call him, as we all like to call him, he always likes the style where he is rotating 2 full lineups constantly. We saw this in Onyx Esports where the duos were swapping, right? Samo and Drian, Keyboy and Sans. Now, we're seeing kind of the same thing. And Aldo, Paulo are following through with their players as they walk up on stage.
Is gonna be very interesting here to see Bernokir, Just Gar debuting, and Gamora going up against Aura Fire. Will they be able to withstand the pressure that, of course, in this MPL stage can bring? And it will be Kira leading the helms of Aura Fire that is now entering the stage.
Aura Fire walk on stage. The Orange Dragons, the Indonesian Dragons. As you can see there, Fluffy kind of tripping over because he's going to trip over another win today.
Another? Where's the first?
I mean, they've won once.
He's gonna trip the opponents.
Ah, okay. So he's gonna try to trip the opponents. There is an effort, okay? So right here you can see the supporters of Aura Fire. You can see as even the brand ambassadors are here to support them.
Okay, as now we are going to see Marquis leading Bigetron Alpha, walking down to the stage, and of course, Just Gar.
That's the champ. That's the MDL champ.
MDL roster champ.
Bigetron Alpha. You know, looking at this lineup again, it just oozes confidence. I love the fact that they're rookies, but they're looking up, they're walking up on stage against the veterans with full confidence, except for Key and Mark. Yeah, obviously they're real veterans as well. We've seen them for a very long time. It seems like, oh, Key's got a girlfriend buff here in the building. We got Maiden.
Ooh.
Oh no, now I'm worried.
You're worried,
He's got
why?
a girlfriend in the venue, I'm worried.
Why?
I'm worried.
Mirko will you leave the chat, Mirko?
Back to the game, guys. Aura Fire and Bigetron Alpha. There were a lot of criticism on both of these teams. The first things first, it's got centered on the drafts. And who's behind the drafts? It's the coaches. Bigetron Alpha, we have Coach Aldo as well as the other coach.
Couch Paulo.
Couch Paulo, sorry, he's new. Don't really know his face yet, but I will. But from the side of Aura Fire here, Coach Palevi and CL. Now, this is a problem, right? From the side of Aura Fire, there's a lot of concerns regarding CL. The fact that he's back, even though his transcript isn't the best ones we've seen. The last time he was with Aura Fire, once again, we'd like to remind you guys, Aura Fire didn't make it to the playoffs. They were on a, 14-match lose streak?
0-14.
And it's unfortunate. Losing Tezet, maybe it hit them mentally for Aura Fire. And from Bigetron Alpha, also a lot of speculations on whether or not Coach Aldo is fit for the members of Bigetron.
I think when we look at their playstyles, it's pretty fitting, right? We are seeing a good impact, a positive impact. It's just that final moment when they want to close the game. They haven't been able to find that formula just yet, but these are a new set of players, so maybe the rules don't apply the same way as they did yesterday. Maybe this lineup is a bit more disciplined as we saw them beat EVOS Icon, a star-studded lineup. That EVOS Icon lineup, we need to talk a little bit about this, right? The way Bigetron Beta were able to win, they were not favorites in the MDL. They barely made it to the playoffs. It was a Cinderella story from the lower brackets all the way to the grand finals where they beat a full veteran lineup of EVOS Icon. That was with Brands and Galarski. Right? Here, we're going to take a look at Fluffy, though. When you talk about Aura Fire, there are a few members that come up to mind, and Fluffy, especially when it comes down to how active he is for Aura Fire. Number 1, highest damage taken in MPL Indonesia Season 10. 6.8 million damage.
Wow.
I can't believe he still has a face. He took that much.
I mean, it's about the choices that he's made, right? Especially his pool hero. He's usually using heroes that can withstand that. I mean, last time he picked up the Masha, and that also proves why he can have a crazy stat like that as well. He's very involved in team fights when it counts. But so far, honestly, talking about Fluffy, doesn't seem like he's been performing at the peak. It's not the same Fluffy we know.
Yeah, this season I think he is still trying to be relevant in that sense. But let's compare Fluffy to Cure, right? Cure, you're right, MDL champ. Is he MPL ready? It's still up in the air.
I think this is a good test, right? If you want to prove yourself as a good XP laner in the MPL, one of the standards here is Fluffy. We know that Fluffy has achieved incredible heights with Aura Fire from Season 9 and 10, consistently able to secure 3rd place in Indonesia in MPL with a solid active performance across the map. Cure, he's going to have to improve a whole lot from his first performance on that Edith in the match against RRQ. There's a fun fact here by Grab. Paulo Expert from Bigetron previously played as a roamer for Team Gosu in M1 and served as an assistant coach for Bren PH. So he's been across the world already with that experience. That's what Bigetron Alpha, that's the reason Bigetron Alpha brought him here. That experience is going to help them, not just locally, but internationally.
Coaching staff is stacked here from the side of Bigetron.
Super stacked.
Right? Aldo, you got Paulo Export with the experience and knowledge of the game. It's going to be very interesting now seeing that Bigetron. How will Bigetron handle Aura Fire? Aura Fire, I see this season, I think they need to improve a lot, but Fire jersey though.
Okay, thank you. Consolation prize jersey. Thank you, Goni.
I think that's the best jersey in the league this season.
All right.
The Bigetron jersey,
I
the black
argue
one.
with you.
The Aura Fire.
The varsity jacket.
The jersey.
The jersey.
The jersey.
Oh, okay.
The black jersey that they're wearing now.
It looks pretty fire, and we'll see if that is enough to ignite the fire that it seems like has lost here in the start of the regular season at MPL ID Season 11. And you've got to start asking why. So far, because of how the patch allowed them to stay within their comfort heroes, but now it doesn't, it shows a layer of weakness that Aura Fire consistently has over the seasons, which is a very shallow hero pool. Yes, they have a lot of unique heroes. They pick up weird picks like the Kadita Roam before it was cool. They picked up something like the Lunox in the gold lane, and it was weird at its time, right? But now, things like that are starting to become normal. That's how flexible the meta is right now. And with that in mind, Aura Fire, they're left with basically nothing that they have as an advantage among the other teams in this league.
I mean, points for creativity, right? But effective in this current patch, not necessarily here. So you're right, the peculiar picks, the odd picks can definitely work like Lunox, but is it sustainable? Is it 100% effective? I don't think so.
Aura Fire have found a whole lot of success with this creativity, right? I mean, again, Season 9 and 10, especially number 10 here, highest flexibility, highest flexibility. Number 1, largest hero pool in MPL ID Season 10 for the man you see on screen, High. And again, High has performed so well. It's so strange to see him dip a whole lot in the season, right? Even you, as an Aura Fire fan, have mentioned it, that it feels like, it looks like he is one of the weakest junglers currently in Season 11, which is, if you told me this back in Season 10, I would not have believed you, right? But looking at the performances, especially with the new rookies here, this is where it gets really exciting because High gets to prove himself to the world again that he is still at the top of his game up against rookies, ironically.
It's sweet to see High before, when the assassins were meta, because that's when his utility jungler could shine. But now that that is the meta, what else can High bring to the table that can give Aura Fire the edge? And I guess we're gonna see that as now we're entering the draft ban and picks here for first game between Bigetron as well as Aura Fire. And Bigetron will start with the first pick, banning out the Kadita away from Godiva, as well as the Faramis away from Facehugger.
Still, Prio Man's coming from Aura Fire with that Joy and 1-1, but Bigetron showing respect. Faramis, you know, Facehugger really likes the Faramis, and of course, when we're speaking of Godiva F this season, he really likes this Kadita.
Just remember how Onyx were able to beat Aura Fire in the playoffs of Season 10. It was always Kadita and Faramis banned out. And like you mentioned, Aura Fire, in terms of their roster, did not change a whole lot. So it's more or less kind of the same as what Bigetron wants to ban. They even add in the Claude into the mix here, just to respect what Kabuki's been able to find success on so far this season. The Gloom is then responded with just respecting Fear No Cure, and Bigetron Alpha have a chance now to pick up the Kaja, or just pick up a Eve for Gamora, his signature pick in the MDL Season 6. Beloy has a few words. I think Aura just needs to regain their momentum by winning, for me. When they have regained their momentum, Aura will become a very strong team via MPL.
We'll see, we'll see. Hopefully, Beloyski. I also wish the best, but right now, this is what I was questioning, right? Bigetron picked up the Eve, but that would have left the Kaja open. The Kaja is going to be able to stop that real-world manipulation from popping off when the time comes to it. And in addition to that, they've also secured a really good flex pick with the Fredrin.
So let's see here. Bigetron might, I predict that Bigetron will definitely pick up the Grok. They really like the Grok. It's a flex pick, can be put in Key's position, and perhaps Fear No Cure can possess this Grok and create an impact.
I wonder if Just Gar can use Grok in the jungle.
Yeah, that's the big question now, right? Because it was Max who utilized the Grok. Now, Just Gar, he is a very well-rounded jungler when it comes to utility picks or even the assassin picks here. But Bigetron Alpha, like you mentioned, is still going to utilize that XP, jungle, and roam flex pick with the Grok, and they'll pick up a very strong laner for Marky. The Brody comes in here with Aura Fire, then locking in the Valentina. Again, a little bit more creativity with that Valentina now. A lot of choices that Facehugger can make with these two massive ultimates, RWM and the Wild Charge.
We'll see. Coming to the second draft here now, Aura Fire has a chance to start banning away the heroes from Bigetron Alpha. Knowing that Grok is a flex pick, do you think that they're just going to start banning out, maybe respect banning Just Gar, the Fanny, the Ling perhaps?
I think they should here. Just Gar has a deep hero pool, so I feel like the right approach should be eliminating the options.
I think ban Martis.
Perhaps Martis or a Ling ban. Yeah, you're right, on point there. So I think they should somehow press towards that area.
I think they might just go with full utility bans, right? Because sure, okay, Assassins, Just Gar plays those Assassins really well, but you've already locked in a Kaja and also a Fredrin that does really well up against these Assassins in the jungle and even just in these team fights. So maybe taking something away like the Akai that can be a good disengage tool, especially up against something like a Kaja, can be good. Bigetron Alpha, I think in terms of the bans here, they might just go for the gold lane bans towards Kabuki, but no, they actually are the ones to take away the Ling from Aura Fire, also limiting their hero pool. Remember, Just Gar, rookie player, we don't know what he can play in the MPL.
So it's still like it seems like Bigetron is still not convinced that this Fredrin will enter the jungle. There is a slight possibility, of course, an adjustment from side of Aura. Bigetron saying, we got the Yeef, we got the Brody, so let me ban the Link for extra security. Aura Fire, like you said, might be just banning out that Kai here. Seems like a very reasonable ban. Again, securing the neutral objective should be the go-to for side of Aura, looking at their composition. So, yeah, I think the Kai ban should come through.
Oh, perfect, perfect. How did you do that prediction? Wow,
Learn
okay.
from Ulf.
The Kai is going to the choice of ban by Aura Fire, but talking about the jungler for Aura, I mean, for all we know, it could be a Valentina jungle. It could be even a Kaja
right.
jungle, okay? We're not sure.
Fredrin, Valentina,
We're assuming
Kaja?
right now that they are going into where they are conventionally, but we don't know, honestly, for Aura Fire. For Bigetron, I'm wondering what they are going to go on next. With the Ling being banned, it seems like they are trying to maybe force one of these heroes in the jungle position, knowing that they can still pick up another hero for that jungle. But we do have some accolades for Vernacure. First place MDL ID Season 6 was able to get a big achievement there in Piala President. But there you go.
Very
they are
interesting.
going to start banning the Lancelot. And that is interesting, because I don't think Hai's ever been able to play this successfully.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, he is still a pretty good Lancelot player. It's just, you're right, he just hasn't found a whole lot of success with the Lancelot on stage. It is still very, very weird, though, because the Lancelot isn't even meta. We haven't seen it at all this season. That's the, yeah, right? It's like, huh, I guess we have just once, but the carry is going to be locked down here for Aura Fire, counter-picking themselves into that Brody. Bigetron Alpha can utilize this, maybe pick an assassin like a Hayabusa in the jungle, and then just go straight to that gold lane constantly. It was Rebellion Zion, actually, yeah. So it was picked up only once, but it's still not a meta pick.
No. I think, yeah, I'm not really sure here with the approach from Bigetron. Banning out the two assassins, I feel like they should just ban out the marksman here, limiting Kabuki's hero pool, because now carries picked up. Man, I gotta say, I like Aura Fire's draft.
I mean, wait, we're talking about Coach Aldo here, right? There must be a reason, and we're going to unravel the reason now.
Okay.
Edith, okay, and there you go. Hanzo.
Oh man, Aldo just never stops with his H heroes. It was the Hanabi, now it's the Hanzo.
I mean, we saw this as NWI, and we've seen the success it can have, but we've seen that in the female league. Don't really know how it's going to translate into the MPL, as it can work to get those neutral objectives for sure. It can get a lot of pickoffs on the board, and maybe that's why they were trying to eliminate heroes with high mobility like the Lancelot and the Ling.
And just heroes in general who can dive to the back line, right? I think Aura Fire now flex the Fredrin into the jungle, pick up something like a Yu Zhong so they can actually find the Hanzo, because if not, there's no one, literally no one on Aura Fire that can dive. This is another good answer, the Lapu Lapu. If it's not the Yu Zhong, it's the Lapu. I think the Yu Zhong has a better route over to that back line, but the Lapu can work as well. Now, in the lane is where I am a bit concerned for anyone up against the Edith. Edith is a proper lane bully. Brody is a proper lane bully. They have two winning lanes with a Yeeve in the mid lane constantly pushing up against a Valentina, which will be a bit more mid lane prior to Bigetron Alpha as well. So technically, on paper, they have 3 winning lanes that they will have a lot of kill pressure to play with the Hanzo. Audience prediction, 61% towards Bigetron Alpha, 39 towards the Indonesian Dragons.
It's going to be very, very interesting to see the execution. We saw numerous times Hanzo picked up in the MDL as well, but I don't know if it's going to work in the MPL. It's going to be a very, very interesting match here ahead of us, ladies and gentlemen, as it is Aldo with Hanzo.
We'll see exactly how both of these compositions are going to pan out. It does seem once again that Bigetron have drafted themselves a really good lane as well as a matchup in the early game, and they are going to be able to capitalize over that. Can Aura Fire be able to stave off the aggression of the composition that Aldo has befallen them? because it doesn't look good right now. Aura Fire, they need to be patient. They need to stay disciplined as we jump into the Land of Dawn for game number 1, match number 2 between Bigetron Alpha and Aura Fire.
Early on, it's okay. So I was a bit shocked there. Thought it was going to be a bit of a steal, but Gani, it's Iron Dry Hanzo. So he's going to be looking for a lot of solo kills, maybe even split pushing in this game, as he will be able to claim the Lethal Wanderer just away from High with a Retribution advantage.
Well, makes sense, right? I mean, take a look at the composition. Carry will be in the backside from side of Aura Fire, perhaps isolated, so that should be exploited by that High and Dry. Other than that, let's see here. Aura Fire, they need to adjust with the Hanzo pick.
Man, how are they gonna do that? I guess there is gonna be a lot of pressure then onto Fluffy in particular to get that job done, because like you guys mentioned, Kabuki is gonna be so punished by Just Guard. You can see that now.
You can see with the shadows here, just level 4 here, so it's gonna go onto default rather quickly here. No pickoffs just yet in the first minute.
I think it's pretty solid though, early on. You know you have a winning lane in Marky against the carry. You want to try to put as much pressure as possible over towards that top side. And in the meantime, they were actually able to force Godiva back. So it's a bit more turtle pressure, but Aura Fire have taken control.
Oh my god, the stun connects on towards Fluffy here. Damage comes through, but the wild charge was huge. Fluffy now will go down. Oh no, the shield! The passive is there. High will take the turtle as Aura Fire finds the kill, the turtle, but they have to lose a member.
I mean, it was a 1-for-1 trade, right? So in theory, Aura Fire is going to have a little bit of an advantage in that sense. But right now, we're going to take a look at the talents prediction where... Oh, okay, so everyone voted for Bigetron except for Papulong and myself.
Okay, you have joined the dark side now, Eterna, it seems like. But Aura Fire, turtle for kill. Who is it worth it? Okay, that's the question here, it seems like. But the 4 flickers that were brought from the side of Bigetron Alpha, so expect very pressure. Oh, bot side, Vernal Cure and Fluffy. Just very strong bruisers.
Yeah, they're gonna battle it out, right? Vernal Cure needs a little bit more time, but remember the passive that Edith has, right? Gonna be able to deal percent HP damage onto the Lapu Lapu, so expect that damage from coming through, but also needs to be careful of the burst potential that Fluffy has. So if Edith can stave off that first combo from Fluffy, then Vernal Cure is going to have a better time in lane, as now we're also going to take a look at the items.
Okay, let's take a look at the 3-minute item check, the 3rd minute here. You can see Carry already respecting it, even having more gold than Marky on this lane, and this is why they put so many of the resources up top.
Bot charge popped, Bravest Fighter as well. Now Aura Fire, is this the right move? Take a look at that. Jaskar comes in to deal damage. Aura Fire not getting anything from that engagement. Take a look at the flicker watch charge. No Cure with the stun, but no follow-up damage. Bigetron Alpha, they were the ones who overcommitted.
Not looking good at all for Bigetron Alpha, losing in their winning lane up top. Brody versus Carry. Somehow, Kabuki's able to farm up. Marky is not doing a good job at bullying this Carry, but also it's because Aura Fire have just put so much of their presence up top, and Fluffy.
Gamora flickers away. Bravest Fighter, the stun does not come through. Now Jaskar dealing damage. Fluffy! Oh my god, Jaskar with solo kill turtle will be secured by Jaskar as well and gets a double. Jaskar is on fire in minute number 4 as Bigetron finds their compensation.
That's a bitter pill to swallow, right? Because Aura Fire was doing everything right in that early game, even having the better advantage on the turtle. But Jaskar, being the Hanzo, just comes in, steals it, and gets 2 kills in its journey.
And you know, looking at the emblem,
another kill.
What's happening? There's another fight down below, Gani.
My goodness, Fluffy for the trade. High, both junglers rather. No, jungler for Vernal Cure will fall. Now take a look, action at top side. Divine Judgment connects on towards Key. Kabuki though flickers away, but the stun from Marky is huge. But the damage! Kabuki with the outplay. Marky with get the trade though with that torn apart memory popped just in time.
I feel like in that play in particular there, I think the ultimate would have just been enough. He went for one more skill, not sure of his calculation if it was enough damage, and it turned out to be Kabuki who gets a kill back, and you do not want to be trading 1-for-1 in these trades as a Brody early game. That's just not what you want to see. Bigetron Alpha are really struggling. Remember, their composition have 3 winning lanes, but they're not able to utilize any of them so far.
But that pressure can just be taken away from them, honestly. With the way that Jaskar is going on this, I guess it really depends, right? Pickoff is great, but what can you do with the pickoffs? It feels like Bigetron Alpha has not been able to translate that pickoff. Wait a minute.
Okay, Fluffy. Just too late. And Aura Fire, though, will find compensation and collapsing the structure top side. Mid side should be their focus now. Take a look at the Pinnacle Ninja pops by Hanzo now. Jaskar trying to just clear the way. Facehugger caught. Take a look at the damage. Facehugger has to use that pulse while charge to get away.
Right now they're trading, right? Bigetron Alpha was able to get a kill, and then they were able to get a tower out of it in the bottom side. But the problem is that movement, okay, that movement was able to be mirrored by Aura Fire there in the top side, and Bigetron Alpha, though, now has been able to secure a turtle uncontested. So in these kinds of trades, who is it favoring right now?
I mean, look at the trades, there's a fight. Oh my god, 2-man knock up here. Kabuki, will he survive this one? It looks like he will. High in the front side. Heals damage on towards Marky. Luckily, no torn apart memory. But oh my god, Fluffy with the shutdown in the backside. Finding Jaskar, doing his job. And it is going to be 2-for-1 trade favoring Aura Fire.
I mean, you asked me earlier, right? How is it going for both of these teams? And honestly, Aura Fire, they're going to be scaling much better. Godiva finds it.
Flicker Divine Judgment. Oh, this is too much for Marky to handle. He goes down for 20.
Marky just not having a good game here, making a few micro mistakes and then getting targeted as well by Godiva. And Aura Fire are really good at capitalizing on these mistakes, even invading the enemy jungle.
Oh, a charge connecting on towards High. He is a tanky member though. Jaskar with the Pinnacle Ninja trying to find the member. Oh, High finds the kill. But now in the backside, Verno Kur will not be able to find the kill on towards High. What the heck? Aura Fire, they are on fire, re-engaging, and Fluffy getting the kill on towards Gamora. 4 members down, and Aura Fire, they look for another mid turret.
Oh my, 4-for-1 trade, and even then Fluffy was still able to get 2 trades out of that. So worth it for Aura Fire right now. They're leading, they're controlling the map. 2,000 gold. And it's just been wonderful. But I honestly gotta say that these plays have been facilitated by Fluffy on the Lapu Lapu, right? He is so active on the map. He is able to put pressure on the side lanes as well.
I agree. Putting so much pressure on the side lanes means that Bigetron Alpha will not have much to say. And right now, again, Kabuki is so far ahead of Marky, where Marky has to split push constantly, still able to find a turret for compensation. But again, the Lord's going to be taken down here by Key. Oh, wait!
Uh-oh, the turtle, no, the Lord will be claimed by Fluffy. Key will fall. Facehugger securing the kill. High, re-engaging now. Verno Cure with a 2-man knockup just to disengage. Aura Fire for Godiva. Oh, no flicker, so no engage. Aura Fire now. Take a look at the lead that they built.
Yeah, but meanwhile that was happening, Aura Fire, they didn't clear the top lane, right? I don't know what happened there, but that actually gave Bigetron Alpha, Marky in particular, the opportunity to start pushing that side lanes and even take a tower in on top of that.
It's an okay trade, pretty still much better, honestly, for Aura Fire, as they were able to find a few other targets, putting some more pressure down onto the lanes, getting a better setup for the Lord push that they're already going at it for. Now, in the later stage, Bigetron Alpha are basically waiting for a Hail Mary play because Verno Cure has kind of fallen off. Marky's about to fall off very soon. Jaskar on the Hanzo won't really deal that much in the later stages, with Kabuki finishing that win in nature very soon. And probably Gamora. Gamora's the only one they can really rely on for damage, and that's not what you want to have. Remember the nerfs onto the Eve. Now she won't be as crazy as she won't have as much damage as she had or as she was able to output back in the previous patch.
Right now, that Lord push was able to get a few more turrets. The inhibitor turrets, though, still remain untouched, probably because of the high ground and the way that they were able to clear so quickly. But taking a look on your screen here, we do have the gold differences between both Bigetron and Aura Fire, and there is not much of a significant difference. Well, except for Kabuki and Marky, of course.
It's just Gamora. That's the only member from Bigetron Alpha who has a lead, which is, again, very concerning. What happened to all the winning lanes that was set up in the drafts here for Bigetron Alpha? The Marky wasn't able to snowball, wasn't even able to get a lead by the 4th minute or the 3rd minute of the game, which is where usually Brodies have the most power. You can see in terms of itemization as well, Kabuki has finished the Wind of Nature. There's not much physical damage that can be placed onto it. With the steel leg plates and also the tough boots, it is even much more, it's gonna be so tough. It is almost impossible to jump onto him or to assassinate him. Jaskar can't find an angle. Marky won't be able to burst them down. Gamora and Veer, those are the two members who can really deal with Kabuki. But at this point, I don't even think they can, because they will have to focus the frontliners first. They're a front-to-back type of hero. Or these two heroes are front-to-back, and they will always try to beat the frontliners first. Meanwhile, for Aura Fire, it's just absolutely stunning what they're able to do here. Basically nullifying, neutralizing all the winning lanes and getting a significant lead where even then, Kabuki is respectful and now Bigetron are in for some trouble. I think I might go even further to say that Bigetron Alpha, their chances are looking very slim, maybe even just like 1% chance to come back.
We'll see.
We'll see. I mean, Bigetron Alpha here, of course, has that opportunity, but I like what they're doing, right? Sure. They aren't able to do, they realize that they aren't able to do much in the field, so they just low-key turtle around their area, turtle around their base here, waiting for Aura Fire perhaps to make that mistake in overextending. Perhaps, hopefully, they are hoping that Godiva perhaps is offside, and Bigetron Alpha is, yeah, I guess this is just what they can do at this point.
Honestly, that happens a lot, right? Godiva making misplays. Godiva being too aggressive. And if he's on a hero like Kadita, usually he's still able to get out of it with the passive as well for the Kadita. But on something like the Kaja, it's an all-in type of hero. It's all or nothing. But I guess now Bigetron looking for an all or nothing too.
Godiva flicker, Divine Judgment on towards Key now. Gamora in the backside, flickers away. High will secure the Lord, but Fluffy now becomes the sandbag, and he will be the first one to fall. Very no cure managed to escape, but it is again going to be 1-for-1 trade for the Lord and a kill.
One of the main weaknesses of the composition that Aura Fire has, and this is quite consistent over the seasons, is the fact that they're losing range against Bigetron Alpha. So even if they want to go for a very aggressive fight, they always and will be able to get caught in the real-world manipulation by Gamora that ultimately kind of slows down the aggressive tempo that Aura Fire wants to have.
It's going to be really tough to look for a comeback now, man. I mean, it's just so bad at this point because of the 6,000 gold lead in the later stage of the game where the Enhanced Lord is spawned in. They have solid pick potential, solid siege, and with their front to back, there's not really much that Hanzo can do to dive into that back line. So we'll see how Bigetron Alpha tries to defend this Enhanced Lord siege. With the wall, they're able to buy some time, but it still comes crashing down.
Okay, Lord already charges through that base mid turret. Base turret mid side falls. Jaskar deals damage towards backside. And Aura Fire took care of that shadow. So now Aura Fire still with the siege pressure. It seems like the waves, they aren't managing the waves properly here. So just one base turret in the mid side to be taken down.
Yeah, it wasn't a maximal siege, right? They could have pushed the side lanes a little bit better, have all three crashing, and maybe they would have had a better time when it came to that siege, but unfortunately, they didn't. And I'm not really sure. Aura Fire is still leading right now, but Bigetron Alpha does still have a potential for the comeback, especially they do have two possible initiators with Key as well as Verno Cure. It all depends on who's able to get that first engage on, a Bigetron or Aura Fire.
I don't think Bigetron have what it takes to actually go for the first initial engage, knowing that they're 6,000 gold behind. If they do get to a point where they can still farm up, where every member gets all their items here, where the 5,000 gold lead really just basically becomes useless, then yes, maybe Bigetron Alpha can look for the engage. But for now, maybe even for the next 5 minutes, it's still going to be Aura Fire who are pushing the pace. And if Bigetron Alpha tries to actually initiate first, it won't be good for them, I believe, right? Because Veer no Cure, 0, 5, and 4 on the Edith. You, technically, if you want to deal damage, you need to get a lead. You need to snowball, just like Lemon did on the Edith. And Aura Fire, with their composition, I think they're going to get stronger and stronger as time goes with the Valentina and obviously Kabuki on this carry, who is still untouched, right? Only one death on the carry, has a flicker, has a Wind of Nature, has some steel leg plates. So again, not much that Bigetron Alpha can do even if they initiate first.
All or nothing, no? They're literally just waiting on the inevitable if they don't do anything. Unless, of course, like Gani mentioned before, they wait on a mistake by Aura Fire, but that's 50-50. We don't know if Aura Fire is going to make that mistake.
I think they can still look for that right now because that's exactly what they're still doing, right? Aura Fire have taken... Oh, wait!
Question comes through. How will secure the Lord? Fluffy. Bravest fighter towards the backside and just guard. Oh, wild charge was huge. Godiva pulls that Immortal and take a look at their re-engage. Kabuki free hitting at the backside. He and friends, they are retreating as no casualties on the board, but Aura Fire secures the Lord.
Yeah, they don't want to risk it, right? They know that the Lord is already on their way in their favor, and they prefer to wait it out, wait for them to crash before they go in for a full-blown engage, realizing that all of those members are low.
Now, it becomes a question of whether or not Bigetron Alpha can keep on sustaining, because sure, they've cleared up the second enhanced Lord push, but the next Lord that's spawning in the game is going to be that evolved Lord. And with the dive that Aura Fire has, they will be able to actually push the pace and maybe force Bigetron Alpha away. I think one of the strong points for BTR's composition has to be their high ground with Gamora having that RWM, and that's going to be the RWM battle.
Okay, real revelation both pops here from both sides. Aura Fire again, no clear siege plans here. Two lords that they technically wasted. Well, the first one, they managed to breach the bit side, but the second one, Bigetron Alpha managed to defend it very, very well. Now, I got a question for you. With the items here, Mirko, is Aura Fire playing it too passively here?
I don't think so. I think it's proper respect. It's the proper amount of respect up against such good high ground clear from the side of Bigetron Alpha. Remember, Gamora was the only member who actually had a lead, so he is able to respond to these pushes, these sieges really well. Meanwhile, for Aura Fire, they don't really have a lot of crazy, or not a lot of range, right, in their composition. Kabuki is the only range hero, technically, that can be relied on to take some... Whoa, Gamora's very far off there, but again, Carrie is the only one who can really siege turrets down, but she's pretty short range. You can basically say she's melee at that point, right? So taking turrets while Gamora is still alive is going to be really tough. Aura Fire needs to understand that Gamora needs to fall or needs to be zoned away from her own real-world population before they can actually look for the siege.
That's why we see this happening over and over, right? That is the reason why Aura Fire keeps playing it safe. They keep disengaging from every time they go for a fight. It was because of the real-world manipulation, dealing a lot of damage on to Kabuki. But if Kabuki starts building those respect items, that magic defense, that might actually be the main deterrent that Aura Fire needs, the answer that Aura Fire needs. Because so far, we see Godiva using his ultimate not on Gamora. He's been using it on Edith and other members. It has worked, but that also causes problems for Aura Fire themselves where they don't have an answer to Gamora.
This is going to be the key here. The next Lord. High, taken almost very low. Oh my god, just guard there. Oof, High barely survived. Sure, he has that Immortal, but of course, he does not want to waste. Now, take a look at minion top side. It's pushing Aura Fire. They need to reset the top side.
I think so far, honestly, with that trade and with the setup that Just Scar has placed into that topside wave, it's very good. Bigetron Alpha can now put more pressure down on the turtle side with a slow push already built up by Just Scar, and even Just Scar dealing that much damage to High. So Hanzo's late game, I guess it has not fallen off towards the tanks. It's only going to be falling off towards Kabuki, who has that Wind of Nature.
Right now, both teams are still going to start looking for that engage. Aura Fire They are hungry to end this, but they need to be able to manage those side lanes properly, or Bigetron Alpha will punish them for it. Seems like they're building a slow push there in the top side. Bigetron Alpha, they need to be careful because this Lord Dance can be taken long or prolonged by Aura Fire, and that's exactly what they're doing here.
What charge has been copied here, taken away, not taken away, taken as well from Facehugger. So let's see what will he do with that wall charge now. Bigetron slowly but surely showing vision here by Verno Cure. Top side has been equalized here. Also, Aura Fire, yeah, slow pushing top side. So let's see the response. It's just passive, but the Lord now is at half HP.
With this Lord Dance, it's definitely going to still benefit Aura Fire, who has the 5,000 gold lead. But after looking at the item sheets earlier, it does seem like that gold lead is gone. Good reset from Key, but Godiva is looking for it.
Oh, Fine Judgment connects here. He will get away with that wall charge now. No real engage from both teams just yet. He, though, needs to recall. So with that information on Aura Fire, we'll have 5v4. But yeah, you're right. He here will stick around with half HP. Aura Fire, will they commit to this Lord? As both members, Fluffy and Marky here in the mid side, is trying again to find that opening.
Yeah, Aura Fire, they're playing this really safe. It actually got resetted at some point.
Again.
But Key here, he's looking for a steal perhaps, but there you go, the second reset.
Yeah.
By Bigetron Alpha.
That basically saved Bigetron Alpha from having to deal with the Evolved Lord. That was perfect timing as well, as Juskar was still in that top side clearing the way. But now Fluffy goes in with the Bravest Fighter. The Lord is taken low, Gani.
And here on towards Fluffy. Wild Charge Connect, Kabuki securing the Lord. He will fall. Immortal is still there, but take a look at Juskar on towards Facehugger. Deals a lot of damage, still survives though. But now Aura Fire with 5 members will push with the Lord.
Yeah, but this is the same story, right? They were forced to go back, and it doesn't seem like they're going to be able to push with the Lord for the second time. That's what Bigetron Alpha keeps doing, and that's why Aura Fire can't end.
Oh man, and again, you can see it, right? The damage that they are able to place down, but remember, this is the Evolved Lord this time. It's much tankier, and it actually is going to be giving them a lot more buffs here. That's damage reduction.
Godiva pulling Key. Oh no, What Charge connects onto his Fluffy. 2 Immortal spots here. Can they survive? Godiva on the backside. Fluffy will survive as well now. Kabuki with Immortal, but fear no cure. Gets taken down. Aura Fire with the pressure now. Godiva looking for the kill. Facehugger finds it. 5v3 now. Aura Fire, can they end? Marky dealing a lot of damage. Juskar securing the kill as well. Facehugger popping that Wind of Nature. Juskar popping Immortal on towards high here. Aura Fire now cannot maintain that pressure. Fluffy trying to buy time for his teammate. Gets taken down. Gamora securing the kill. And what a defense from Bigetron Alpha.
What a team fight. I mean, my goodness, Evolved Lord. You're able to do it with 2 Enhanced Lord, but I did not expect this to happen from the side of Bigetron Alpha. They were able to micromanage the waves in such a way where only one mini wave was crashing down into the mid lane. It was the Evolved Lord. It gave them damage reduction, but yet still, Bigetron Alpha were able to utilize their abilities to the best of their capabilities. And look at the items now. You saw a lot of items being bought and sold for Aura Fire. They've lost a lot of their immortalities. Remember, with those cooldowns, they have to buy other items. Meanwhile, Bigetron Alpha, they have just now secured their immortalities and will have a significant advantage when it comes to the next team fight with those immortalities.
The power of Hanzo, man. I mean,
what the heck, right?
The damage still is very evident on the side of Aura Fire, and that really just made that a huge deterrent for Aura Fire to end. It was so close to that happening, and you could see the damage dealt by himself, right? 107,000, even above Gamora, even above Fluffy, even above Kabuki, and that is quite interesting.
It's very interesting because we expected the Hanzo to actually fall off in damage.
But he didn't.
10,000! I did not expect that to happen. I expected Gamora to be the main carry for Bigetron Alpha, and certainly he is still up there with Juskar. I think Marky now needs to act as a bit more of a utility marksman. He cannot be the main damage dealer anymore, and Hai's going to be caught for a bit here.
Bigetron again with the gambling play here, trying to find a move onto his high here. Damage is there. High still survives
High needs a
here.
recall.
Please note that he has no immortal. That's going to be a recall here. So Bigetron Alpha, can they exploit this?
But that's a huge resource wasted by Gamora as well. So now Aura Fire, they know if they want to go for an engage, doesn't have the RWM, Kabuki can be free to go in.
Jaskar is super annoying once again, just utilizing the Hanzo very well to actually climb or get more picks. Godiva jumps in.
Oh my god, does not connect here. Bravest Spider Fox as well. It gets the stun though, but Key in the backside will have that immortal, but Fluffy will not survive that damage. He gets taken down. And now Kabuki deals a lot of damage. Jaskar finding one. Suppressed for high. And take a look at Facehugger trying to find the play as Bigetron Alpha with the 3-man knockout.
Hey, I mean, to be fair, Facehugger did a really good wild card, right? It hit 3 members of Bigetron Alpha. The problem was Kabuki was zoned away and was unable to deal the damage output and, you know, just work on that initiation coming in from Facehugger. 3 members taken down, and now Bigetron Alpha, they're gonna get a free Enhanced Lord.
This is insane. Bigetron Alpha sent Fear No Cure back, but honestly, Aura Fire are looking for a lot of these Hail Mary plays when they don't need to. High was low. There was no real reason to actually force that engage unless they knew where Marky or Gamora was. And at this point, they can't even be going for Marky. The only real target they should be going for is either Jaskar or Gamora. If they can't find the Divine Judgment onto any of those members, then it is almost useless. They have to target these 2 members. Look at the damage they're able to dish out. That's 121,000 for the Hanzo. Yo, Dave, if you're watching, you must be proud. What the heck?
A lot of damage there. We mentioned that earlier, and they need to start respecting that. Aura Fire, you're right, the targeting has been a little off, but can you blame them? So far, Jaskar has been positioning so well that they don't even give Aura Fire a chance to try and look for his initial body.
See, Bigetron now on the offense. Different story. Base turret mid-side will fall. Kabuki dealing the Lord. Real wound manipulation pops. Facehugger taking a lot of damage in the backside. Almost gets taken down. But take a look at Fluffy stunning 2 members. Kabuki free hitting. Gets the stun though. Fear No Cure will be taken down. And now it's going to be 1 until 3. My body's 4, maybe.
Okay. Aura Fire.
Taken down. Aura Fire now will push the mid-side.
Oh my god, can they do this? 60 seconds left on 3 members from Bigetron Alpha. They are 2 left, right? Last time they were able to defend. Can they replicate the same?
The 1% comeback.
Oh, Jaskar trying to clear the wave and it doesn't. Connects Fluffy, finds the stun, and Aura Fire finds game 1.
Aura Fire leads the series 1-0. Putting Bigetron in a tough position, putting Bigetron in a corner. 1 more game, and Bigetron will have 3 2-0s.
They were so close from pulling that 1% comeback off, but it didn't happen here for Bigetron Alpha. Again, the patience was wavering for BTR. Their win condition, do not overcommit and stay disciplined. They did not stay disciplined in that final moment. They did, however, stay disciplined throughout the game up until that last push. They could have actually moved back, but they wanted to commit with the Evolve Lord. Kabuki was free hitting, and there were a lot of mistakes made that Aura Fire capitalized fully on.
Wow, Mirko, don't leave your desk yet, Mirko.
Not yet, not
Where
yet.
are you going? Whoa, 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 almost.
Yeah,
Mirko almost
going,
left
buddy?
the chat here, boys and girls.
Again, for the second time.
For the second. But yeah, Mirko 1-0.
Yeah.
What a blow. An Aura Fire strikes first.
Okay, hang on though, right? Because it wasn't like Aura Fire dominated, right?
No.
There were still so many mistakes that Aura Fire made in the game where they made too many overcommitments. Like you mentioned, Miracle, the Hail Mary plays, that didn't work out in the end. But Bigetron had the better draft. Bigetron had the winning lanes.
Okay, sure.
So technically, Bigetron didn't execute properly.
Yeah, I think that's the best way to put it. I think that's the best way to put all their games in Season 11 so far. Maybe aside from Game 1 Hanabi against RRQ.
Oh, yeah.
But every draft here has, you know, there's a reason that they picked it up. There's a very valid win condition in these drafts, but they're unable to utilize that part of the draft, and they were able to actually utilize another part, which is the late game potential that I don't think they were expecting. They wanted to utilize. I think they wanted to utilize the early game back again. It's not going to be as easy of a road up against these teams like Aura Fire, but I think we can call it the BTR curse at this point, right? Every single time they're so close to victory, only the base left, and then they lose the game. It happened against Onyx, now it happened again against Aura Fire.
My goodness. Yeah, I'm just sinking. Yeah, I'm resetting here. I'm speechless.
Are you
Aura
okay?
Fire, 1-0. Palevi seems like he is relieved for that game.
I mean, don't be.
What, 5 Lords, 4 Lords? Offense,
5 Lords.
5 Lords offense.
God.
Almost. I thought Bigetron's base were impenetrable, but with 3 men down there, of course, there's nothing much you can do. Yeah, Aura Fire with the, I guess, the snowball, it seems like, right? From the early game, sure, it wasn't straightforward. It took a lot of time, but it was actually them somehow winning.
Yeah, how are they able to do that?
What, early game winning?
Yeah.
Winning the early game? Again, we're gonna have to take a look at the replay because I myself was really stunned as to how Aura Fire were able to do that. I feel like Bigetron Alpha just did not put as many resources as they should have on the Brody lane. I think early on they were able to put some pressure there, but then you are constantly seeing Aura Fire placing their members, even Fluffy, towards that top side to get Kabuki ahead, and that is one of their win conditions, right? Kabuki getting ahead on this carry or just getting to a better point in the early game is already great. As long as Aura Fire didn't dip below 2,000 or 5,000 gold against Bigetron Alpha's early game, they're good to go. It was the literal most optimal route for Aura Fire as they have the early game power. 2,000 gold lead they were actually able to get early on. And let's take a look at the items once again. Kabuki with the Corrosive Scythe, he also went for the Golden Staff and the DHS. That's usually the 3 core items that you need to deal damage, and I think he just sticks with that, right? He sold the boots, gets the Wind Talker in the later stage of the game. He got the Athena as well, respecting the magic damage, but this is what we all kind of expected too. What I want to talk about is the fact that he actually sold the Wind of Nature for the Immortality. Possibly when he used the Wind of Nature, he just sold it, got the Immortality in, and for the rest of the members here, it does seem like, again, even for Marky, he still went for all damage. The reason for full damage on Marky in the later stage of the game is because he falls off very hard compared to the carry, so he needs more offensive items to be able to be at least closer to carry's power late game.
I mean, it was 28 minutes, so we can't expect too much of Bigetron because the longer that game progressed, the more powerful or the better scaling Aura Fire had. So, understandable result.
I want to give a shout out though to Godiva.
Okay.
Right? Kaja, splendid performance. I want to see this performance from him more, right? Consistent 10 assists, 2 deaths. I like it, right? Composed, roamer knows and gets the job done. Opening vision calculatively. And that is what I love about Godiva this game. Hopefully, he can stay consistent though.
Stay consistent and just play towards his comfort heroes, honestly, right? Because yesterday on the show,
and the Kufra,
a lot of criticism on that, right? People were saying that he's thinking that he's Yaoi.
Wow.
And it kind of didn't work out for him. But Godiva does have an impact when he's comfortable with his heroes. Everybody says the basics of a roamer is they know how to play Cho. Sure, everybody can play Cho, but how well can you play the Cho is the question. Yaoi Godiva level, there's definitely a distinction there.
And also, right? We mentioned it. This is his proving grounds, and he was able to prove on that Fredrin. Again, constantly out-farming Jaskar in the early stage of the game, putting some pressure down so that the winning lanes ultimately do not get too far. And it's actually Kabuki who wins out in the lane. 253,000 damage taken, and also the Forgotten One. Here, the rich guy is still Marky with solid farming, but again, on a hero that's not really scaling, you can really see with that GPM, he was able to get a lot of offensive items in, but the damage is still on just Gar, which is the most surprising aspect of this game, I believe. We did not expect the Hanzo to deal that much damage in the later stage, even melting Hai down like it's nothing. Hai is the tankiest member. I don't even think if you put the Brody there, free hitting for 5 seconds, it would leave a dent. I think at maximum half HP, not much more. And Juskar was able to burst Hai a lot of these times, but unfortunately, who he wasn't able to actually dish out or take out of the game was Kabuki, who's so far back.
This is great though, right? Because this gives other teams another layer of something that they can explore in the future. The Hanzo as a jungle, right? It showed the damage. Not really sure what went wrong with the execution, but it's definitely a good and viable option in that jungle position, especially when you're trying to counter those really heavy utility heroes that usually have a better chance to getting those to get those neutral objectives, is what I was saying. But now we're also going to take a look at the gold curve here, Mirko.
Oh my god.
Wow.
It's pretty interesting that they started off with a gold lead and they lost with a gold lead too, right? Again, they have the early game composition. They're able to get that significant, or not, that's not significant. They got a lead in the early stage of the game. I think it was 2 minutes in where they still had a lead, but after the first few turtles, it just went downhill from then. Then they kept on still trying to fight, trying to contest for these objectives, even sometimes trying to defend a structure that was so far off of their, far off of their position. Whoa, a little shocker there. But
I like keeping people on edge.
Yeah, but in the end, it's still Aura Fire utilizing the gold lead for much more time, therefore getting comfortable and for sure, Bigetron Alpha, I think, again, this is just something that's super unfortunate for them, but it's their curse, where they get all the way to the later stage. They get the win even with the Evolve Lord, but they are unable to end.
Bigetron loves those almost 30-minute games up at this point. It's a little
Longest
similar
average game time
to their old identity, right?
I think, yeah, it's their philosophy.
It's their philosophy.
Long games. They
long
like it long.
games and... never mind.
But yes, talking about that, the regular season, day 3, week 1 MVP for this current game is Kabuki, man, on the carry. 617 KDA, 690 GPM with a KP of 76%. And honestly, this is quite a low KP, right? 76%. And talking about that, I was really surprised of the fact that his damage output was less than Fluffy's at one point.
It's crazy because, I mean, we can see it from early, mid to late. The way he was able to transition his items in that losing lane, it really shows why he was able to win that lane. Steal leg plates in the early game just helps him out of that lane. Then he goes for the win in nature in the team fights where Juskar tries to target him and it's all good. Then he swaps over to the Athena knowing that Gamora will be that late game presence and the immortality will keep it intact for all the crazy damage dealing that they try to do. Thank you for that, Eterna.
What did I do?
You brought me to the highlights. That's what
I
you did.
did.
As we're going to take a look at it here. Again, early on, there were a lot of micro mistakes happening, and they tried their best to actually look for the commitment that sometimes worked out. But in the end, they overcommitted, stayed too long, and Aura Fire were able to capitalize, just like here in this play, where they already initially lost it. Look at the positioning. Kabuki's everywhere. Juskar, he got taken down by that flicker, and you could just see this team fight composition front to back that Bigetron Alpha are trying to play themselves, execute themselves, did not work out later on in that particular moment because they were able to get broken down by Aura Fire. Now, 25 minutes in, this was the fight that actually ultimately gave Bigetron Alpha the winning formula, which was the Evolve Lord. Now, the winning formula for Bigetron Alpha is constantly staying behind their frontliners and playing with the Hanzo to zone the Aura Fire backliners away. If they aren't able to do that, if it just gets a little messy, it'll always be Aura Fire who have the massive advantage in these team fights, and that was what Aura Fire was able to do. Create the chaos with the Evolve Lord that's constantly pushing into the lane, and they got the dub.
I mean, you know what's ironic, right?
What's
Aura
ironic?
Fire got 4 lords or 3 lords. 4 lords, they cannot end. But when Bigetron got the lord, they are able to end.
Yeah, so they end based on an enemy lord,
On a
not
defense.
on their
That's
4
true.
lords.
On a defense, when they're on the offense,
No, because that makes sense with the composition that Bigetron had, right? They had the better high ground. So
Yeah.
when they're in their
True.
own base,
It's
it
harder.
worked better for Bigetron
Yeah.
to defend it. You know what I mean?
We know what you mean.
We know what you
Do you
mean.
know what I mean?
The viewers know what you mean.
Are you sure?
Yes.
I'm quite
Are you guys sure?
I'm quite sure, but I need gold.
You do?
Why do you need gold?
Why?
To save up money. To save up.
I don't have gold. I don't have gold, but I can recommend you really good merchandise. By UBS Gold because it is coming soon. It is a limited edition collaboration with MPL Season 11. So don't forget to get yours from ubslifestyle.com, UBS Lifestyle e-commerce, and of course, Blibli UBS Lifestyle.
Check it out, ladies and gentlemen, to get the gold. Just as efficient as Kabuki was able to find gold, you guys will be able to invest gold efficiently and get to that gold lead. Just like Kabuki, maybe you might not win the early game, but maybe in towards the later stage of the game.
You know what?
Bag.
I miss seeing Kabuki on the MVP.
Yeah, it's been a long time.
There was a phase where almost every Aura
MVP.
Fire game was Kabuki, but finally seeing Kabuki's face in that MVP.
No,
it's not true.
I missed that. I missed
Not
that.
true?
It's not true.
So what's true?
You don't know what's true?
No.
Loyalty.
Oh, okay.
And you need to get that loyalty and that membership app by Indomart Point Coup to get the maximum benefit and best deals from every purchase that you can get. By becoming an Indomart Point Coup member, you guys can get points for every purchase. And of course, you get exclusive great deals for the members. Even free products or even special merchandise. So don't forget to download the app, be a member, and always use Indomart Point Coup.
Download the app. Trust me, it works. You will get helped out with all your grocery needs and all the things that Indomart gives you. Even the coffee we got earlier.
Oh, I love the coffee.
Coffee promos, right? So efficient.
You can even top up
convenient.
diamonds.
You can top up diamonds as well using that. Man, just download it now. I'm downloading it right now. Well,
all right.
Gani can't even finish his sentences. He's just baffled. Oh,
I can't
no.
wait.
Like,
I
I'm not
can't
even
wait.
allowed to drink coffee medically, but I
Okay.
still drank the coffee because of how good it is.
Are you good?
You're a medic.
I'm okay.
Well,
luckily it's 2 best of 3s. I'll live.
Luckily, Aurafire won, so you got that boost in you, right? I mean, if Bigetron Alpha somehow finds a reverse sweep, maybe we'll see you on the floor.
I'm not
but-
that happy though, Mirko.
Okay, you're not that happy.
I'm not.
It's a dub. A dub's a dub.
Yeah, it's a dub, but it's not the main Bigetron lineup.
In conclusion, it's hard to please Eterna, but now let's see here. Draft pick here to a minute. In a minute, what do you expect, Mr. Analyst?
Well, Mr. Analyst here on the desk, I will tell you what I am expecting. I'm expecting Bigetron Alpha to go for the same draft. I mean, they've been doing this. Game number 1 against RQ, Hanabi. Game number 2 against RQ, Hanabi again. Maybe they make some slight changes where maybe now they give Marky a bit more playmaking heroes, right? Because I think that's where Marky really shines at, especially the mages. I cannot stress this enough. Back in M3, where he was able to have such a positive impact on the team, he was on these mages, like the Hereth, where he's able to pop off, not on the marksman. And maybe Aldo, now with Paulo, can tap into that potential of putting him on a mage. Listen, if they actually went for the mage, up against the carry, it's a good lane for him too. And it maybe is a lane that he does better in with because he's a bit more comfortable with the hero.
I mean, yeah, definitely it's a lane, so I do
It's a
see,
lane.
I do see your point. What do you think? I see you thinking here, Eterna. What do you think? Aurafire, are they trying to replicate their success in game 1? Are they going to go crazy in game 2 because they have a point ahead?
Knowing Aurafire, I think they're just going to draft the same way too. I don't think they're going to make changes. Perhaps it really does depend on how Bigetron draft, of course. But I don't see anything crazy right now. Because like usually Aurafire, they wait for those surprise picks later on in the regular season. I'm not sure if this lineup of Bigetron Alpha will be able to bring that out of them.
Still too early as well.
Wow. I mean, we'll see. We'll see. 28 minutes. It's a pretty tough game, even for the secondary lineup. But 16,000 gold was what Gamora was able to get, and Marky as well. If you take a look at the game recap and the total damage for Aurafire, again, it is more, it's more diverse. There are more members dealing more constant damage. Meanwhile, for Bigetron Alpha, it's mainly just these 2 members, Gamora and just Gar. So it comes down to, again, comfort picks. I think even though the drafts have been good for Bigetron Alpha, maybe the reason they're not able to end is because they're not on their comfort picks. They're on new picks that Aldo are telling them to experiment on. But overall, teams and players perform better when they are on comfort compared to just when a hero is good, but it's not a hero that they play.
I see your point completely, but I do want to bring another topic here.
I
want
see
to
your
ask Miracle.
topic.
Seeing their lineup, seeing their performance in Game 1, is this lineup better than yesterday's lineup for Bigetron? Just quick.
Honestly, yesterday's lineup still feels a bit stronger to me as we enter the drafts here because I feel like they are much more solid in the early game. They were able to utilize the early game a bit better, even up against the defending champions. Bigetron Alpha, this lineup, were really struggling in the early game with the better early game draft. But it turned out to take us into this draft.
Yes, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the second draft of this game. Match, rather, between Bigetron as well as Aura Fire. But it does seem the bans are the same. They're also still staying on the same side. Yes, the Valentina being banned away. But actually, no, that's a difference.
That's
the difference.
That's already
yeah, the Claude was the ban from game number 1, but it has been changed into the Valentina. They have respected the Valentina coming in from Facehugger from game number 1, realizing the impact that it had. And Aura Fire, now they're the ones to ban out the glue.
I think they should pick up the Fredrin here, but no, they are going to pick up the Kaja 4K instead.
I think that's a better option. I actually wanted them to pick up the Kaja in the first game, knowing that, again, the carry's left open. There's no real reason to let this pick go. The Kaja adds so much more pressure on the map. Just that single target, it's so reliable. I think the reliability of the ultimate makes it such a prio pick, right? You can't miss literally on the Divine Judgment. You just tap and get close enough. But Aura Fire with the response, still the Fredrin that they picked alongside the Kaja. But because the Kaja has been picked up, now they pick up a Yve, which is also kind of countered by the Kaja, right? That's why I was really doubting that Yve first pick. And the response from Aura was absolutely great with the Kaja Yve. But now, Kaja on the hands of BTR. Do they want to go for something like a carry, knowing that they already have the Kaja? I think it's a bit too soon, knowing that the Brody can be picked up by Aura Fire, and we all know how Kabuki plays on that Brody, but they still go for the carry and the Farsa. I think Yuzong
might be a good pick here for Aura Fire. Again, we have seen a Fluffy on a Yuzong and perform wonders, and a very clear target in that Farsa, and perhaps in some stage that carry can also be a perfect target. But then again, Lapu Lapu can also come through. But I do agree with you, Miracle. I think they should just secure a Brody here before entering the second phase.
It's going to be a good choice if they go for Brody or Yuzong. Yuzong, a bit of flex because it can be flexed in the XP and gold lane, right? But if they pick up the Brody, it's just a very good counter in lane. They end up going up for the Claude. It's kind of a counter pick. They went for the counter pick again against the carry, but they countered themselves with the carry into the Brody and it worked out.
With the Claude into the Kaja?
No, that is a bit of it's a bit concerning.
It's concerning to say the least. But yes, I would have preferred them securing the Brody, but all right, that's Aura Fire. Right now we're going into the second phase of the draft and banning. And Aura Fire, they're going to be banning out the Esmeralda first and foremost here.
Very good ban.
Clear. They have the Yve.
Exactly, very good ban. They have the Fredrin, they have the Yve here, so Aura Fire with that information, a very, very intelligent ban. But Bigetron, what are they going for here, Miracle?
Okay, I think they need to get some of that XP or die presence out, right? Like the Grok, the Yuzong. We mentioned the Yuzong. The Grok is a very good ban as well, but now I think they need to just ban the Yuzong. Either Yuzong or Lapu, right? Fluffy can play the Yuzong and the Lapu. I don't know which is more scary. I think both are equally scary on the hands of Fluffy. But here, we have a stat. Just Scar, first place in MPL ID Season 6, second place PLR President 2022, an all BTR Finals, and second in Selectnas for ISF Bali 2022.
But looking at the bans back into the game, right? The Esmeralda being banned away, do you think that that is a signal to what Fluffy might want to bring into the EXP lane? Phobias? I don't know. I was thinking more like Lapu generate shielding. Maybe the Paquito is definitely an option for them to take. But Aura Fire here, they are going to respect the Ling away. And now Bigetron Alpha with the next ban.
Yuzong.
Yeah, Yuzong should be the option, or
Lapu.
Yeah, Yuzong or Lapu here might work. Again, game 1, Lapu was a nuisance for the comp of Bigetron. It's gonna be the Kufra, actually. So, respecting Godiva.
Huh, wait. There you go. I think Bigetron might be signaling that they want to pick up an assassin once again.
Yeah.
Maybe the Hanzo, maybe they're
Fanny.
prepping for the Hanzo. Definitely a Fanny can work, knowing that the Ling is already been taken off the board by themselves. But Aura Fire, they see this and they are going to secure the Ruby for Godiva. And this is a comfort hero for him.
And anticipating a Fanny pick here, right? Makes sense. Aura Fire respecting that Fanny. All right, let me pick up the Ruby first. Saying, sure, will you pick up the Fanny? But there you go. The Lapu and Akai.
Ooh, Lapu and Akai. I like the Akai pick here up against this kind of composition. They are going to be able to actually not just lock the Claude down, but also isolate the Claude from its team with the Akai. On the Lapu as well, a good presence towards the enemy back line. They've built themselves another solid front-to-back composition with good cover for the far side, but also good pick and die potential.
Looks pretty good. It looks pretty solid. Aura Fire now, they're going to pick up the Yuzong, but no.
Signature.
Okay. They're going to be picking up the Amon this time around. We haven't seen Amon being played by Hai in a very long time, and it's getting me a little nostalgic.
I mean, it is in the keys to victory as well, Mirko, about the Amon.
Fantastic.
So, last pick here. Will Aura Fire, I think is Amon their trump card?
I think it might just be, right? We saw every single time that if they were pushed to the wall, they'll pick up the Amon last season. Now, I don't think it has changed that much. They have been pushed into the wall with game 1. They need a victory, and we'll see if they can pull it off here. But it's all on BTR, because if they do not at least win one game, there will still be 0 wins.
Looking grim. We will see here, Gani. I know you can't wait to get into the portal.
I can't wait. I always can't wait.
Gani can't wait, bang,
Can't
bang.
wait, but we are going straight into the portal for game number 2. Match point for Bigetron Alpha here if they want to stay in the league. But we have a pause.
We do have a pause. I'm just taking a quick glance at the emblems
Now
here.
we can chill.
Now we can chill, right? Let's talk a little bit about the lanes as well.
I can be acting moderator for you guys here.
Why?
It's you and against Mirko.
No, it's not.
We're friends. We're in the bond
friends.
together, bro.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You're the one that's kind
We
of
have a common enemy.
I can't relate with you two.
I mean, there is an audience comment here, though, rooting for BTR since their games are on point.
Nice.
You cannot deny the fact that they have been performing really good despite just falling short in the last few moments, okay?
Yeah,
And
but to say on point, they still have discipline issues.
they do. They have patience issues. I think they... Gani, what did you do to them, right? You're the one with patience issues. You're the one who can't wait. But it seems like that you have infected Bigetron Alpha with the can't wait syndrome. And they literally can't wait to end every single time. They try to utilize every Lord as if it's the last Lord in the game. And they try to end, throwing everything in their bodies. And it ends up being a comeback victory, one straight push.
Exactly, right? It always feels like a gamble with Bigetron. It feels like they have a gambling problem, right?
It's pretty interesting that you say that. I said it's a patience problem. You say it's a gambling problem. Technically, yeah. I don't know about that.
It's like it's like I want to go. I want to go in. I have to deal. I have to deal. I want to go in. I want to go in. Someone back me up.
I get it. I get it.
Let's gamble this.
I get it. We get it.
Let's gamble this.
I get it.
Let's gamble this 2v5. Let's go.
I think he is really misunderstood.
Misunderstood.
Yes.
Wow.
He's a
Okay.
misunderstood person.
As a person?
Yes.
I thought not a player, as a person?
No, but he's just really misunderstood.
Why? Why do you say that?
Were you waiting for my explanation? Yeah. I say this because I gotta put Key as one of our best roamers in Indo, right? And I just
somewhat
don't
agree.
think that the other members are on his level yet or doesn't understand him yet to be able to follow up on these big plays that he makes that should be able to impact his team in a good way. So I don't blame him. I think he has the right plan in mind,
Yeah.
but the follow-up is just not there yet.
See, I shared the same opinion to the first part of your speech.
Misunderstood?
No.
Or gambling problem?
No, that was Donnie's
that was
first part.
Donnie's.
Yours, you said that he's one of the best roamers in MPL Indonesia. Yes, I think so too. But he's been underperforming significantly, and I don't think we can deny that, right? On the Kadita yesterday, you can't really sugarcoat it. 1 and 8. A lot of misplays happening and a lot of the ends not getting executed on because of Key losing his life, because of then Moreno losing his life as well. But mainly, it was Key who was getting caught as a Kadita who was tasked to get catches, not get caught.
True, but KDA for a roamer doesn't represent his impact.
Oh wow. Even the CEO knows. He went
Doesn't
for
know, no.
No, he just did this. He signaled zero.
Protein.
No, he's
Protein, the egg.
He wants to see people in the hole of his fingers.
But yeah, back to your point.
To be optimistic.
Eterna.
Back to my point. I don't think KDA is a good argument
No,
to
for sure.
reflect the performance of a roamer because that's the risk that you take.
I think
The gamble
I agree.
you take.
KDA
The
is
gamble you take.
can't just
They
see
have a gambling problem.
You can't just see the KDA. I agree. But if you watch the match, he overcommitted so many times. Sure, KDA isn't a problem, but maybe if you go 125, it may be a problem.
Yeah, of course.
1-8 in a very, well, I wouldn't say low kill game, but 1-8 as a Kadita if you're 1-8 on a Franco, I can
Who was
understand it,
Bigetron?
right? Initiation.
Wait, who was Bigetron versing yesterday?
Onyx Esports.
Exactly. I like the pause, thank you. Exactly. What I mean by exactly is Onyx Esports has next level map awareness.
Thank you.
So for him to be able to make a huge play on Kadita, it's really difficult.
Speaking of that, well timed, the ultimate sacrifice.
When we're talking about Key, right?
Wow.
But this is the ultimate sacrifice.
Number 1 total deaths
like the
in
timing.
MPL ID Season 10.
I love my production. MPL ID
169.
production.
And that's interesting because I would have thought that Beloyski would have gotten that title.
He's only been playing in MPL for like a season, right?
But this is MPL
But
ID
season 10.
Wow, I didn't realize Godiva died that many times.
That's why.
Oh, maybe because he made it to the playoffs, right? Beloy actually
maybe.
ended his run in the regular season, so he had more games to play.
Makes sense.
That's why you're the analyst.
Yeah, for today. Usually it's
But
Arashi.
the ultimate sacrifice, man.
I love Indonesian production.
But yeah.
The ultimate
Can I go back to my point on Key?
Sure.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, again, that's my point. They went against Onyx Esports. Do you see how active Keyboy is on the map to open up the bushes to prevent those plays from happening? And you
Yes.
gotta say that sentry play was genius, okay? Not a lot of teams can pull the same play.
Only Onyx.
But Onyx did. So is it Key underperforming or just Onyx Esports on a different level?
See, if BTR wants to perform, they need Key, because he is literally the key. But when he underperforms, the whole team underperforms. He's the captain for a reason. The whole team plays with his tempo, and when he's feeling down, when he goes 1-8, sure, maybe as a roamer, you're going 1-8, it's all good. But when you're 1-8 and constantly losing the fights for your team, that has to play a toll on your mental. And when you are the main shot caller on your team with, a little bit of tilt in you, it just impacts the entire team.
Does Key tilt?
Looks like he's pretty tilted yesterday.
Do you think it was tilted?
1-8?
I don't know. It's just the impression I get of Key. He doesn't seem like that type to tilt. He seems really like cool and calm.
He's passionate, but he's not like the tilt type of person.
Oh, wait, there is a player change.
The Max
Wait, what?
Niak.
No, Chorizo is in. I don't know
There you
if any
go.
other player has been swapped in, but Chorizo is in.
Right.
Jascar is still playing, so Maxniak is still on the bench. Number 1 most maniacs in MPL Indonesia season number 1 and 0.
And that's what
10.
I wanted to say, right? I don't think Key is underperforming, but in that particular game against Aura, Virnocure's movements and his decision-making was questionable. What was his stat? It was like something 5.
Yeah, 0-5 at one point, like in the game. I think it was 6 minutes, 7 minutes. He
Being
was
behind
0-5.
on an idiot sucks, right?
Yeah,
but he
it really
still
does.
kept going in and diving in and trying to make a huge play, and he just gets melted down with how much damage Aura Fire already had. So this swap, kind of understand.
Might
agree.
be crucial as well here if Bigetron wants to force this game to a game 3. But yeah.
Enough about Bigetron, man. What about Aura Fire, right? They
They're
have to be
just,
feeling good after that win. And with the losses that they have suffered, I thought they would be coming into this with the least amount of confidence. But it seems like, you know, they've been playing really well. They were able to adapt and they were able to go up against Bigetron Alpha's new rookie lineup pretty well, right? Ending it off with disciplined plays, which was the main criticism for this team for a very long time.
Honestly, when it comes to the performance of Aura Fire, wild card.
They are.
Wild card. You don't really know what to expect.
I do agree. I mean, one day they can perform this at this level, and the next they are just rock bottom.
Yeah, what is this level?
Yeah, they can't see.
They can't see.
Skyscraper level.
Skyscraper.
Yeah.
Skyscraper
Which skyscraper?
level.
Yeah, it's very tall, right? Basically, it's very good. But whoa, wait.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Okay.
the break has elapsed and going straight back into the game. And it seems like we are already in the second minute here.
You know, I'm sorry, but I actually forgot we went through the entire draft phase.
Our podcast.
We're back, though.
We're back. We're back.
And right now we can see here, okay, in the bot side action, Endless Shards pops in.
Whoa.
But Sorizo finding the kill. Bigetron wins that first blood, and of course it's going to be a neutral objective secured by the hands of Bigetron Alpha.
Was that intentional?
Sorizo gets the turtle?
I think it was intentional, but look who's getting hit.
Okay, Kabuki here, pulled by Key. Survived that one, but still very low. Will he recall in time? Let's focus on top side as Marky looks for the dive. Blazing Duet just to clear. Gamora now with the flicker will secure the kill.
Godiva still looking for more here, Gani, as they want to go for it.
Oh my god, Gamora here, very low. Gets stunned on that feather airstrike. Well timed as Facehugger will secure a kill. Finally, for Aura Fire.
So much drama in the first few minutes here. Gamora being taken out, Hai was taken out as well. And so far, Amon hasn't been really doing Aura Fire any success in this early game. Bigetron Alpha, they've been able to utilize the flicker really well to just go out of the Endless Shards and make that damage not there.
I agree. I think now, looking at it, it does feel like the Amon, you know, it's been so weak now. It feels so weak because you're up against a utility jungler and Bigetron Alpha's mid lane prio that they have built for themselves in the draft once again. Now, the top side of the map, it's a bit more 50-50 as opposed to the game that we saw earlier where the Brody should have a massive advantage against the carry.
Now, Godiva engaging, but I guess... Oh, he wants to commit to this. I'm a Fennec connected and Heavy Spin finds the connection.
Oh, no.
Feather airstrike to secure the kill, but it's going to be Marky at the end of the day, adding to his tally kill points. Facehugger still with the RWM just to clear the waves.
Yeah, they're not being able to control the tempo at all, Aura Fire. They're really losing on these engages. They're losing on the clear as well. And it's causing Bigetron Alpha, it's causing Aura Fire, sorry, a bit of a problem. But the talent's prediction here, a lot split 3-3, right? Papulumi, Gani for Aura Fire. But the talent prediction from the rest for Bigetron Alpha, as now you can see here, Bigetron being able to get another turtle uncontested.
It's a good pickoff, again, a good trade on the board for Bigetron Alpha. And really, right now, when it comes to the draft, I think Bigetron Alpha have been able to utilize the early game much better than they did in game number 1 already. The few adjustments they made to the draft, giving their players much more comfort to play with, now is very, very visible. Gamora, I think, is the... Oh, wait, Divine Judgment.
Divine Judgment and Feather Airstrike to secure the kill. A Blazing Duet here, not to clear the ways, but the Endless Shards has done more than enough damage there to kill Marky.
Another good trade on the board there for the side of Aura Fire. Getting the gold lane down. They're going for more.
My god, the Wings by Wings is still able to make Gamora safe. But my goodness, the punches from both teams. And bot side is an equal match here. Ferdrin and Lapo.
I wouldn't say it's an equal match. I think Chorizo will have a bit more pressure to play with here, as he has hit that Bravest Fighter spike very early on. He got level 4 faster than Defredrin, and he has a level lead in that lane. So you can see a bit more pressure being placed onto that bottom side, where Aurafire, if they really want to look for the ganks to get high his kills, it's most probably going to be the gold lane.
There you go, Diva now in the vicinity of the Feather Airstrike. He has a flicker, Divine Judgment, does not want to commit in the top side. Mid side high will be taken down as Chorizo will take the kill. Fluffy now is in a pickle, but point out it's going to be a 1-4-0 trade.
You can already feel the difference that Chorizo has, right? The impact that he has as soon as he got swapped in. Bigetron Alpha had way better time at controlling the map in general with the way of how active he is and how dominant he is on the Lapu Lapu.
It's very evident, right? You know, having a good XP laner, or, you know, not even just good, we just need to talk about confidence. Having a confident XP laner who knows exactly what he has to do in the game makes such a difference. It's such a difference almost instantly from the get-go, from the early stage, because with the XP constantly cutting the waves and rotating faster, it will be a man advantage that the team can utilize so many times. And again, Jaskar is on one of his signatures. This was one of the heroes that he was known for in the MDL with the Akai. Carry, this time, again, able to get a gold lead so early on, and this time, Marky's the one going for the same route, even on the carry, not just the Brody. Full offense, no need for any defense.
Right now, Bigetron Alpha with a 2,400 gold lead. The Farsa has not yet even reached her peak, but she's already being able to have that much impact in the game. She's already in the bottom side with the Wings by Wings. Her damage output is already felt as well by the members of Aurafire, and the the Lightning Truncheon hasn't even been made yet.
I think at this point of the game, right, both teams are just playing it very passively. There's no real reason to push the pace, and as you can see from the goal differences, it's literally almost the same story as game number 1, but it's flipped, where Bigetron Alpha have all the leads except for the mid lane, and even in the enemy jungle, when the purple buff spawns, you can see that they are already trying to look for an invade, with Jaskar being 2 levels up.
Here now,
he gets it.
Okay, heavy spin wasn't popped. Jaskar gets the purple buff. No, High gets the purple buff, actually. He what's off-camera kill. Facehugger was the casualty now. Godiva flickering away. Jaskar popping that heavy spin to zone the members of Aura to take and seize that mid-side turret.
How many I'm Offended has Godiva missed in this game?
Plenty,
it's brutal, it's brutal. And this was supposed to be a hero that he's used for a lot of times in the past seasons, but it doesn't seem he's able to make use out of his possibility to use it as a good engage. Very unfortunate. Bigetron Alpha now from 2,000 gold lead up to 5,000. All those turrets in the side lanes, they're falling away like dust.
Yeah, and they're controlling the tempo of the game really well. You can already see that with this comfort pick, the burst will come through, and Fluffy gets chunked really low.
Again, key and the Gamora combo, they're very nasty. It seems like they will secure the Lord comfortably, so Rizzo will get the stun on towards high, and the shard as a defensive maneuver. Key popping that Divine Judgment, and Godiva will fall. Bigetron Alpha playing very textbook now. Chorizo trying to find something in the front side. Kabuki deals a lot of damage, forcing him to retreat, but there will be nothing on the board again.
So Rizzo knows that he can go in into, but wait a minute, Jaskar?
Oh, it's very low. Oh, the damage is enough. Fluffy gets a kill. Another member goes down as Marky now might be next. No! He gets the kill. Kabuki gets away. The magic. Oh my god, he used a magic count now. Gamora gets the kill as it is going to be 2-4-2, but my goodness, Chorizo finding the kill on towards high.
He's a beast. He's a beast. Aurafire was able to get that many kills on Bigetron Alpha because Chorizo was so far away. The fact that Chorizo is able to dash out of the endless shards from the Amon has given him the confidence to keep zoning him away from the important members that Bigetron Alpha has, and that has just been a huge deterrent for Aura Fire.
They flipped the switch almost instantaneously here. Marky knowing the limits of carry much better than the limits of Brody in game number 1. Here you can see that he is truly in his comfort zone on the carry, understanding exactly when to utilize these dashes to get away and even when to dash forward up against a long-ranged hero in the Eve. Now, the spacing from Marky was really what's most impressive. I thought it was just a massive blunder by Justgar by rotating over a bit too aggressively, but they go in again.
He spin and stun connects. Godiva will fall in the backside. And Gamora begins with the kill. Sorizo will not find the connection. And Gamora though finds the double. 2-4-1 as of now. Bigetron Alpha still in the lead. Gamora, oh, he needs to be careful. It's high. Will find the assassination here, making it 2-4-2.
A bit too aggressive in that team fight. Aura Fire able to capitalize once again. They're not bad in skirmishes with this composition. Bigetron Alpha was able to actually walk out of that one simply because they were ahead. And now Justgar is 2 levels up. Being 2 levels up against an assassin when you're a utility means that you're basically so much more tanky. You can't get one shot anymore, and Hai's presence here in the game is slowly but surely diminishing. Knowing that Bigetron Alpha are on their way to these defensive items, these magic defense, Hai really needs to get going here. And Aura Fire, they're on the same page. They're already trying to look for a pick down below, even if it's only onto Sorizo. That's a conceal.
Oh, Grievous Fighter and Bigetron, they're ready for it. Kabuki gets taken, pulling away, but Sorizo finds Hai in the backside. Kabuki is the next one to fall. Godiva face hugger in the backside. Marky gets taken down. 2-4-1 for now. It is still in favor for Bigetron, but now Fluffy. Clear target. Be careful now. Gamora, will he survive? He will. So it's going to be 3-4-1 as the Lord has spawned.
Wow. 4,000 gold lead. It was 5,000 for a bit there, but BTR now are on the right course. But this is a situation we've seen BTR in many times. You cannot get too confident in these situations if you're BTR. You've seen this happen many times before. I think we can count up to 4 games that they have been ahead in the game and have completely lost control once it gets into the later stage when they try to end. Aura Fire with significantly better high ground than last game will be able to say that the defense is good this time.
We'll see. That's what we hope, right? But looking at the items here, it does seem like Farsa is almost full build, right? She already has the Lightning Truncheon, the Glowing Wand. She just maybe needs a little bit more penetration afterwards. And from the Yve, only 2 items. So that already shows the disparity in the gold.
And it shows that, again, he actually did not go for the Enchanted Talisman. He had to rush to Ice Queen Wand and Glowing Wand because of how far ahead the Farsa was on the enemy team. Knowing the burst is much more than he could handle, he can only be able to go for these, offensive items early to at least provide some utility for his team because he cannot be, he doesn't have the time to actually build that Enchanted Talisman. He doesn't have that luxury. And with this massive gold lead, 6.4K, Bigetron Alpha are going to be knocking on the base with a 6,000 gold lead. This is going to be very painful if Aura Fire makes just a slight mistake. That Feather Airstrike takes about half.
Lord charge this top side. P trying to find a flicker play. Connects on towards High. And take a look at the shot. Fluffy surviving low with low HP. Godiva though on the other side will fall. Kabuki! Flea hitting in the backside. Finding 1, finding 2. Sorizo finds a kill in the backside. Will this be the first Maniac? This will be surely the first Maniac in MPL ID Season 11.
How many times?
The Kabuki. It's V now.
It's the Kabuki. How many times does this need to happen before Bigetron Alpha ultimately learns not to force these fights when they've gone the base turret? And they're looking for the end. There's no way they get this. 7 seconds onto Marky. There is a chance that they end the game here, but the minions say otherwise.
No way, they can't. They have to go back. But what I was about to say is it's the Kabuki show.
Look at the gold lead. It's almost gone.
It is. As we're going to take a look at the instant replay here of what happened in that team fight.
Again, way too aggressive. Sure, you get the pin down, but it's only onto the frontliners. No respect once again from Bigetron Alpha. Looking at the back line. Sure, Kabuki has been under-farmed, but still, he is a very efficient farming machine, and he can get to those item power spikes that we saw in the itemization. He has the golden staff, the DHS, a lot of answers to Bigetron Alpha's very squishy back line that they've been so safely protecting for such a long time, but now it's all gone to the dust.
Oh my, what was the gold difference? 5,000?
6,000.
6,000, now only 700, and it's falling shorter and shorter. One moment was all it took for Aura Fire to come back in the game. But remember, Facehugger still needs those core items like the Enchanted Talisman in order for his ability to deal the utility onto the members of Bigetron Alpha. Without that, they have to be careful with the resource allocation, especially for the real-world manipulation, if they want to win this 5v5 team fight.
Still a reset here. Bigetron Alpha, well, Aura Fire managed to equalize, so let's see. Will this momentum shift be exploited by Aura Fire as the Lord Dance will begin? Far lane, it's equal, but now concealed play, he opening up the map. Marky is going to be the target. Facehugger will pop that real world manipulation, but take a look at the backside. Kabuki caught! Oh my god! Bigetron now looking for the fights. Aura Fire running, flickering away, and now it's going to be Bigetron Alpha securing the Lord.
They gotta go. Without Kabuki, they don't stand a chance against Bigetron Alpha, realizing that Marky already full items. So Rizzo, once again, being that main factor to decide how these team fights go.
Oh man, again, right? It's Aura Fire jumping in very similarly to what Bigetron Alpha did, not understanding where Kabuki is. And Kabuki just gets steamrolled, absolutely. But with that team fight and that Maniac, you can kind of see that with the DHS, Melphic Roar now built up with the Golden Staff and the Corrosion side. He is done. He can deal as much damage as possible. It's just the Wind of Nature from the carry stopping him. So Marky really needs to utilize this item properly, because if he pops it at the right time, he will still be able to destroy, even go through the Wind of Nature from the side of Kabuki with his true damage. Meanwhile, from the other members on the team, you can already see a lot of just pressure placed on, especially from the Farsa here, with a lot of penetration. Bigetron Alpha with one more try with the Enhanced Lord.
Fluffy melted down. He still has the Immortal though. Let's see the defense. Feather, Edge Strike, Kabuki instant out HP. Fluffy still has that Immortal, but take a look at the defense now. The Lord, they need to manage. Fluffy gets taken down. Now High will be the next. Taking a look at Kabuki. Suppression connect, still getting away with that PMI now, still holding on, but it seems like Bigetron will force a game 3 as the base is just too exposed. Bigetron Alpha winning game 2.
1-1 for Bigetron and Aura Fire as Bigetron come back in the game. It does appear that bringing Sorizo back into the roster and subbing Vernocure out was one of the main impactful plays that they have done to be able to go this far, making it a game 3.
6,000 gold lead, they throw it just like that. It's still very concerning despite the win. Bigetron Alpha still able to finally get their first game in MPL ID. Can you imagine it, right? Bigetron Alpha, the way that they've been performing, finally they have won. Just like Ed showed on screen, won. They were grateful for finally getting one.
Finally, day 3, 1 game win for side of Bigetron. And Mirko, you're feeling good, I bet.
It's okay. I would say okay. Just like Eterna, where Aura Fire won game 1, but there were a lot of concerning things about the team. I see the same BTR. If it was against maybe a tougher team, another Onyx, another RRQ match, the top 2 of the league, I think that would have just been a goner there. That's such a big mistake. And the thing is, they're constantly making this mistake. If it just happened the first time, okay, this has happened again. Even last game, the reason Aura Fire was able to take the dub again was because of Bigetron Alpha's impatience. RRQ, it was Bigetron Alpha's impatience. Onyx Esports, both games, it was Bigetron Alpha's impatience.
Even with the Mon, it seems like our Fire could not pull off the win to make it a clean sweep.
Yeah.
Bigetron, props to them. I mean, they adjusted their game plan and gameplay in game 2.
Back to the Amon pick, right? I
Yeah.
think Amon is great, but situational. If you're going against a team with a lot of dashes and they respect it that much to utilize a lot of flickers, the endless shards, sometimes it doesn't work.
And against an Akai,
Questionable.
right?
Yeah, the pick.
Yeah, I mean, that was the last pick, so Aura Fire knew that it's going to be Amon
go
versus
ahead.
Kai. A sign of
So
relief
cute.
from the CEO of BTR, the father of Miracle.
The father.
Not
Bigetron.
Oh my god. I mean, with that dub, it is a sigh of relief to Bigetron Alpha fans across the world.
Universe.
But across the universe even, because I thought, even I was concerned when they got the 6.5k. When they got the Lord, I was concerned.
So you were more concerned because they were in the lead?
Yeah.
Yeah. We get that.
Says a lot, right? Because I've seen that happen and it happened
PTSD.
again.
PTSD.
They were able to win in the end, but it happened again, right? It
Yeah.
doesn't change the fact that it happened again. There has to be a wake-up call at some point. It has happened 4 times. It has to click within them, man. Don't get impatient. Understand the fundamentals still. You know, back line is the way to go. If you don't pin them, I think you back off.
Hopefully not too late as well.
Yeah.
But remember, it's still the first week.
First
still
week.
a lot of time for
We
both
only
of
have
these
6
teams.
weeks though, so.
That's true. It's not as long as before. Is there going to be a half-season champion?
Maybe 3?
Week 3?
Yeah.
There should be?
Should be.
EVOS again?
Should be, maybe. I mean, looking
this
at
point-
it, there are a lot of teams with 2-0.
Yeah, we have Onyx and EVOS.
And
RQ and
RQ and EVOS.
Yeah.
RQ haven't even
EVOS.
lost a single game.
Mm.
I
Same
think
like EVOS.
Oh,
Same like
EVOS,
EVOS.
so
Still,
both of
2-0, 2-0.
Yo, Classico is going to be a big one, man.
Finally.
Week 2, I think, right?
Oh,
It's going to happen next week.
Can't
But
wait.
we have to get back into this game. We're
Otherwise-
getting ahead of ourselves, right? What happened? Please, Mirko,
Like
walk
Sans.
us through the item builds.
Okay, let's take a look at the items here. Again, it shouldn't be this way. You saw the 6,000 gold lead. You saw the discrepancies in the items, but after that one throw that Bigetron Alpha did up top, it was Aura Fire getting all the way to almost full items themselves. Everyone except for Godiva, which is understandable because he is the roamer, but I just feel like right now, here, the itemization, there's nothing too important to talk about. I personally just want to talk about Godiva. If we're talking about Key severely underperforming in the first game, Godiva, like, game number 2, I'm offended. I think he just missed way more. I think the ratio was like 9-1 on those I'm offended.
I
Like
gotta
9
say
misses.
that's true. That's true, and that's sad because
That's a
Godiva
signature, one of
was
the signatures.
supposed to be the main either initiator or the one to cover his team, but he was unable to do anything. And on a hero that was supposed to be one of his comfort picks, it's concerning, it's alarming, and it poses a question: does Godiva need to be replaced? But the game highlights for that was focus damaging Kabuki along the feather airstrike from Gamora brought Bigetron to game 3. Do you agree with it?
I agree. I mean, Kabuki needs to just be very careful, right? Needs to wait that feather airstrike to have a secure kill. If not, it's gonna be just like what the last fight was, right?
Yeah, I
Like
got
he
it.
was caught. He was caught by Divine Judgment and combined with that feather airstrike.
Every time he jumps in, there's always the Divine Judgment. Every time he tries to play like further away, waiting for a moment, it's always the Feather Airstrike zoning him away, right? Kabuki, somehow, some way, you even bully him in lane, he still is able to climb out of that. Here, with that play, he has 100% KP as a gold
My
laner,
goodness.
dealing 95,000 damage as he counterpicked himself. The counterpicks do not work against Kabuki. I think the main shining light for Aura Fire, despite their losses in every single game, has been Kabuki. He's been the one sole, consistent player. When everyone else underperforms, he's up there to carry the game.
In that game, Kabuki and Fluffy.
Yes.
But other than that, not much to see.
Not much to see indeed, and I feel like a very solid draft from Bigetron. I feel like they were really focusing on themselves, picking up the Akai, picking up a hero for Marky. Like, let's just sharpen our game plan and execution, and they did in game 2.
They did. They made the proper adjustments. It was
Sharpening.
Oh, I was
No.
scared for my life.
We're friends, remember?
Okay, yeah. No, after the result of this game, maybe it may change. Just concerned about our safety here. I really hope Gani gets to sit in the middle next time. But anyways, it's, again, such a performance from Bigetron Alpha here as we take a look at it. Early game, all the way. Turtle, neutral objective control, it was just built in the draft, right? I think one shining factor, if we're talking about Bigetron Alpha, has to be their drafts. Their drafts have been absolutely solid, even when they lose the games. And here, it's another example of it, but it's amplified because they actually won the game. They were able to control the game so easily, so well. Why? Winning lanes across the board, same as game 1, but they are able to make it work because now they are on their comfort. Neutral objective control, completely on the hands of Bigetron Alpha. Siege potential, completely on the side of Bigetron Alpha. The one dip you see is the one dip you will never expect. Bigetron making the same mistake the 5th time, I think, in a row.
Wow.
Not in every single moment of the game, but 5th game in a row.
Yeah. I think that's a little bit easier to work with though, Miracle.
Yeah.
Like that discipline.
You already have the fundamentals of the early game. You get to a point where you're ahead. Just that last part where you need to work on, but
finishing the game.
They're adapting pretty slow on that. They're learning pretty slow. It's happened to them so many times.
That's true. That's true. But remember, it's still week 1.
Still week 1.
Still week 1.
Still week 1. Still a lot of time for them to just go back to the drawing board, basically. Exactly. On MVP, it rhymes, and the MVP is Gamora on the Farsa. 836 KDA, 629 GPM, and a KP of 70%. And even before getting or even touching that mid game, when we mentioned about the Lightning Truncheon, right? His damage, the fact that he's able to roam around the map really easily, the mobility of the Farsa, the better range than the Yves as well, just makes Farsa a really important contested hero, and I think a little bit more valuable than the Yves, to be honest.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that debate has certainly been going on for a very long time. That 1v1 of very similar playstyles, but one with burst, one with DPS, one with utility, the other with still just burst and mobility, right? So the other one is very slow. Yves is very in just one place.
Static.
Meanwhile, you see the Chad bird run across or fly across the lanes, helping everyone. I don't care about my lane, I care about what to do, and that literally is represented here in the heat map. Moving across the board. Just mid control is still important, and I think that's the main aspect as to why Gamora's Feathered Airstrike and everything in his kit really works. Is because he still stands by the mid lane pressure. That's something that Udil wasn't actually able to do on the Farsa, right? He completely neglected, ignored the early game or the mid wave to rotate across the map, therefore losing XP to gain gold. Here, he gets XP, right amount, sets it up, and then maneuvers over to the different lanes. Highlights here, you can see it. And again, it's Gamora always at the right place at the right time. He's always in these lanes. He's always ready to follow up with his wings by wings. Even when he gets cancelled, it's all good. He's dished out enough damage because of his amazing positioning. And notice how Gamora always utilizes the flicker very offensively, which is strange, right? Because usually on the Farsa, you want to utilize that flicker defensively. It's very similar to something like a Haji, how Haji plays the Feather Airstrike or utilizes the Feather Airstrike and the flicker. He uses the Feather Airstrike, then flickers forward. Now Gamora does the same thing, not with the Feather Airstrike, but with actually his first and second skill. Obviously, with him flickering forward, he still is able to space out from the enemies. This is another very good example of Gamora just spacing and having a person like Hai jump onto him. It still is possible with his positioning, but whenever he gets close enough, it's a bit too late because he's already suffered a lot of damage to get close, and then he gets punished, and then without Hai, the whole team falls.
You're right.
I think, again...
Chain reaction.
Chain reaction, just the evolution of the players in game.
Why do you laugh after evolution there?
Because I just love the evolution of the players, the adaptation coming from them. But I do want to point out there's an interesting fact here from game 1 and 2. The team that picked up Yves has not found success.
Oh, the Yves curse.
Maybe. Bigetron.
You have purple hair. Do you play Yves?
No.
Okay.
She's Vexana. Well, he's not. She's not.
She's
Did you
glue.
just call me
She's glue.
Vexana?
Vexana?
Vexana's green
Oh,
hair.
yeah, true. Never mind then. Who has purple
Who has
hair?
purple hair?
You know who has purple hair?
Moskov! I'm Moskov! With the spears!
Don't need just the lunch.
That
Don't
was a
need to
spear!
shout.
Well, I think on that
Sorry.
note, it's getting pretty weird here, and we are going to be heading into a break, Eterna.
Yeah. So let's go do that. Eterna, Connie, Mirko, we're going on a short break. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned because we want to see the result of Bigetron and Aura Fire. Bye-bye, guys. See you soon.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat jalani ambisi, ku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan jatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the break.
The break.
To remind you, can you wait for me to finish my intro first?
You know, that's a break. The
wait,
break.
wait.
The break.
See, where was I?
The
Oh,
break.
yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the short break. For those of you who missed it, we are sitting 1-to-1 between Bigetron Alpha as well as Aura Fire. But on the caster desk, it's back again with me, Eterna, Connie, as well as Mirko. As now we're going to take a look at the stage, at the players, and maybe at the supporters who came so far just to be here to support both of these teams.
I mean, after game 2, Bigetron almost throwing that game, Aura Fire have to say hello to game 3. So let's see here, draft-wise, any expectations, Mirko?
You know, I'm pretty happy that I literally just told them that when Bigetron threw that game, or it looked like they threw that game, the chat just went crazy saying Bigetron, and Gani already utilizes that instantly. Bigetron, using it here. But
you're a facilitator.
Yes, you're welcome. Anyways, draft, I think it's going to be really similar. Again, I think after the win, there's not really, a big adjustment necessary for the side of Bigetron Alpha. However, I do believe Aura Fire needs to now answer that Kaja because it is a first pick prio. And we saw that both teams who secured the Kaja are able to find success. Meanwhile, Yves, now this is the concerning fact, Yves just not having a good time at all in this match.
Not just Kaja, but the Lapu Lapu as well.
You're right, the Lapu.
Right, the Lapu Lapu has
Lapu
been
diff.
a big factor for both of these teams. When Sorizo was on the Lapu Lapu, he was able to make a lot of things happen. And one of the main thing was he was able to take down Kabuki, of all people, who I believe is the anchor of Aura Fire at the moment. And it's scary to rely so much on one person because that gives your opponents just that much more of an easy time to take you down, especially in those team fights. In that last team fight around the Lord, when I saw Sorizo being able to take down Kabuki, I was like, you know, GG, that's the end.
When Justgar finds it on the heavy spin as well, finds Kabuki, I think the main course of action for Bigetron Alpha should just be shut Kabuki down, right?
That's it.
If they are able to utilize that in the early stage to shut Kabuki down, then they're good. So now this is where it gets weird because I think that's exactly what they tried to do in game number 1. Giving the Brody, first picking, actually, no, not first picking, but first phase pick for the Brody means that that is the priority. That's what the game plan was at. If we shut down Kabuki, we're good. Kabuki somehow finds a way back and the team just plays around it so well too. Here, Aura Fire, match history season 10, we saw that there was a huge, there's a big slope actually in their last few matches. They were losing, and then they were able to get some dubs.
And secure top 3 still.
Secure top 3, yeah. They barely made it to the playoffs, but then they were still able to secure top 3 with an incredible playoff run.
Their fire extinguishes from time and time again. Not really sure what that's about. A lot of people believe that if they are able to get at least one win, they can steamroll. But from the way that they've been playing and from the way that we see these best of 3 series go, Aura Fire, they're always able to take one game and then they always get reverse sweep.
Yeah, like you said, right? They're a wild card, so they're unpredictable. They're a wild card, so let's see here what will they bring to game 3. On the other side, Bigetron. What will also? It's still Sorizo, right?
Should be.
Oh, it is still Sorizo. Still Jasgar as well, I believe.
It's still the same lineup.
Okay.
Still same lineup. And also for the coach, still same coach. Bigetron Alpha match history season 10. You could see the start of it just went super bad.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
The start of it, right? It was just, wow, what happened?
6-time match lose streak. The last 6.
Wait, I think there is a bit of a mistake here in the assets because match 1 against Bigetron.
This
I
is-
don't
this
think
is-
Bigetron. This is EVOS.
No, this is Aura's.
That's EVOS.
Bigetron
No? Is that
met
Aura?
Bigetron.
Oh, it was swapped.
It
yeah.
was swapped. Yeah.
Oh, so it was bad for Aura.
It was really bad for Aura.
I don't really remember.
They barely made it to the playoffs.
They really did. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going straight into the drafting phase of game number 3 against Bigetron and Aura Fire. And it does seem that no adjustments have been made just yet. Bigetron still in the first pick, batting out the Kadita, the Faramis, the Valentina, but Aura Fire now adjusting with the 1-1 Joy, not the Glue this time, but the Fredrin.
Okay. Big A-Tron now. First game, they prioritize Yves. Second game, it was Aura now. Will they go for that Yves pick again?
Glue.
Realizing, oh yeah, Glue is open. So you're right, Glue will be picked up here. Aura Fire, instant
Kaja.
response, Kaja and Farsa, not the Yves.
Yeah, I mean, again, Farsa still sitting at 100% win rate. We saw how nasty Gamora was able to play this Farsa, right? And so contesting it is the right job, is the right thing to do. Obviously, with the Kaja pickup too, it's a massive pick for them. Bigetron Alpha now up against the Farsa. You know, I think going for some dive would be really good for them now. I think an assassin could work, but the thing is, you're up against the Kaja, which is pretty scary, man.
Pretty scary. Don't think they want to go for that, but interesting. The Atlas, definitely a good pick for Key. He is going to be able to get a lot on that. It's a comfort pick. He likes those initiator type of tanks. But the Yves into the Farsa, now that's what I find quite interesting.
I think it works just because of the Atlas pick already there, right? It facilitates a whole lot, and it makes the Farsa unable to just pop the Feather Airstrike as easily as Gamora was able to do so early on. And if you're looking at the hovers here for Aura, they're hovering on a lot of these different assassins, actually. And this might just be the pick.
Okay,
they're
Claude.
requesting, they go for it, and it is just the Claude. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. It broke last game, but still, it had a stellar performance.
It did. So I guess, and also a great response, right? Claude is a hero that is hard to be caught with that Fatal Link, so I guess that is extra security. And if he want to go crazy, he can bring the Purify as well.
I have a feeling.
What?
You're up against the Claude. Is it Hanabi time again?
Oh my god, against Marky. Against Marky, rather.
You mean against Kabuki?
True.
Marky on the Hanabi, yeah.
Yeah, true. Maybe. The question is Kaja Jungler still good here, Miracle?
I don't really think so, right? I think that's why Bigetron Alpha went with the Atlas pick so early, is because they know you already picked up the Kaja.
Yep.
You were 100% going to go roam. If you don't, it's going to be pretty hard for you, right? The Kaja jungle gets punished pretty well, especially if Bigetron Alpha goes for another utility jungle that Aura Fire haven't banned out. The Martis is still up for grabs, and if they don't ban it, it might just be the pick that Bigetron Alpha needs to solidify this solid composition, then go for something like, again, they need physical. I'm thinking maybe Harith, but they need physical. These two magic dealers.
Who else can they pick up? Brody, is Brody an option against Claude in lane?
It
Beatrix?
is an option. It's a good option. Beatrix can work too, but I think the Brody is just the best option if they want to go and shut the Claude down. Thing is, we saw what Brody did in game number 1 against the carry, and carry is, well, yeah, the Claude can be punished a bit more, but he has a bit more flexibility when it comes to like how he's maneuvering around the lane. So the Brody's just gonna be banned. That's the answer. Aura Fire, take it away. No bully for the Claude.
Is there still a possibility for Bigetron to pick up the Akai once again? Because
There
I
is.
saw the
Why
Akai
not?
was really good against the Claude.
For sure, against this comp, it might work. Remember, yeah, and I think they are setting up for it with that Lunox ban, which can just melt that Akai. And I think you're on the right track, Eterna. They might pick up an Akai if Aura Fire does not pick up for themselves.
Remember Martis,
Wait,
still up.
True.
Isn't there another hero that deals true damage other than carry?
Leslie, but
Oh, yeah,
it's also
Leslie.
a counter. It was a counter for a very long time to the Claude, but ever since the nerfs, Leslie just hasn't been the same, man. It's just been so bad.
Again.
And I guess it's a little difficult with the composition, especially now that Aura has picked up the Lapu Lapu. So Remember, the trend was whoever picks up the Kaja and the Lapu Lapu gets the dub. This time around, Aura Fire, they have both, but will it be enough?
That's the pattern.
That's the pattern. Patterns can be broken.
Can be broken.
Can, exactly. So let's see here. Bigetron, Akai can be picked up. We mentioned that. And perhaps a hero for Marky. Hanabi against this comp.
Yeah, there's a lot of time.
Yeah. Against this Lapu, against the Farsa as well. It's going to be tricky. It's going to be hard. So I guess the safer pick should be...
I'm thinking Beatrix,
Yeah,
maybe even
Beatrix,
Melissa if they want to go
Melissa.
for something. If they want to go for the bully.
Fanny?
It's locked in. That's a signature pick. And the
Moskov.
Moskov.
Right, yeah.
I've never seen Marky on the Moskov here in MPL Indonesia. First time for everything. And they are going for it here. Aura Fire now with one pick into the jungle up against the Fanny. What do you go for? I think Akai is a solid option that they can go for. But other than that...
I'm getting Cho vibes.
Cho vibes.
Not too sure about the Cho in the jungle here.
I think a safer pick would be the Akai.
I'd agree.
But it's
I'd
not.
agree.
But it's Aura. What's safe?
But it's not high.
It's not high.
They can go cool for a jungle. That's something that we saw
yeah.
a lot of times,
That
actually.
could work.
Save my
Do I-
people
Oh!
Saber!
Wow.
Beauty! You know, for a split second, the Saber actually did cross my mind, but I was like, there's no way they actually go for this. But hey, Saber jungle. Okay,
Yeah.
that's high. That's pretty high.
They didn't wait. They didn't went for the saber pick.
I just got the joke.
Right?
Oh, Miro, come on, give it to him.
Yeah,
Right?
I'll give
Before
it
we
to
get
you.
into the
They didn't
portal.
went for the saber pick.
Safer
All right.
pick. But they did go for the Saber pick.
Right.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Bigetron as well as Aura Fire have set both of their compositions in stone. Both of them going for the assassin in the jungle, while Aura Fire picked up the Saber, the first time that it's ever been seen in MPL ID Season 11. And Bigetron picking a Fanny into a Kaja pick. Both of them has its risks. Both of them has its benefits. And we'll see the execution for both of these teams as we are moments away from going to the portal. Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you watching at home, spam your support. Are you team Bigetron or are you team Aura Fire? As we are not entering the portal, and I don't know why.
We're still waiting.
We're still waiting.
I want to get in now.
All right, we chill out, Eterna.
I can't.
Wait.
You can't wait. I'm Mr. Can't Wait here. Don't take my
Don't take my identity.
Your can't wait.
He's gone. He can't wait. Bang,
It's
bang.
giving, what do you call it? Infectious. It's infectious, right? You've infected Bigetron. You've now infected me too.
You
It's
haven't
just
infected me,
Mirko.
so, you know, maybe in a bit.
Thankfully, I don't have a gambling problem just like Bigetron, but yeah, I guess we are now entering a troubleshoot. That is why we have not entered the Land of Dawn just yet.
Thanks for the
Miss Eterna.
explanation.
Well, that now actually gives us quite a bit of time to talk
dissect
about
the Saber.
whatever is going on, right? What do you think about the Saber and Fanny? Because on paper, if the Saber goes in with the, what is it called, triple sweep?
Triple sweep.
Haven't seen Saber in a long time. Can't remember it, but triple sweep.
You know the last time
Onto
I saw
the
it?
Fanny?
M3, Mobazane. Played it.
That's so long ago, bro.
Yeah, and he beat Blacklist with it. So it's a pick. It's a pick, right? It's
What
not-
about against
I
the
don't know.
Fanny? How
I
does it
think
work
it's-
with the retribution?
I think it's good. I think it's still
Yeah?
super good up against the Fanny. You need a single target lockdown. I think the
Yeah.
Kaja is going to have a little bit of a bad time because, again, the Kaja is going to be mostly spotted out. You have to go for the conceal. You have to go for the flicker. Meanwhile, for the Saber, you, as a Fanny, you sometimes need to be, you know, jumping onto the Saber. And Saber, all you need to do is tap your ult and you get to lockdown, right?
One
And
item. Okay, sorry.
with the changes as well to the
True.
Fanny, it's very easily cancelled. Now the steel cables won't go once you get CC'd.
But one item that can nullify the Saber, and that is Wind of Nature. So
True.
if
Fanny?
Moskov, if Fanny, not
Yeah.
Fanny, well, Moskov, if Moskov build, prioritize the Wind of Nature early, it just nullifies that triple sweep, nullifies the essence of Saber.
The essence. I like it, right? And it's great. It's a great pick because usually Moskov wants to go Haas Claws, not Wind of Nature. Why? Well, because the
Attack
lifesteal, the attack speed does its job already. Now, against the Saber, you need a Wind of Nature. If you don't go for the Wind of Nature, it's a one-shot. You know, there's no way around it. It's an insta-kill. Even if you go steal leg plates, all he needs to do is go for a Hunter Striker, maybe a Hepta Seize early on, and it's armor shred, penetration instantly, right? So I can see two options. Honestly, the Wind of Nature is a counter, but you need to predict the triple sweep. You cannot react to it. There's no, like, once the triple sweep gets activated, you're instantly CC'd. So you cannot Wind of Nature right as you get CC'd, right as the triple sweep goes on. So you need to Wind of Nature before the triple sweep hits you, and that's very hard to do, right? It can just be baited out. Saber can just walk up to you, you press the Wind of Nature, he waits a bit, and then he triple sweeps you.
We have a fun fact here while we're talking about triple sweeps. I don't know what the correlation is with Key, but we'll just go for it, right? Key is the player who has picked Atlas the most in MPL ID Season 7 and Season 11 with 12 picks and a 66.67% win rate. And I gotta say, that play where he used the Atlas and it was like 1 HP, but he was still able to get that Fatal Links.
One of the best Atlas plays I've seen in my life.
It's still like etched in my soul. Not even my memory, my soul.
I can relate.
And you're an Aura fan. That speaks volume.
I'm not a biased caster.
Of course.
Sorry. Just had a little bit of a cough
But
there.
finally, ladies and gentlemen, the troubleshooting has elapsed, which means we are going straight into the game here. Only 45 seconds has elapsed. So, Mirko, 45 seconds to check out the emblems and as well as the battle spells.
Okay, I think I really like it. Again, Hai went for the high and dry as well, not going for the killing spree because he knows that his job here is to get one down and it's over, right? You're, as a Saber, you're literally an assassin because you go in and you will die. You do not have any defensive... Well, you do have the dash, but usually you use the dash to get close enough to get the triple sweep. So once you go in like that, you're all in and you're done. Going for the killing spree sometimes just feels like you're wasting a bit of that resource, but you can go for more damage with the high and dry. And I think I really like the response. Just Gar.
Cutthroat connecting. Godiva has no flicker, no escape here. Bigetron will find the first blood here. There you go.
Wow, very aggressive, and that's exactly what we'd expect, right? Being on the Fanny, it gives your team the ability to snowball, especially with how much kill pressure that you have. And the thing is, Aura Fire, they haven't been able to utilize that same effect, but what I did notice was the roaming pattern of Hai. He went straight in for the enemy jungle, and then he went to his own, which means that he is trying to take away that gold away from Just Gar, trying to initiate something on the board.
We're trying to initiate something on the board here. 2 minutes on the 2 minutes on the clock. First turtle has spawned. It seems like neutral objective is not going to be the priority forward side of Aura Fire as Saber as bot side plating the gold shield turret. That is going to be the green light here for Just Gar to just select comfortably and find the first neutral objective. But now Godiva opening up the map. Creeping Spider pops. Still, a turtle will fall in the hands of Just Gar. Just Gar quite low though. Gets the stun. Fluffy with the play, and Just Gar gets taken down. Now Sorizo in Godiva. Whoa, Gamora, enough damage to take this Kaja down. So it's going to be a 1-for-1. But again, Bigetron gets the trade of that turtle. Facehugger gets the stunned. But now it's going to be a reset.
Beautiful stun by Lapu Lapu there onto the Fanny. But looking at this, Town's prediction was to get split buff. Oh my god, in the top side, Fluffy gonna get taken down. Did they steal the buff?
Nope.
Oh, okay.
Just go. Oh, triple sweep, and that is more than enough damage combined with that feather airstrike to secure the kill. Now, Key running away, and this is gonna be the momentum for Aura Fire to perhaps establish a healthy lead.
It's just a solid pick against the Fanny, and we're seeing it here again, right? No purple buff there, luckily for the side of Just Gar. If he had the purple buff and he died there, it would have been just so bad for him. But purple buff is still going to be spawning in just a bit, and he will be able to have it in the next team fight. Aura Fire have been able to actually get the 2 kills onto Facehugger, which is great. And here, there's another. That's why you need these kills, you need these resources to be placed onto Facehugger, and it's been great because usually when we see crazy skirmishes going on, unfortunately the roamers are able to catch a few and the gold just doesn't get placed into the proper hands.
And that's not good, right? Because they need all the items that they can get, and It's finally good to see as well. Facehugger finally back onto the Farsa. Something we've seen from a lot of seasons ago, but he hasn't utilized it every time the Faramis is opened up. So we'll see here. Key looking for an engage.
Yeah, please do note that he has the flicker, so a flicker fataling play might come very, very soon here. But also do note that Facehugger has that Purify. So let's see here the execution as now the turtle has spawned. 4 members of Aura is in the vicinity, but bot side, the 2v1 action. Fanny isn't able to, but take a look again. On the river, Key gets taken down first, and that will be the green light for Aura Fire to find a kill on towards Sorizo as well, securing the neutral objective. And now Gamora popping that real world revelation, well-timed flicker from Fluffy, and it is an Aura Fire trade on that turtle fight.
I like how many resources that Aura Fire spent just to get him down. And luckily enough, Justgar came in the last second and he didn't want to commit, because if he did, Aura Fire had no more resources left to deal with the Fanny.
It's just, you know, at this point, Bigetron Alpha are going to have to concede a whole lot, right? Because of the damage that is placed already early on. And like I predicted, it's the Heptasea's first item into maybe 100 strike now. And that's just so much burst, so much penetration as well. So even with these, you know, defensive items, the physical defense being built up by some of these tanks, frontliners, it's still going to be too much to handle in terms of that damage. And even Sorizo might just get one-shotted knowing how far ahead they are.
Oh, High. He here. No, sorry. Fluffy gets a stun though, but High gets taken down. Now it's going to be 3v1 for Fluffy. Feather a strike from a distance to give cover.
Wow.
Fluffy still gets taken down by that real world manipulation. Now the re-engage from Aura Fire will not be able to come in time as the Bigetron Alpha managed to take the turret top side. P though, stunning one member, Flicker, Divine Judgment connects,
Marky.
but it's gonna be, oh my god, Justgar taking the double, and there you go, the re-engage from Bigetron Alpha, and now they are in the lead.
Resource allocation is very important for Aura Fire, but look at this.
Oh, what? Marky, what?
Yeah, I got away.
What the heck? He survived that triple sweep. Now it's going to be Sorizo jumping on in the hands of High. Justgar looking for the execution. Finds it as Sorizo, though, will secure the kill.
What a play there from Marky. He's able to get the knockback. We just mentioned that you're not going to be able to get out of the penetration, but unfortunately, I think the Saber was spot out before, so the Heptasea's passive did not, did not proc, and therefore it was not enough damage to take him down. Also, High has not gotten any of these kills. That is going to play a huge part as to how he's going to be one-shotting these players, because remember, he needs Blade of Heptasea's and another item to help him out. It's either the 100 strike, or if he's very greedy, he can go for a BOD, but Fluffy jumps in now.
Oh, Gamora taking a lot of damage, gets taken down, and now it's going to be Justgar trying to secure the turtle. High jumps in time, and perfectly timed fatalings, but now it's going to be Key gets the knockout. Aura Fire losing the turtle, but takes down 2 members.
Yeah, 2 members taken down for the price of a turtle, but still, Bigetron Alpha has the favor in terms of that gold. Aura Fire, with the composition that they have set, I would believe that it is important for them to scale earlier on in the game. But look at this, Marky already dealing so much damage.
1v1.
Oh, he needs Blade Armor, and this is solo kill by Marky. He knows the calculation. There you go. Bye-bye, EXP later.
Did he steal the purple? Did he get it?
Did he? Oh, come on, cameraman, observer.
Oh, no. High got it.
Okay.
You see it. There you go. He didn't steal it, but he was able to poke him down. And this global presence from the Moskov, who's ahead, is going to play a huge part as to how they're actually going to be able to counter the Saber. Because Saber is a big threat, only if you can't see him. If he plays it well, and in the top side, you see an engage. Even here you do.
Flicker, Fatal Links. Oh my god, the high and dry is not enough. Now Kabuki, can he make the outplay? Justgar has enough energy just to get out of that situation. What a defense. Flicker, Fatal Links, and Kabuki is still up.
Wait, is Fluffy looking for him?
He is.
All right, but he doesn't get him, so he's still able to get out in time. Did you feel like Kabuki hesitated a little bit too much? Do you think that he should have went for it?
No, I think both of them were playing it very cautiously, remembering that both of them are 1 HP and can be just gunned down. Marky, though, Win of Nature!
Win of Nature prediction, but now it's going to be damaged. Will fall, not just yet. Will not connect just yet. Spear of Destruction, Kabuki quite low, and it is going to be no casualty for both teams. What a prediction.
You mentioned this, right? You mentioned about the Wind of Nature and how that damage could be nullified. And Mirko mentioned about
the
how
timing.
fast the timing that was needed, that small sliver of opportunity. But Marky managed to do it, and that is huge.
He's cracked this game, absolutely. He is popping off, just as if to say to the haters, doubt me now.
1,800 gold lead for Bigetron Alpha now. A better setup on the Lord as well. Both teams have... but what...
Divine Judgment Flicker play. Key gets taken down. It's going to be 5v4. Juscardo jumps in on towards Facehugger. Take a look at the damage. It comes through 1-for-1. Fluffy trying to find a play. High in the backside. Retreating. Sphere of Destruction connects. The slow will be enough to make Gamora find the kill. It's going to be 2-for-1 as it is technically, well, comfortably, it's going to be free Lord for inside of Bigetron Alpha.
Wow, what another massive play here, but Fluffy jumps back in, Gani.
Fluffy wants more. Wind of Nature popped from Kabuki. Marky also popped that Wind of Nature. Just Gar will secure the Lord. Gamora surviving with low HP and an ultimate disengage from both teams.
This is incredible from both teams, just fighting, outdoing each other. Micro, the mechanics shining purely here. And Marky, can we just talk about how on point his Wind of Natures have been? It's literally like he knows exactly which ability is going to come out from the side of Aura Fire, whether it's the burst coming in from Fluffy in the bush. And it finally worked out. The purple buff has been stolen away by Captain Marky.
Map hacks.
Map hacks.
Map hacks. Because how would you know the timing? No one was there to open the bush.
Yeah.
It's just Marky things.
Marky things.
That's why he's the solution.
Oh. Hopefully. Not yet. Not yet. Not yet. But going back into the game, 4,600 gold lead. You can see now Sorizo as well as just Gar starting to build those defensive items because they're respecting the damage output from Aura Fire. They don't want to make the same mistake as they did in game 1 and 2. But look at this. He goes in.
He trying to find a Fataling play. Does not find... Oh my god, Flicker finds two. Fluffy gets taken down. Godiva is going to go down next as Just Gar finds the kill. It's going to be 3 members taken down. Aura Fire defending with 2 now. Spear of Destruction. Oh, Gamora finds the triple. And this is Bigetron Alpha at its best. And this is going to be Aura Fire still holding on.
Oh my god, they could have ended, but they didn't want to end.
Marky was 1 HP. I think they are learning from their past mistakes here, and they're playing it disciplinedly. I personally feel like, you know what? It's okay. The heartbreaks that have happened so many times throughout this week, I think it's a good move that they didn't end up going for the greedy play. Even Marky surviving that is a miracle. He got hit by the triple sweep again, and it just goes to show how far behind High really is in this game. Marky can do this, can sustain back up and jump under the turret without getting punished that much. And also, let's talk about how on point his Spirit of Destructions have been. This guy across the map, even just cross-map purple buff, he's able to time it so well.
Not just for the damage, but just for that extra slow effect. It helped numerous times where Gamora was also there just in time to just find and secure the kill after that Spear of Destruction connects.
Do you think he has like a countdown in his head?
I think he does.
Like he sees it on the map and he's like, okay, in approximately 30 seconds, they're going to be this low with how much HP that they have or how much HP that the buff has with how much attack they have already. But we're going straight into the game, ladies and gentlemen, as the pause has elapsed. No, but seriously, do you think they have that type of calculation in mind?
Yeah, I think every single pro player has like a spatial awareness thing, right? Where they have exactly the countdowns down to a T. It's called instincts. Yeah, sometimes it's just called brain power, depending on the player, because sometimes they actually think about it. But I think for Marky, for Sans, these kinds of players, they just do.
Amazing. And looking at the gold differences here, what do you feel is significant, Mirko?
I think the main one that we should be looking at has to be the gold laner, right? Because even though it's only a 2,000 gold difference, it's still very big because having just one extra item, just as we're seeing right now, is massive for Marky. He's even building towards an Athena here. Again, he went for magic defense and he went for Wind of Nature, so it was just the perfect combination. He didn't go for physical defense plus Wind of Nature. He knows that the Wind of Nature does its job already, so he doesn't really need to go for anything more. He needs to start respecting the magic damage dealers, and that's why you're seeing two basically magical defense builds, but Key jumps in with the Fatal Links.
Oh my god, it was on towards Godiva though. Just going now, trying to find a juicy target. A very good attempt, but Aura of Fire very good, a better response in backing away and disengaging. Lord is up though.
Yeah, that was interesting. I guess Bigetron Alpha wanted to get a pick off right before the Lord spawned, but it didn't work out. So now they're going to have to find a different solution to how they're going to be able to get this team fight going. But looking at this, Aura of Fire, they're starting to open up the map too.
You know what's interesting is the fact that the Fanny actually went for Heptaseas and then Malefic Roar, but then Anti-Cuirass almost instantly. Knowing the fact that the Saber can still be a massive threat to him, he actually went for the Anti-Cuirass, and now this, well, the fact is Hai is already so far behind. If you have that Anti-Cuirass, there's no way the Saber can lock you down. Can maybe lock you down, but can't one-shot you anymore.
Note where is the Saber position himself here. Very looking for the flank. And let's see here as the Lord is going to be committed by the side of Bigetron Alpha. Oh, Spear of Destruction for this time. This time will not be next. And this is going to be a first free Lord. Fluffy, though, going to be recipient of that Fataling. Gets taken down now. He looking for another member. Godiva might be the juicy target. Godiva, though, will not be committed onto kill. Bigetron securing the Lord and getting the kill.
Huh, what do you think Hai was doing there in that bush?
He was just looking for a pick, honestly, right? That's what you can do right now. And if you go to the bushes in your own jungle, that's why the global presence of the Spear of Destruction basically stops him in his tracks as the Saber, because it's always used to open up the map, not as an offensive tool. Sometimes he does use it as an offensive tool, but mostly it was just to open up the map, and we really see that the Saber has been impacted so much.
Hey, Lord marching bot side now. Godiva flicker suppression. Oh my god, that might be it.
Marky.
Wind of Nature popped. Marky surviving Key, finding the kill as Kabuki will fall. Bigetron Alpha might look for the end as the Lord is going to march into the base. Bigetron Alpha with the reverse sweep on towards Aura of Fire.
Wow. They've learned their mistake. And they have won the game, finally breaking the 0, but also taking Aura's dream, shattering it, and throwing it on the floor. Eterna, I think either way, 2-1, it's GG, well played.
No, but this is really good for Bigetron's morale, right? Sitting at 2-0, 2 times in a row. If the same thing was done to them again, it might have been a lot worse for Bigetron. And we've mentioned, we see the potential from Bigetron, even though they have discipline issues, right? The potential is there, the foundation is there. All it just needs is that maturity, that self-awareness, that awareness of the game that you gain when you play more, when you have more fly time. And looking at this progression, it's looking good for Bigetron, and hopefully this loss for Aura Fire will start asking questions, right? Is the coaching staff enough? Is anyone on the team underperforming? If yes, who and how can we fix it?
Exactly. I agree with your statement there, Eterna, but it seems like you're right. The L's they took yesterday and in day 1, it's just a learn. Because they adjusted this time 2-1 against Aura Fire. Now, Aura Fire with 3 defeats in their first 3 matches. Not a good start.
We gotta talk about it, right? It's a big issue because I personally think that in 3 games here, they've lost 3 drafts. Even in game number 1, I believe they have lost in the drafts. It was just the execution of the Bigetron Alpha players that gave them some leeway as to how they were able to counter and play the game the way they did. The drafts have been the thing that we've criticized the most, and so far it hasn't changed, as opposed to Bigetron's playstyle where they can't end. They fixed that. We saw that literally, like you mentioned, Eterna, they could have ended, but they chose not to. They chose to take the discipline route, and they chose to go the safer route, which ended up working. So they have already improved in that front.
That's the question, right? Drafting. Is it because the coach can't draft for the team properly? Or the team can't play according to the coach's vision based on their comfort heroes and their hero pool?
Tough question, but I'm quite sure both factors come into play.
Definitely, but we're gonna straight into the host here for an interview with Bigetron Alpha. Bude Clara Mongstar, please take it away.
Bigetron Alpha akhirnya menjawab keraguan dari Biget Troopers, mendapatkan kemenangan mereka dengan 2-1. Sorak-sorai terus bergemuruh tentunya dari Biget Troopers dan banyak banget yang penasaran match kalian begitu kerat. Dan gimana akhirnya ngedapetin kemenangan pertama di minggu pertama?
Sangat bersyukur dan senang sih.
Tapi penting gak sih ngedapetin kemenangan di minggu pertama seperti ini?
Penting banget sih. Semuanya penting.
Penting ya, ini Jusgar ngomong-ngomong ini kan panggung MPL season 11 pertamamu juga kan?
Iya.
Duduk di sini, ditonton oleh langsung banyak banget orang dengan sorak-sorai seperti itu. Gimana pengalamanmu? Gimana pengalaman langsung main di sini?
Biasa aja sih sebenarnya.
Tetap tenang?
Tetap tenang.
Mental tidak terganggu?
Enggak.
Strong, gimana orang Medan ya?
Iya.
Kerat, harus kerat.
Kerat.
Jusgar, kamu bermain Fanny di game terakhir, kamu ngelihat bahwa lawanmu nge-pick bener-bener counter dari Fanny. Gak cuma Saber tapi juga ada KJ juga. Kamu berhasil untuk bisa ngedapetin game ini. Apa faktor terbesar kemenangan kalian di match ini sebenarnya? Atau mungkin game terakhir tadi?
Apa? Gamora terlalu jago, Gamora.
Gamoranya terlalu jago. Semuanya setuju Gamora jago? Setuju. Gamora ngomong dong, Gamora. Yes. Gamora. Kita ngelihat bahwa kayaknya struggling banget nih untuk Bigetron late game-nya. What happened? Apa yang kalian sudah mungkin temukan sehingga kalian bisa ngedapetin kemenangan di hari ini?
Gimana tadi? Nggak ada masalah sih, cuman mungkin masih baru-baru update kan, masih adaptasi lah. Belum menemukan gameplay yang pas.
Penyesuaian ya?
Ya udah benar.
Oke, penyesuaian kayaknya udah selesai. Dan bahkan Ki, tadi Hanky luar biasa. Kamu pakai Atlas, banting semua orang. Ki, setup yang sangat perfect dari Hanky. Hari ini kayaknya moodnya bagus banget ya untuk Bigetron Alpha.
Hoki.
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 Serius?
Ya, atlasnya hoki.
Atlasnya hoki. Tapi gimana untuk satu tim ini hari ini?
Dari aku senang dan bersyukur lah. Soalnya kan dua match yang kebelakangan kita kalah gitu loh. Kalahnya juga kalah nyesek kan. Jadi kayak kita bersyukur lah menang di match ini. Bakalan jadi momentum buat kita buat kedepannya.
Oke, apa yang kalian lakukan mungkin semalam untuk bisa comeback stronger kayak hari ini nih?
Ya.
Ada nggak sih? Apa sih yang kalian lakuin semalam?
Nggak tahu, 2 hari kemarin tidur nggak nyenyak aja.
Semalam udah nyenyak?
Semalam diusahain, dipaksain sih sebenarnya.
Yang penting cukup tidur. Jadi kunci kemenangan Bigetron adalah?
Tidur.
Tidur. Dan mungkin Maiden, kamu mau ini nggak sih terima kasih sama Maiden yang selalu mendukung kamu?
Makasih ya yang udah datang.
Yeah. Marky, do you have something to say to your fans around the world?
Thank you to Biget Troopers, and thank you all guys, and to my family and my friends, and to my girlfriend. Terima kasih banyak guys.
Terima kasih banyak guys, katanya terima kasih semuanya Biget Troopers. Semangatin terus dan tentunya masih panjang perjalanan mereka dan kayaknya mereka mau nyampein sesuatu. Ada apa? Mau ngomong apa? Ayo. You want to say something? Forget it. Let's break it down to the game. Apa yang terjadi dan seperti apa? Karena hero mereka benar-benar sangat tidak diunggulkan di game terakhir. Mereka berhasil untuk dapetin kemenangan. Kita bakal langsung nge-breakdown kepada para analis. Sekali lagi, tepuk tangan untuk Bigetron Alpha. Om Bawa, silahkan.
Bude, Clara, Mongstar for that wonderful interview with the players. And it seems like they are finding their rhythm now that Aldo just keeps tweaking the roster. I think that was one of the main highlights of that match.
Yeah, it is. I think tweaking the lineups in a way that they did there was absolutely amazing, right? They started off with the full rookie squad, the Bigetron Beta winning lineup, with obviously the addition of Key and Marky. But then they noticed that Virnocure maybe hasn't really adapted to the MPL stage just yet. They rotated over to Sorizo, not changing the entire lineup, just making micro adjustments to the lineup and finding what works. And with Sorizo's added impact, it was instantly visible, and you could see that the XP lane was rolling in a way that Bigetron Alpha wanted to, where they could really control the early game with these rotations from the cutting of the XP lane.
Amazing, I guess, adaptation coming from Aldo and the coaching staff. And it was a risk, right? I mean, taking away one player even to game 2. But it seems like that gamble, again, it comes to fruition, a good fruition. And let's focus now on the item builds here, Miracle. What has happened here? 15 minutes of game time. 15 minutes of game time.
15 minutes of game time. I'll take that, Gani. I think right here, what I personally want to highlight myself has to be Marky, right? It's the perfect mix. Usually, I mean, we even speculated. Maybe Marky might just go for the Haas Claws, knowing that the Predator Nature popping it up against the Saber is a bit hard to do. I think another thing that we need to highlight is High, right? Because I kind of predicted the way he was going to itemize. He just went for full penetration, bladed Heptaseas to 100 Strike all the way to Malefic Roar. Full penetration, why? Because he was just there mostly as utility, but also to add in damage. I feel like it's because he did not get enough resources in the early game. He was performing really well, but he was just not getting the kills handed to him in a way where he can snowball to get more items at hand and really start to shut down Just Gar. And on the other side, you can see Just Gar with the anti-Curse built up pretty early on, just stops every source of like lockdown potential from the side of Aura Fire, right? We all know anti-Curse, it basically is anti-ability physical defense. And with the Saber, that's all you need to do. The Saber has a very hard time penetrating that, even with all those items.
So add to that, a lot of Dreadnought armors were built as well from the composition. So not just the anti-Cuirass, a lot of Dreadnought armors, which is, I think, enough already to somehow nullify.
And then leg plates too, just add on everything.
Exactly. So again, it's so hard for High to stay relevant in that game.
It was a risky pick.
It was a high-risk, high-reward type of hero.
Unfortunately, it didn't pay off because I guess the way you'd use the Saber is you need to utilize that right after he gets at level 4, that mid-window before they built that WON or even the anti-Cuirass, and they weren't able to do that. And props to Sorizo for that map control once again, right? I don't think that early game could have been held so strong by Bigetron Alpha without Sorizo being able to handle that lane against Fluffy, because it was very clear in game number 1 that Virnocure couldn't handle Fluffy, and Fluffy was the one making the plays for Aura Fire.
I think Sorizo has shown massive growth as well. We've seen him progress. I think the first time he joined in was Season 9, where, again, there was just a lot of question marks. Why is Sorizo playing when Repo was still in the lineup, a solid XP laner? Meanwhile, this is a new player who isn't even, performing really well on MPL, in MPL. Then we saw, given the time and experience that he got in Season 9, he really improved in Season 10 with his macro plays. I even went on to say that it feels like he's a mini version of Delarsky, where he plays the Esmeralda, the Uranus back in Season 10 so well, kind of like the General, but the mini version, and the still, growing version. Here, it's just Marky Day, right? We can all agree that Marky was the massive standout, despite Key getting one of his signature picks, Just Gar as well. It's Marky who was outplaying constantly, GPM all the way to the top, and even the damage dealt. I'm telling you, man, if you give Marky these playmaking heroes, he just performs. He understands the spacing, he understands the limits super well, and he can even itemize really well, which is just a massive bonus to what he already has.
That's I completely agree with you. I mean, Marky has shown again, finally, that he can somehow be a solid, reliable gold laner. Day 1 wasn't clear with that Hanabi pick, but then again, it was Hanabi. But day 2, glimpses. Day 3, finally, he has found a solid foundation.
To be fair, Hanabi is a really difficult hero to
You're right.
play
You're right.
on a competitive level.
You're
The
right.
fact that she's so vulnerable, it's difficult. And with this game on Moskov by Marky, with all the micro things that he was able to accomplish, that split second WON before the triple sweep combo, that shows the capacity that Marky has micro-wise.
I think for me, looking at the gold curve here, what it basically tells me is Saber has potential. Because if you see early on, the second minute there, when you see a big spike, I can literally say that it's contributed 100% by just the Saber having so much pressure on the map, where when he disappears, everyone pulls back, everybody starts farming, and then they were able to get a big gold lead because Justgar walks into the Lethal Wanderer, where High was also going. Justgar gets shut down, and they're able to make more, put more pressure on the map. Again, this is where there's potential. Saber has potential on the MPL stage, especially when you're up against someone you need to lock down. But in this particular game, he just didn't get to a point where he was able to snowball. Like literally after that, once they started understanding how the Saber rotates, how the Saber position himself, the spears were always connecting to spot the Saber out, and then it was over.
Right now, it's not looking too good for Aura Fire, but like we keep mentioning, hopefully they have time to go back to the drawing board and start asking the important questions. Which is also a bridge to my next question, the
Yes.
MVP of that game.
Come on,
it's
man.
Marky.
Definitely.
Presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. It's Marky on Moskov. Sorry, the hair got me for a bit. 6-0 and 11. And here, this is perfect. The early, mid, and late. I love it. You can see it. He went for the Corrosive Scythe, knowing that it's still a core item he needs to get. He then proceeds to go for the Golden Staff instead of the DHS, knowing that, you know what? If I'm going to get Wind of Nature anyways, I don't need the DHS. The sustain will come from the Wind of Nature instead of the DHS first, so I can just go for more damage with that Golden Staff. And with those 3 items, you can see it. He's smiling as well on screen. The Moscow was probably smiling with those 3 core items built up as well, because it's the perfect mix of damage, attack speed, and also defense with the Wind of Nature. And sustainability to add on to that. Lifesteal.
Lifesteal.
Without DHS. And then once he gets DHS, boom, bang, bada bing. Right,
Done.
Connie?
Done. Boom, bang, bada bing. It is a good day for Bigetron. Finally, after what, 3 matches, they finally squeak
After
their
all
dub.
the comments saying programmed to throw, they're finally programmed to win.
Isn't it programmed to lose and big throw?
Yeah, that's mostly what the comments.
Specifically.
But it's fine, you know. It takes some time to process a new team, new coach, new style of play, and new drafts. I think right now it's showing their improvement. It's slow, but it's steady.
It was
for
like
Bigetron.
RRQ last season. RRQ had a really rough leg 1 when Arcadia came back in. But
you're right.
On your screen here, the heat map Marky for the first 5 to 10 minutes of the game.
Yeah, I mean, when we were talking about brands, we noticed that he was just rotating where? To the mid lane for the most part, and the XP lane in the 5th to the 10th minute. But Marky here, he didn't really get far ahead in lane. He just got slightly ahead. So he still had to stay in the gold lane for a bit until he got that turret. But once you see him take that turret, Marky is able to rotate across the map, helping in the mid lane siege, even in the top side XP with the turtle takes, and it's just really good. Playing around the XP lane is what you kind of expect with the gold laner in those minutes, because that's also the time as to when usually the Lord spawns. And this was the example of it, right? Once he wasn't really able to clear out that bottom side of the map, he rotates up top. He gets the winning matchup here up against Fluffy, who is pretty behind. And, you know, I think you'd understand, if you're ahead on the Moskov, you can literally dash forever. The mobility is basically, you're kind of like a 1-1, right? You keep on basic attacking, you keep on getting those resets onto your dash, and you keep on dashing forward, backwards. And here, this was the moment that just sealed the deal. You know, when High goes with the triple sweep onto a third of HP Marky, and he was not able to one-shot this marksman, it's done. He's way too behind, and ever since that play, it's just Marky, and Marky, no one could touch him. Even if they were able to dive onto him, the lifesteal, the sustain, the Wind of Nature was always enough to keep him healthy and good for BTR to take the dub.
Gol 3, langsung. Mati dia. Let's go. Edit gak ada flicker. Edit gak ada flicker. Edit, mata di edit boy.
Gua aman guys.
Mata di edit.
Last Gi, mantap banget. Itu dia boys.
Aman, gak apa-apa. Udah gak ada.
Gua tahun depannya.
Kiting dulu.
Gua 3 orang guys. Gua sama Regi. Lihat nih.
Ini gua ulti EV nih.
Gua tahu nih, Brodinya mati. Brodinya. Nice banget boys.
End mid.
Gua tahu nih. Bunuh. Nice. Udah nggak ada.
Aman.
Nice banget bu.
Gua atur.
Nice score.
Nice banget. Kawan gua. Cakep.
Nice one. Gua fokus turtle, gua fokus.
Lihat Marki.
Nice Marki.
Nice Marki. Lihat EV flicker.
Nice banget.
Nice
banget, Kor. Aman.
Aman.
Nice.
Lemon.
Yang depan. Gua tarik.
Mati dia. Mati.
Guys,
Saya ini ya pelan-pelan.
Pelan.
Dap, lihat darah lu, Dap.
Aman.
Bisa lock. Gua TP. Lock. Nice guys.
Banget.
Itu baru game kita bro.
OTW.
Gua tempel.
Gas.
Udah tarik. Let's go dia.
Mid. Santai.
Bisa lor. Udah ke zone.
Mati dia. Nice.
Dap, lampu Dap, lihat.
Aman.
Recall.
Ingat bang, punya anak bini di rumah. Sabar ya.
Marki ya ulti.
Ya.
Nah, ulti. Simi bang.
Kelas banget ya.
Mati nggak?
Mati. Cenen.
Pelan. Saber.
Aman. Orang. Lapu. Nice bang.
Saber.
Cenen. Enak.
Henki or Key is quite aggressive in those mic checks.
Yes, very
He's always been,
passionate.
he's very.
As a roamer, that is also why Bigetron and Alter Ego was the...
Usually it's Matt and Key who are constantly yelling, and sometimes Repo. But now with Repo out, with Matt and Geek Slate, it's just Key.
It's just Key.
But he's getting some reinforcements. Gamora where he was yelling a lot.
I just, whenever judge a book by its cover, right? He looks like a very calm dude, but
dude,
it's not true. He's very aggressive in the comms. It's really interesting, but it's good to see their passion and it's good to see their drive and of course their ambition, and it's starting to show. Sitting at 2-0, 0-2 2 times in a row, and now they were able to finally get a win against Aura Fire. That should start them up like a kickstart into something greater.
A new hope.
A new hope.
For Bigetron Alpha. Right? Let's just hope the Empire doesn't strike back next time. But it's all good because they can always return back. And ladies and gentlemen, now it's time, right? To see here
Let's go.
the standings. No, not just the standings just yet. The keys to success, because here, my sir, Just Ga from the MDL. I love this player. I've loved him ever since he joined the team because he just adds so much, or so much more dimensions or ways to win the game. Average KDA 4, and you can see assassins and also utility. Perfect mix. Use utility heroes in XP lane to open Jesgar's assassin jungler, and Gamora consistently dealing damage without being touched by any Aura members. Gamora is one of the keys as well. These two members from the MDL, I thought with Beer No Cure, their synergy would be good. I think the synergy was good, but I just think Beer No Cure hasn't adapted to the MPL style of play. But Gamora and Jesgar, I think they're fitting in really well, maybe a bit too well.
He hasn't blossomed yet.
Yeah.
He's still raw, right?
Takes time.
Takes time.
To blossom.
Too much.
On stage.
To mature.
But what I wanted to mention was, it's a great thing that now Bigetron Alpha
Nice.
The Bigetron Alpha has a second layer to that jungle position, right? Yep. Why am I talking about Beer No Cure again? Jesgar is a different type of jungler. He has a different set of heroes than Max. Max can utilize certain heroes, but has limitations, like the fact that he was never good on the Fanny.
Yeah.
And now Bigetron Alpha has added a new layer and maybe a little bit of competition for perhaps King Max to improve more in the future.
I think there's definitely going to be room for improvement for both even, right? I think Jaskar, he fits in well, but there's still a lot of improvement if he wants to be the jungler of MPL ID. There's still Albert to look up to, Kyrie, even Taz, who's had such a massive, an amazing performance here in Season 11. They need to be constantly growing to be able to reach those heights, because for now, they can't be too happy. They got a dub, but they got a dub against the bottom team. As of right now, it's sad to say, but the fact is Aura Fire have not won a single match, and Bigetron Alpha cannot be happy with just this one victory. They can smile about it for now, but then tomorrow, it's all reset, back to the drawing books, because there were a lot of mistakes here that are still very concerning and can be exploited by better teams.
And of course, with how improved other players are and other teams are, it's scary, right? As now we're going to take a look at the standings, and this is what I'm scared about. There you go. Aura Fire and Alter Ego, because of their losses today, they are going to drop down to the 7th and 8th place. Meanwhile, Bigetron exits the red zone.
Take a look at EVOS, right? 2-0. Same record as RRQ. And following behind here, Onyx Esports, 3rd place, Geek Rebellion. It's starting to show which team is strong.
Yeah.
Which team needs a lot of improvement.
The problem is, it's not like Aura Fire and Alter Ego have deteriorated, in my opinion.
True.
But how stagnant that they have been. They haven't grown, right? The same thing can be said about Aura Fire. They're using the same strategy, whereas teams like Rebellion and Geek, even though they didn't seem to have had so much success in the past, that fact has given them drive to improve. Just constant gameplay improvement, strategies, the drafts got better, they improved in terms of the roster changes as well. And hopefully this is the exact wake-up call that both Alter Ego and Aura Fire needs. But this is what we can expect next week.
Man.
Oh my god.
Friday, starting us off, it's EVOS Legends taking on Geek Slate. Then, followed by the Royal Derby. Onyx Esports facing off RRQ. No Hoshi. Yeah, this is an insane match that we are all waiting for. Then we have a grudge match again, Alter Ego Esports and Rebellion Zion. Then followed again by another set of matches in El Clasico on Sunday. So you don't get to cast the Royal Derby, but I think you'll be pretty happy casting for the El Clasico, Gani.
True. And before that match, on Sunday, it's going to be me against Eterna. Aura Fire will take on the Yellow Porcupine.
Can I hide?
Aura Fire have a lot of like...
I think Aura Fire will improve, and I think Aura Fire will win against Onyx next week.
Don't cast a curse me. Don't cast a curse me here, Gani.
I think Bigetron will lose all their games.
A very interesting week ahead of us. And I'm so excited. But of course, the players, you guys even watching us the entire day, you guys also need a break from all the action and the drama. So me, Eterna, Gani, as well as Mirko, we're going to sign up for now, but we'll see you next week. Bye-bye.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawa